Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 37 stories in total. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this all of the time. I plan on posting a lot more in the very near future. I've been putting a lot of work into just finding as many awesome stories as I possibly can and just uploading them for all of you. So if that's something you're interested in, be sure to turn on notifications, subscribe, like the videos, comment, tell me what your favorite story was, so on and so forth. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. He's dead, I thought, finally realizing, stood over his body. What am I going to do? And truth was, I had no idea. Murder was a serious charge. I'd watched those true crime documentaries. I knew how this worked. The killer always gets caught no matter what. God, I'm a killer. I looked around. We were in a small clearing in the woods east from my house, woods that nobody ever went into, which was partly why we did. It was so that we could do whatever we wanted. You know, stupid challenges, games, that sort of thing. Stuff for laughs. But I wasn't laughing, and Josh certainly wasn't either. I looked back down at his body. It was awful. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his face was split open in an awful way, down the left side of his head. You'd have to squint hard if you even wanted to lie to yourself that it looked anything remotely human. I felt another pang of adrenaline. I need to be smart. I need to make this go away. I have to. I moved over to my left. There was a ditch here, about 2 meters deep, shallow on one side but rocky on the other. I looked back behind me towards Josh's bike and started to piece a story together. Maybe, I thought, maybe he was riding his bike down here. He got distracted by something. Maybe he went into these sharp rocks. Along the shallow side of the ditch, there was a bit where the rim turned upwards, like a ramp. Okay, he went along here, this ramp, got distracted, hit the rocks. It was the only thing I could think of. Maybe the sharp rocks slit his face like that. It might be a little far-fetched, but it was the best I could think of. I took a deep breath and lifted Josh. He was heavier than I thought, and I almost slipped in the wet dirt as I hoisted him over my shoulder and carefully placed him in the ditch. I tried to make it look like he was crawling away. He probably wouldn't have died straight away. Satisfied with the placement of him, I turned my attention to the bike. It was still pristine, as me and him had just stopped and leant them against a tree earlier on. That's not going to work, I thought. It needs to be bashed up more. I grabbed his bike and slowly rolled it down the mud in the path it would have gone, and then lifted it up and threw it across the ditch into the rocks. I picked it back up and did it again. That looks alright. I didn't pick it back up afterwards. It was already in a good spot and probably would be more authentic if I didn't pose it. The last thing I did was take my jacket off, and with the blood all on it, hoisted it under my arm, put it on the seat of my bike, and, after taking one last look back, rode back home. I left Josh there, and, with him, a little bit of myself as well. I unlocked the front door of my house and hurried inside. I ran up to my room immediately and hid the coat under my bed. I'll figure out what to do with it later. I dulled my brain with a shooter game, barely paying attention. The rain outside was a small mercy. Maybe it would wash some evidence away. My mom was coming back from work by now, and so I was now trying to act in higher spirits so nothing seemed too off. I guess I probably had up until this evening before the police would be called. Josh usually lingered in town for a few hours after we hung out, and so it wasn't unusual for him to be home late, but he wouldn't come home today. I heard the key turn in the door. It made me jump. I got up and plastered a smile across my face and went to meet her at the front door. "Hello, Dan," she called from the hallway. "Hey, Mom," I said, lingering in the doorway, arms crossed. "Did you have fun with Josh today?" she said, back turned to me. hanging her coat up. Yeah, I did. Had to come home a bit early, though. He said he needed to do something. Well, I'm sure it was important. Anyway, it's the holidays now. You could always hang out with him tomorrow. Yeah, I said, my smile slowly fading. When I went to bed that night, every time I closed my eyes, I could see that ditch etched into my mind. The mangled roots, the mangled bike, the mangled body. I got maybe half an hour of sleep before my alarm jolted me awake at 5 a.m. I immediately remembered Josh's face, twisted, warped, impossible. I felt like a stranger in my skin. The air was suffocating. The rooms in my house felt far larger than I'd ever noticed, and that they had any right to be. Large and empty, nothing felt right. I don't know how to describe it to you because I can't even fully understand it myself, but the thought of Josh's parents sat there, worry building, waiting anxiously for a boy who would never come back, their only son, made me feel... I felt sick. I'm not sure if my mom had noticed that something was up. I mean, she must have. But I noticed her giving me weird looks for that entire morning, occasional glances. All of this pressure kept building and building and building and building, to an almost unbearable level until, at about 1 in the afternoon, there was a knock on the door. My mom answered it, and as I sat there in the living room, head in my hands, I could hear what the man at the door was saying. It was muffled, but clear enough for me to hear parts of it. Yes, no, he didn't. His parents haven't seen him. If we could just... Dan? My mom said, opening the door and letting the man in the room. This man here just needs to ask you some questions. It's about Josh. I bottled everything down, swallowed, and then spoke as clearly as I could. Maybe a little bit too quickly, but it was the best I could do. Josh? I looked away from my mom and now at the officer. He had a warm, kind facial expression, but with a tinge of unease and awkwardness. He was about to break the news. I'm not supposed to know yet. What happened to him? I chuckled slightly. Has he gotten himself into some more... I trailed off. Listen, Dan. Josh hasn't been seen since yesterday morning. Now, we've spoken to his mother, and she says that she saw him last when he went out with you. Now, if that's true, this means that you might have been the last person to see him. I was staring at the name tag on his uniform. I didn't interpret it as letters, just shapes. I wasn't really focusing on it anyway. He shuffled on his seat slightly. Look, I know it's a lot to handle right now, and I understand that you two were close, but do you think that we could just ask you some questions? I told him that we went up into the woods, although I lied about where exactly. Then I said that after a little while of just chilling out, he'd gone further in, and I'd just turned around and gotten home. All the while, the officer was nodding comfortably, and never once changed facial expression from that slight smile, the smile that didn't reach his eyes. I suppose I was relieved, I guess, that I wasn't being taken in or arrested. In fact, I didn't get any sort of feeling that he even considered me a suspect, and I don't blame him. I don't have a history of anything. I never get into fights at school. I never got into fist fights at school. I keep my head down. There's not a whole lot to go on there. And one kid in the woods on his own, anything could have happened. A murder, especially by the kid's best friend, probably wouldn't be high on the list of possibilities. After about an hour, the officer left, saying he would keep us posted on the search effort, and that was that. Apart from the odd missing person poster up around town, there wasn't really much reminding me of Josh. I'd stopped riding my bike, though. That, at least, was something that reminded me of that scene, but it was getting easier. I got rid of the jacket with all that blood on it, and although the officers came back to the house a few times, I stuck to the same story, and after a few days they stopped. I felt like I could finally start moving on, at least. And occasionally, I'd pass by the window of Josh's house on the way into town and see his mother sat, head in hands, and she'd give me that comfortable smile. the same one that didn't quite reach the eyes. And I'd return it, and deep down, I didn't know if it was worse. That I had done the crime in the first place, or the fact that I was brushing it off so easily. However, this brief comfort ended about a week after the day I'd killed him, because after I'd hidden his mangled body in a ditch and lied to everyone I knew, I got a knock at the door, and as I peered through the window to check who it was, my blood ran cold. Josh was stood outside my front door, grinning. I just kind of stood there, like an idiot. It was him, of course it was. It was Josh, and somehow his face looked fine. It looked normal. His face was all back in place, and his clothes looked fine. He'd noticed me by this point. He waved to grab my attention, and with that grin still on his face, eagerly pointed towards the door, mouthing, "Let me in." I didn't know exactly what to think, but I found myself unlocking the front door, and there he was. The person I'd left muddied and bloodied in the woods stood about a meter away from me, clean and healthy. He pushed past me without a word and walked in. "Hey, I thought we were going back out to the woods today." It took me a second to turn around and face him, to process what he just said. "Josh, you... Well, are we gonna go then?" He interrupted, still grinning, but with slight impatience. He pushed back past me into the garden before I even had a chance to say anything, and got on his bike that he had left leant against the front of my house. That clean, very much not battered bike. I rode next to him. It wasn't possible. It wasn't. I could still see his mangled face in my mind. It still haunted me, and now it was all too much. It was supposed to be final. I'd convinced him to avoid the woods. He'd protested, but I was adamant. I didn't want to go back there anytime soon, and I wasn't sure what I'd find there anyway. He was still smiling. It hadn't fallen once since he'd arrived at my house, and it wasn't getting any less unsettling. We were riding now into town. He said we'd go and pick up some food, then sit down somewhere and just hang. I looked back at him again. He slowed to a stop. "Look at that." I turned and faced the other way. He was pointing at one of those missing posters that his mother, only a few days ago, had plastered up on every pole or wall around town. "What about it?" My voice hollowed, managed at least to blurt that out coherently enough. "Well, I don't know. It's weird how everyone thought I was missing for a week, right? Even my mom. It's not like her to forget." I furrowed my brow. Seeing that missing person poster at least meant that I wasn't going crazy, but still, I had to be cuckoo somehow. I mean, she even called the police, if you can believe that. I grunted. "But it's okay," he continued. "I told her about what happened, and she phoned them saying it was all right." I noticed I was slowing down, so I caught back up to him. As we rode further up the road past his house, we both slowed as we approached the window. My eyes involuntarily drifted toward it. I looked, and, after Josh waving, we both saw his mother grinning and waving back, her head moving between two people. Two people. I stopped suddenly. He stopped too and looked at me in confusion. I tried to think about how to ask this. I didn't want to be too direct, but I still needed to know the truth. "Listen, Josh." I looked at him. He nodded. "What did you mean when you said your mom forgot?" He started chuckling and seemed to relax a bit. "Well, it's the funniest thing." He leaned in closer towards me. "She somehow doesn't remember me driving up to the camping spot last Tuesday. Isn't that mad?" I blurted an affirmation. "Tuesday. That was the day after I killed him." I pressed further. Do you remember what happened last Monday?" His grin stopped for a moment and then returned. "Well, come on, of course I remember. You do too, right? In the woods?" He chuckled and started riding again. I joined him, dumbfounded. I tried to push it to the back of my mind, as difficult as that was, and pretended everything was fine. We stopped off at the chip shop, picked some food up, and rode up to the park just as we would do often. It was really odd. It wasn't the fact he was back from the dead that freaked me out. It was the fact he was acting. He was like this normally, stupidly positive, and before, that was something that was good things were always fun with, but now, now it was creeping me out. And the fact he seemed to know what I did to him as well. Does he know I killed him? We sat and ate in silence. I couldn't think of anything to say, and he seemed to be perfectly content eating his chips, so I didn't feel a need to say anything. After a few minutes, he finally spoke. "What have you been up to in the last week, then, while I was gone?" He paused, smiling. "Camping?" "Camping?" I found myself mutter. "Yeah, of course. I messaged you last week about it. Don't tell me you're forgetting, too." His teeth chomped down on another chip. I felt for my phone. I hadn't gotten a text from him. I knew that. I had spent the first few days after I'd killed him constantly rereading our last conversation. I unlocked my phone. Josh still happily eating and navigated to our messages. I read our last conversation. It was on Sunday. I breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't happen. Josh stopped eating and looked at my phone. He grabbed it out of my hands. "Why are you up here?" he chortled. "Look, you have to scroll down, you knob." He scrolled the chat down and then thrust the phone into my face. I read what it said. Monday, 12:10 p.m. Josh. "Oi, Dan, listen. I'm going camping tomorrow. Can't remember if I told you or not." I swallowed. I'd never seen that text before. He frowned suddenly and looked back at my phone. "Oh, look," he said. "I didn't scroll far enough." He fumbled with it for a second and then placed it into my hands. He turned away and continued eating. I looked and focused down at the phone. It was the most recent message, on Monday last week at 12:12 p.m. It said, "Mate, why do you never invite me to these things, lol. Anyway, hope you have fun, bro." I chuckled nervously for a split second and then stopped myself. The text is from me. I looked at Josh, keeping eye contact with him while slowly turning my phone off and placing it into my pocket. He wiped his greasy hands on his jeans and smiled. "You gonna eat any of yours?" I hadn't even touched my portion. I looked around the park for a second. The only exit was in front of us, in front of the bench. I looked back at Josh. Yeah, listen." I sprang to my feet and got onto my bike. As I started pedaling, I shouted to him, "You can finish them." I turned my attention back to what was in front of me. I knew where I needed to go. I could hear him calling my name, no doubt getting on his bike and chasing after me. But I knew what I needed to do and where I needed to go. But first of all, I had to lose him. As I left the park gates, I immediately turned left into an alley and then turned right. I continued straight ahead for a while. Before turning out back onto the main road, I was heading towards the woods. I slowly turned and looked around. I couldn't see him. I didn't know how close he was, but he didn't have line of sight to me, which was something. I gritted my teeth and entered into the woods. I still remember the route we went through that day. It wasn't a particularly difficult one, as it was mainly a straight line with a hard left turn, and the landmarks along the route were distinct enough for me to remember easily. And when I got there, my suspicions were confirmed. The body and the bike was still there, exactly as I left it. It was rotting now. I gagged and looked away. So what is the Josh I was just eating chips with? I didn't know what to do. I could point the body out to the police. That would work. An autopsy would say that the body was rotting for a week. That would prove that the Josh that was still alive was some kind of fake, but would they then realize that it was me? I didn't know what to do. I wanted to turn it in. Don't do that. I turned around. Josh was stood next to his bike, about maybe 10 meters away from me. He wasn't smiling anymore. "How did you... What are you?" I said, but he didn't answer. "You're not going to tell the police anything," he said. "I'll be back up here in a bit to sort all of this out." "What are you?" I repeated. "You let me live my life, and I'll let you live yours. We won't talk about this again." His voice was sounding oddly deep and raspy. "Remember, it's what you did. I'll see you soon." But before I could respond, he was already far away. It all started when I bought my first house. I was in my late 20s, so you can imagine how happy I was. It was a beautiful house in the suburbs. The outside walls were made of exposed brick, something I personally liked a lot, and there was plenty of space. 2 bedrooms, both of them with double beds, a modern kitchen, a big living room, 2 bathrooms, a basement, and an attic. My girlfriend at the time was uncertain about whether she would move in with me or not, since she'd have to quit her job. I found this house on Facebook at a surprisingly cheap price, but since it looked good, I didn't think much before sending a message to the realtor. We visited the house a few days later, and I was certain about buying it before even entering. The realtor was nice to me and showed me around, telling me all about the inside of the house. He asked me a few questions, like if I'd lived alone, if I had children, if I was new in town. It seemed a little bit too personal, but I thought he was just making conversation. The house was furnished, so I asked if I'd have to pay for all the furniture, but he told me that the previous owners left it behind after a divorce and the laziness to decide who takes what. I hope to achieve this level of richness someday. The basement was kinda small and had a bunch of old things like empty food cans on a metal shelf and boxes filled with school books. The realtor told me about a mouse and spider infestation down there, and how none of the owners ever managed to fix it. I didn't care at all, and doubted I'd ever come down here. When we got upstairs, I noticed something. There were cameras around the house. I asked the realtor about it, but he assured me the cameras never worked and were installed by one of the first residents, who had 3 kids. Again, I didn't mind, especially when he pointed to some cut and bare wires hanging from the cameras. I ended up buying it and even received a first house discount, as the realtor called it. I was so happy. I quickly brought some of the furniture I had at my parents' house and moved here. My girlfriend ended up joining me after some weeks, and that looked like the perfect house to start a family in. We were loving the experience of living together. She'd make us lunch, I'd make us dinner, and we had a good sleep every night. When we lived with our parents, both of us had single beds, which made sleeping together kind of uncomfortable, and made our own rules. Everything was lovely until our 3rd week living there. My girlfriend woke up in the middle of the night saying she heard a noise downstairs. I got up and lit our bedroom light, trying to calm her down. She was positive she heard something that sounded like a knock on a window. Me, as the supportive boyfriend, got downstairs to prove to her that there was nothing to worry about. It was a tree branch. I started laughing and even took a video of the sound it made. I showed her that she didn't need to be paranoid and that I'd always protect her, even from a tree branch. I caressed her head until we both fell asleep. I knew nothing was up, but for some reason, I felt that she kept trying to convince me that it wasn't just a tree branch. After that night, some of my things started to go missing, like a single sock, some ties, my deodorant, and even some of my underwear. I knew she was the one hiding them, so I didn't say anything, because if I looked concerned, she'd win this little game. Another night, my girlfriend woke me up, but this time, she heard footsteps nearby our bedroom, and I told her it was nothing, but she insisted. I, again, got up and opened our bedroom door. Nothing was there, but after I showed her the empty corridor, we both heard footsteps coming down from the first floor. She started screaming and crying and even hid under the bed. I locked our door and quickly got downstairs, turning all the lights on and examining every part of the house. Again, I found nothing. I got upstairs and asked her what that was all about. She ended up confessing that, when she was a child, 3 men broke into her house and kept her whole family hostage while they stole a bunch of things, and even threatened to kill them if they didn't shut up. One of the men held a gun to my girlfriend's head. That's where all the trauma comes from. I held her close and promised that this would never happen to us. The next day, I called a locksmith to install 2 more locks in the front and back door, an alarm system to warn us if anyone came nearby the house, and even put bars in every window to prevent anyone from breaking in. All of this made my girlfriend feel safer, and it showed. I think everything went clean after I installed all of that. Some things kept going missing, but I was probably being inattentive. Since my girlfriend stopped listening to things inside the house at night, she's a lot more happy and hopeful about starting our family in this house. I love her so much. We went to the basement to inspect if there was anything we could turn that room to, because it was actually kinda cozy. We only had to throw some things away, like the food and the boxes. She said I could do some kind of man cave since I loved playing video games. But I suggested a playroom to our future kids, and she loved the idea. She kissed me on the lips and told me about how excited she was. On that day, I knew I had to make her my wife as soon as possible. I bought the engagement rings and hid the little box they came in inside of a teddy bear I bought my girlfriend on a trip to Paris. It had a zipper on its back, so I just hid the little box inside the foam and put it back to its place. I waited a few days to propose because I wanted to make something impressive, like go on a trip with her or take her to the restaurant we met. I think 2 weeks have passed since I bought the rings. Me and my girlfriend were chilling on the couch, almost getting to the finale of Game of Thrones, and I was sleepy as hell. I told her I was almost falling asleep and that she could watch it alone, and she agreed. I made her popcorn before going to bed and kissed her on the lips goodnight. I woke up with a scream downstairs. My girlfriend's scream, followed by loud steps and finally a door slam, then silence. I freaked out. I started screaming, calling her. I looked to the living room from the top of the staircase. The popcorn bowl was empty and there was no sign of her. I called the police immediately, my fingers shaking so much I could barely dial the right number. I sat on the grass in front of my house and waited for them to come. The police came surprisingly quick. While one of them searched the house, the other asked me about what happened. I had nothing to explain. Someone just kidnapped my girlfriend out of nowhere. That's all I knew. The other officer came near us and told me that there was no sign of a break-in, and asked me if the front door was locked when I came outside to wait for them, to which I said yes. They asked me if she sleepwalked. No. If someone had the keys. No. If someone would have any reason to hurt my girlfriend. No. If someone could be frogging. But that seemed absurd, and I would have noticed by now. After all these questions, they said they had no reason to believe she was abducted, and told me that she could have gotten angry about something I did and wanted to take a break, and if she actually didn't come back, I should call them again. They just left. That made my blood boil. Anyone with a brain would realize that no one storms out in the middle of the night. I heard a scream. I heard loud footsteps. Someone must have picked the lock, or maybe someone had a copy of the keys. That didn't make any sense. What if someone was actually inside my house? I took the whole day to search for evidence, a single strand of hair even. I needed something that could prove I wasn't crazy. I turned every room upside down, even the bathrooms. No sign of anyone other than me and her. I thought I was going insane, really. I climbed the stairs to the attic. I've never even gone there, so I made my heart pound even faster. It was a dark and claustrophobic room without any windows. I illuminated the room with my cell phone's flashlight, but I couldn't find anything to get concerned with. Just a couple more boxes and furniture covered in plastic. Then, something stood out. A beautiful painting of some dude. There were hearts all around his face, like it had been done by a lover. I started to sob so hard I fell on my knees. What if she did leave me? What if the policemen were right? I got out of the attic and went to the living room once again. I fell on the couch, defeated. I looked at our photographs hanging on the walls, in photo frames at the side of the TV. I got up to reach the teddy bear from Paris, and hugged it like it was her. My heart immediately froze. I couldn't feel the ring box. I opened the zipper on its back and noticed the box and the rings were gone. What the... That changed everything. This wasn't just a coincidence. Someone stole the rings, and I'm sure it wasn't her, because we talked about it. That gave me the gas to keep searching for her. The last stop was the basement. It got even dustier than the last time I came here. I opened the boxes, tried moving some stuff, and examined the floor with my cell phone's flashlight. I looked at every corner, every single part of the ceiling, and when I pointed the flashlight to the metal shelf, I noticed that some parts of it were completely clean, even though most of it was covered by dust. I tried to keep calm. I needed to find my girlfriend. When I squatted to examine the lowest shelf, I saw it. A door, a little door, around 4 foot, looking like it wasn't intended to be found. There were a lot of things on the shelves. That's why I never saw anything. My heart started racing and I felt like I was gonna faint at any moment. I moved the shelf to the side and got in front of the door. Since I was almost 6'1", I knew I'd have to crawl. I know this sounds insane. I know I should have just gone upstairs and called the police, but I swear my adrenaline was so spiked I couldn't stop. I opened the little door. When I got up from the floor, my jaw dropped. There was a house inside of that little door. It looked exactly like one of those studio apartments. There was a bed, a small kitchen, a TV, a couch, a horizontal freezer, and a separate room that was probably a bathroom. Someone was living inside of my house. All of the walls were filled with pictures of me. All of the walls. Hundreds of pictures. Pictures that I'm asleep. Pictures that I'm naked. Pictures that I'm just walking. Pictures of me smiling. And no pictures of my girlfriend. What was this? Some kind of sick joke of hers? I actually thought for a second that this was just a prank and that she'd propose herself with the rings. For a moment I felt relieved. That's until I looked behind me. I saw a canvas with a painting of me, almost finished, filled with a bunch of hearts, just like the painting I saw in the attic. At that moment, I heard the sound of a toilet being flushed. I ran like crazy towards the little door, not looking back. Someone was coming from that bathroom towards me. I could hear the loud steps, just like I heard the night my girlfriend went missing. I crawled and managed to get out of the room, so I kicked the little door and ran to the top of the stairs as quickly as I could. When I looked back, just for a second I saw his face. He was passing through the little door, looking at me with a giant smile and wide eyes. He was terrifying. I quickly locked the basement door and dialed 911. They came quickly. I didn't hear anything from the basement while I waited, but maybe that's because I was breathing so loud I couldn't even hear my thoughts. The police went to the basement and found him lying on the bed. They took him in handcuffs. He had black, long hair, was completely pale, was really hairy, was around 5'9" and kind of fat. He had a smile on his face the whole time and kept staring at me, licking his lips. I was disgusted by that creature. I noticed he was wearing one of the engagement rings I bought. He was the one who stole it. They put him inside of the police car. When I looked at him, I saw he was kissing the blurry window, looking back at me. He kissed it with his white tongue. I threw up on the grass, disgusted. I wanted to kill him with my bare hands. One of the officers came and told me if I knew that the dude had access to the cameras. I told him that the realtor told me that they'd never even worked, but the officer said otherwise. The basement TV showed the view of all the cameras inside the house, and that's why this man always knew what we were doing. And when we were asleep, we realized that the realtor could have something to do with all of this, but that required some more investigation. Some more officers came from the basement carrying what looked like a body wrapped in plastic. I never prayed so hard that this body was anyone else, but not my girlfriend. I started tearing up when I saw it. I asked to see the body. It was her. My lovely girlfriend, completely frozen. Her body had bloodstains and wounds. I lied on the grass and cried like someone was stabbing me. I should have listened to her when she said something was off about this house. I should have moved out when I had the chance. My whole world was shattered at that moment. Some time has passed since the incident, and my therapist insisted I should share my story with other people, serving as a way to vent and to warn others. But I want to give this some closure. Turns out this man has done this multiple times. The police found evidence of more than 3 crimes on his part of the basement. He always fell in love with the man and killed the girlfriend/wife, and I sincerely don't know how the police never found him. The killer was presumed dead when he was only 10 years old, apparently died in a car accident with his parents, since the police report said that his brother was the only survivor. He was living there for more than 30 years, and you know who knew about this? The realtor, his own brother. He was the one attracting victims so that his psycho brother could have some fun. Funny thing is, I didn't even mention that my girlfriend would move in. Does that mean he just wanted to kill me? Seduce me? I have no clue and never will. Also, the realtor ran away when his brother got arrested and is still missing to this day. I still blame myself for it. I still wish I'd done it all differently. So here I am, opening myself to a bunch of strangers online. I only have a few lessons to share with you, and take them seriously. Always suspect good properties at a ridiculously low price. And above all, listen to what your partner has to say, and take them seriously. If I believed what my girlfriend had to say, she could be still here with me. I was 4 when I first saw it. I lived in a fairly safe and comfortable neighborhood. We never wanted for anything, and I was an only child. I had 2 loving parents. By all accounts, there was no real inciting incident. No trauma, no fear. No nothing that would make me hallucinate. I was by all accounts a gifted child who lived with great, loving parents in a large house. I remember I had come home from school, I had gotten a snack from the pantry, and I was taking over the living room to watch Power Rangers, as was my after-school tradition. As I walked into the living room, I looked out onto the backyard. At the time, my little brain could only register a furry lump. A squirrel. It hadn't been torn apart or killed by anything, just died of old age. I knew death was a thing, but I had never seen it in real life up to this point. This was the first time it occurred. From the corpse of the squirrel, I saw what looked like stringy tethers break loose from its body. Ethereal blue things, barely thicker than twine, pulling apart as I saw a ghostly, blue version of the squirrel emerge from its body. It regarded me for a moment as I watched it. Could it see me? Did the dead watch us? Then I saw it immediately scamper off. My family wasn't religious. I wasn't religious. We were Christian, sure, but we didn't exactly visit church every Sunday, nor did we avoid specific vices or espout virtues. Still, we believed in the basics. When you die, you go to heaven if you're a good person, hell if you're a bad person. But at the time, I called it heck. Seeing this, well, I didn't know what to do. How was a 4-year-old supposed to handle this? Instead of watching TV, I went to my mom in the office. She was busy on a computer, having a serious talk with someone I didn't know. And are you sure it's nothing serious? If you... I'll have to call you back. We'll pick this up soon. Sure. Goodbye. She'd hang up the phone, turning her chair to look at me. Yes, Danny? Mom, there's a squirrel in the backyard. I'm sure there is, honey. Is that all you wanted to say? Mom, I think it died. Her face twisted in a look of revulsion. "All right, dear. Let me get Daddy to take care of it." She left the office. I could hear her calling, "Jacob, Jacob, baby, need you to do something for me." She didn't get it. I mean, how could she? What was there to understand? But I didn't exactly blurt out that I saw ghosts. I was 4. What was I supposed to say? So I hid it. I locked it away in my brain, and it was my little secret. In a way, it gave me catharsis. I wasn't having existential dread at the age of 4, but the unknown still scared me. To know that your soul lives on, well, it gave me some measure of peace even as a child. My parents weren't exactly going to think I was telling the truth either, so why bring it up? Kid me knew grown-ups couldn't see stuff kids do. But it was alright. There was no rule book, but I picked up some things as I watched. Some minor rules. Creatures had to be big enough. A mouse seemed to be the cutoff. I didn't see ants or gnats appear. From death, it took about 40 seconds for something to break free. I didn't know what would happen if you were brought back after legal death, but I assumed your soul was dragged back to you. You didn't get to fly, but you could walk through walls like a ghost most of the time. That was about all I had gathered for about a few years. Things were good for those 2 years. I had my secret nobody else knew, and it gave me peace. I knew one of the great unknowns of humanity. Me, a kid? I felt like a genius. Then the greater truth was revealed. It was December 8th, at about 6:15 in the morning on a Sunday, that things went to hell. I had been dreaming peacefully when the scream woke me up. I bolted upright, almost too afraid to speak. My room was on the 2nd floor of the house, and my parents were down the hallway. If I screamed, I'd wake them up. I had nightmares before. Was that all it was? Just a bad dream and a sudden scream? When you're a child, your mind tricks you to justify things. It couldn't trick my eyes, however. Across the street from us was Jeffrey Raymond's. Mr. Raymond's was an old guy. Not quite senile, but his best years were behind him. He was a kind man. I loved going to his house when we went trick-or-treating. He liked to boast he gave out full-size candy bars. That made him my favorite neighbor. I got out of my bed to see where the scream had come from, as it had been outside my window and across the street. Was Mr. Raymond's in danger? I didn't know, but I had to look. Mr. Raymond's was entirely blue, just as I had seen other dead things before. But he wasn't acting like himself. He was panicked. He was in his pajamas, howling, screaming, running through walls. He had died, probably from old age, but this wasn't like the squirrels or rabbits I saw. No, he was screeching, sprinting, sometimes going through walls, sometimes hitting them. It's like his body wasn't solid enough. It scared me. I ran down the hall, heavy steps ignoring how early it was. As I'd enter my parents' room, I went to my dad's side of the bed. "Dad?" I'd say. "Dad, Dad, Dad, wake up. Can you wake up?" He'd groggily groan, leaning over to look at the alarm clock. "Hey, bud, it's really early. You okay? Nightmare?" He'd ask, sitting up from the bed. Mom wouldn't wake up, heavily sleeping. "I think something bad happened to Mr. Raymond's." Why so, buddy?" "Just a bad feeling." "Nightmare?" "No, can you go check on him?" Mr. Raymond's might be sleeping. You know he's an old guy." Dad told me. "Dad, please. Can you please?" His eyes said, "I'm not going to sleep until I do this, am I?" But his face said, "Anything for you, sport." He'd push himself up, getting his slippers on. All right. I'll go check on him." As Dad went down the stairs, I returned to my room. I'd watch from the 2nd-story window. Hearing him open and close the door, Dad waved at a passing jogger. exchanging a quick discussion before he'd walk across the road. All the while, Mr. Raymond's spirit continued to howl, flail, scream. I don't think it knew where it was or what was going on. Dad knocked on the door. Silence. Dad looked concerned for a moment. He knocked again. Silence. Now I think he knew something was wrong. He'd do a quick jog back across to our house where I heard him in the kitchen grabbing the phone and talking to someone. I hoped to see Mr. Raymond's spirit calm down, but he'd just keep screaming, keep running through his rooms and through his walls. There's a danger in nature. When an animal gets wounded, it calls for help. Sometimes a kind human finds it and pulls it out of a trap. Other times a fellow member of the species finds it and saves it. But most often, those cries attract a predator. And in this case, Mr. Raymond's spirit was a siren. I stayed glued to the window, watching the scene, my eyes switching between the actions in the physical world as an ambulance pulled up and spiritual world, Mr. Raymond's ghost tirelessly howling and scrambling around. I wasn't sure how to help him, so I was going to decide to go to bed. That's when I saw it. All this time, I had only seen blue spirits, human, animal, or otherwise. They'd fluctuate in tone and opacity, sure, but always blue. This was the first time I ever saw a red spirit. It scrambled on all fours, long and lanky. Its arms were too long, its legs not ending in feet, but in two sharp talons, one in the front, one in the back. I covered my mouth, watching what I think was its head bob. It had no eyes, a sort of heavy shell covering the top half of its head. It was beelining to the screaming Mr. Raymond. Paramedics were having a polite conversation as it barged through them, phasing like a ghost. One paramedic turned around as if someone had tapped his shoulder, but he looked back to his friend. I saw a primal terror in Mr. Raymond's eyes. He knew this was a predator. He screamed, howling less like a man and more like an animal, before he'd charge into the house. The thing followed soon after. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it. Panicked screams, guttural cries, and then silence. Eerily quiet. Maybe Mr. Raymond had got away. Maybe he went somewhere further into the afterlife. A child struggled to comprehend non-existence, and the universe was now asking a child to comprehend what came even further after. Nausea was going to overtake me before my dad went in my room, making me turn away from the window. Hey, kiddo, hey, Mr. Raymond's, listen, yeah. He seemed unsure of how to broach the subject. Doubtly so. I considered I somehow knew Mr. Raymond had died. It's okay, Dad, I whispered. I thought it was a nightmare, but... Bad dreams, I know. Hey, listen, do you want some breakfast? Whatever you want. No, I'm not really hungry right now, but thanks, Dad. I love you lots. Love you too, buddy. Dad closed the door, probably wanting to give me some space while I processed this. There were things to process, to be sure, but I didn't want to speak on it. I turned back to the window, watching to see if the red thing had gone. It hadn't. The red thing now stood in the middle of the street, hands twitching. Hands that ended in knives, not fingers. And it was staring at me without eyes. I covered my mouth in horror. Kid logic said that safety from monsters was always under the blanket. That made sense to me, scrambling under it as I got away from the window. Maybe it hadn't noticed. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Did it want to get me next? Did it want to kill me? The blankets covered me, head to my knees as I hid. I didn't need to see it. I could hear it. The clicking and clacking of its knife fingers on the walls. The red glow as it moved inside my room. I was trapped under my blanket, quivering, and as it came into my room, it just sat there, knees to its chest right across from me. Time seemed to slow. Did I sit under the blanket for a minute? 20? 2 hours? I don't know. But it wouldn't leave, sitting there watching me. I felt bile well in my throat. I wanted to throw up from panic and dread. Experimentally, and against the child's code of what kept you safe, I removed the blanket. The thing was easily 7 feet tall, maybe more, but its arm length had to be about 8 or more. The shell on its head was more of a carapace, fused to the top of its head like a helmet. Leathery red skin, taut and tight, like leather stretched over muscle. The worst was the mouth. It had no lips, no jaws, no normal teeth. What instead I saw was a slowly rotating blender of a hole, sharp and jagged. It was uncanny to feel a stare with no eyes upon you. We locked gazes. Or at least I think we did, as I trembled in bed. I think I had peed myself, quivering, watching it observe me. It looked back, seemingly unaware of the horror I was in. We were in a stalemate until one long, bony knife finger uncurled. I watched that knife etch into the wall of my room, not damaging the physical space, but doubtlessly marking my room in the spirit world. It read, "Can you see me?" I looked at the wall, then to it, then to the wall. I nodded. Its razor maw rotated, sharp and jagged teeth spinning. "Can you hear me?" it asked, its voice guttural like it came from a drain pipe clogged with muck. I nodded. Of all the words to come out of its mouth, I didn't expect what it said next. "Sorry, I didn't want to scare you." Sorry? A monster made of knives and jagged pieces was apologizing for scaring me. "Can you hear me?" I asked back. "Yes." We stared at each other for an uncomfortable amount of time. "How did you know I could see you?" "Your eyes, they're like a lighthouse. When you looked at me, I thought I was in a spotlight." "Did you hurt him?" I asked bluntly. "Did you hurt Mr. Raymond's?" "Was that his name?" it asked. "Yes, I did. I'm sorry. Things are different when you cross over." "But that doesn't make it right," I'd argue. It looked at me, seemingly to finally parse that I was a child, before it'd tilt its head. "You will understand in time. What's your name?" "I shouldn't talk to strangers." "I don't want to be a stranger. You're the only voice I've heard since crossing over." It paused as if trying to figure out how to communicate with a child. "Then what's your name? Strangers don't give out their names." "I don't have a name," it responded. I looked at him. It occurred to me in some childish capacity that not having a name was bad. I looked him over, quivering, ignoring the panic. He might look scary, but he was being too nice, too polite. Just because someone looked horrible didn't mean they couldn't be good. "Rocky," I'd say. "Your name is Rocky." "Why?" it asked, tilting its head. "Rocky's the Red Ranger. You're red, so you're Rocky." "What's the Red Ranger?" I stared at him, realizing he probably didn't know much of anything. As an adult looking back, I realized how idiotic it all is. The juvenile desire to help, ignoring my own safety because I felt I was special. "Nothing bad ever happened to special people," spoke the childlike mind. "In fact, you can help him, and he won't hurt other people. Evil was a choice, and maybe, just maybe, I could make him something good. Rocky, do you want to be my friend?" I asked, oblivious in my youth to how stupid this was, only focused on how I could help him. "But you have to promise that you'll be good." "I would like that very much." Rocky would make no promise, only that he would like that. The longer you're in a strange situation, the more your brain just numbs itself to the insanity of it. It was strange at first, waking up to sometimes see Rocky at the foot of my bed, His appearance was sporadic. He'd appear and disappear as he saw fit. The longest I recall him being gone was about a month and a half. I almost thought he had left for good. Maybe he went to heaven. Then he came back as if nothing had changed. After a time, it became weirder when Rocky wasn't around. I'd still see spirits now and again, but I hadn't seen anything like Rocky since he came into my life. I kept him a secret from my parents, coupled with everything that had happened. I thought I was an adult now at 6 and too old for an imaginary friend. It's laughable what children think maturity is, and to my younger self's credit, Rocky wasn't imaginary. At the beginning, I merely tried to introduce him to my hobbies and interests. It was through this way that I found Rocky couldn't see electronics that well. He could make out movies, video games, and TV shows, but he told me they were often muted and filled with static. When I tried to introduce him to video games, he just didn't comprehend it. A show that you play? It doesn't make sense. Board games he seemed to respond better to, though I'd have to read the rules and explain them. It was a Friday night that I finally asked about him, alone in my room when I should have been sleeping. Mom and Dad didn't know, plus my door was locked. Where did you come from? It was a simple enough question, open-ended. I was like you. You were a person? I flipped a card for Rocky. Pass, go. I'd move his piece for him and place the money in front of him, though he didn't seem particularly interested. Rocky just seemed to enjoy being treated like a person as opposed to whatever he was. Yes. Do you remember your life? I was a person. I don't remember much of the before time. I remember that I was a soldier. Yes, I did things. I killed people. My brow furrowed as I flipped my own card. Go directly to jail. Gross. I moved my piece. Is that why you're how you are? Rocky craned his head to better look at my eyes. He liked to make eye contact, even though he had none. It is a rule I found out about the after. When you kill, when you take a life personally, you become more like me. I stared at him. It was a heavy topic for a child, much more so with the frankness he presented it with. How do you know? I've found others like me. I can smell when it's close. When someone is close to dying, the smell. What's your favorite food? I moved his piece, but I did so half-heartedly. My attention was elsewhere. I like pizza with onions. Imagine that, but you haven't eaten in years. Imagine the smell, the aroma, so close, so delicious. It was the first time I ever saw two slits open on Rocky's face. Just above that mouth, a wheezing inhalation sound. You couldn't understand it. How hungry you get. How you'll do anything for it. My mind had finally linked what had happened with Mr. Raymond's. But you only chase after bad people, right? Was Mr. Raymond's a bad person, actually? Another wheezing. This one, however, was more of a laugh. No, I don't know. I don't care. I simply need it. I frowned. This wasn't a good answer. It was cruel and callous even to a child. But you should only chase after bad people. Life and the afterlife don't care about such things. Rocky's gaze locked harder with mine. Look at me. Understand me. Fairness, justice, morality. They do not exist. When you are in the altar, you do what you need. You fight, you thrash, you eat, you survive. Because that is all there is here. It was times like this, looking back. I don't think Rocky truly grasped how young I was. I don't think he had known such words would bounce off a child's head. I only remember them now because of what would come after. What if you just didn't? I'd ask, rolling my dice. Not out of jail. Rocky Wheeze laughed again. His head tilted further down, twisting his neck until he was almost looking at me upside down. I need to eat. I need to. But... You know so little of this world.
You know so little of my own. One day, you will understand.
The room felt just a bit colder. I stared back at the board, playing my game, which at this point was me moving pieces while he watched. "Where do you go when I'm away?" I asked.
I search to fill the void.
"And, what fills the void?"
Do not ask questions that we both know the answers to.
We'd continue our game in silence after that, me moving pieces, just trying to enjoy myself. But the question lingered. Did it really take him that long to live? Was that his equivalent of chores? I don't know. Looking back, I should have shooed him off then and there, but I didn't. I wanted to try and help Rocky, whatever that meant. Maybe if he saw how I lived my life, he'd have a change of heart. "Do you want to come to school with me?" I asked. A confused look, the tapping of knife-like fingers.
I could.
"It'll be fun if you do."
I will do this. I will see how things have changed since I was in your world.
I wish there was more to talk about. More hints, more things, but that was the thing about Rocky. He was an observer. A guardian angel if you believe he was pure. A malevolent curse if you don't. It was rather unnerving how normal that school day was. He didn't comment or say anything. He merely watched. The expression never changed. Passive confusion. An alien on the outside, watching acts and rituals. Nothing seemed to click. It finally occurred to me that maybe Rocky was too far gone. Maybe Rocky had just let his mind wander away from what it meant to be like us. To be human. The one brief note was that as we were walking to lunch, Rocky stopped. I didn't say anything and kept walking, but he seemed to be drawn to another classroom. My school went from kindergarten to 8th grade. Rocky focused entirely on a history class, watching what I think was a war movie. His head tilted to the side, breaking away from me as he went to look through the window. Rocky would rejoin me later after lunch. It was during recess now, and I was distracted playing kickball. Rocky followed me, watching children play, as I guarded the outfield. "Do you see something that you remembered?" I asked in a hushed whisper.
Yes, maybe, possibly.
"What was it?"
A faraway place. Blood, fire, noise. Hate.
Rocky stopped what he was saying. Those slits on his face where his nose would be opened up, drinking the air of the after in deeply. A low guttural groan rippled from his throat. The words stopped. Every muscle in his body flexed, growing taut. His fingers writhing as he smelt something. "Rocky?" I whispered, confused. He didn't respond to me. I don't think he even knew who I was. He dropped to all fours and began to sprint. It was exactly as I saw him when Mr. Raymond's died, a wild, charging behemoth. The worst part of it all was how silent he was. The silence made it easy for me to hear the braying of something in the distance, the direction of which Rocky had begun sprinting towards. It was feasting time. "Idiot, the ball!" I was so distracted that I hadn't noticed that the kickball had landed in my field, tumbling toward the direction Rocky had gone. Morbid curiosity overcame me as I saw it roll where he had gone, his mountainous form hunched over something. Sorry, I'll get it." I called out, rushing to follow it. When others weren't looking, I'd subtly nudge it toward the tree line. Our school was on the very edge of a forest, with no fence to stop children. An oversight from the pre-millennium, to be sure. The ball tumbled down into the forest's edge, just close enough to where Rocky was. I could finally see it then. The scene before me. It was the first time I had seen Rocky actually doing what he did, as opposed to hearing from afar. In the physical world, I saw a dead body for the first time. A deer freshly deceased. Nothing that would scare someone, unless they'd never seen a dead body before. The spirit world, on the other hand, was a different story. The blue body of the spirit was torn apart. I would have never considered such a sight could exist in the realm beyond life, yet here it was. The deer wasn't a deer anymore. Having been rended apart with a brutal savagery my young mind could have never comprehended. Limbs sent in all directions, the body torn asunder, yet there was a softness to it. Already that gore began to evaporate, disappearing from the world around it, and there, hunched over the spiritual carcass, was Rocky, shoveling pieces of it into his blender maw, completely ignoring me. Gore shot out from his mouth, anything that wouldn't feed him staining the ground. Claws torn apart what remained, getting pieces that could fit. He gorged himself on whatever he could, ignoring me watching. Did he not care? Did he want me to watch? Or was that hunger so all-consuming that he couldn't be bothered to think about anything other than eating? "Dude, what's taking so long?" one of my classmates called out, running up to me. "Whoa, is that a dead deer? Gross!" It was right then that I collapsed. I got to go home early after that. The guidance counselor recommended some time with me, see how I felt and if things could help. I'd have to visit them a bit, considering I had such a strong aversion to what they thought was me seeing a dead animal. Maybe I was frail mentally, in their eyes, to the idea of mortality. I kept my mouth shut. Nobody would believe me if I told them what I saw. If anything, they may consider me wrong, having vivid, violent images in my head. It didn't take a child to know that the things you imagine tell a lot about your own mind. Rocky followed me home as he always did. I couldn't look at him. I think he realized, finally coming off his binge of feasting, that he might have frightened me. Maybe he'd see my reaction and change his ways. I had hope he'd realize things were dire between us. When I finally got to bed, alone in my room after a horrid day, Rocky just stared at me. I couldn't read his expression, but it slowly dawned on me. There was no apology to be given, no remorse, nothing. What looked back at me across the edge of my room was something that held no forgiveness. Why would it forgive what was normalcy? "That was horrible, Rocky," I said.
I told you, there is no fairness in the here nor the after.
"You didn't have to be so mean."
Maybe not.
"Was that what you did to Mr. Raymond's?" Rocky slowly clawed his way over to me, sitting by the bed parallel to me.
I cannot stop. That hunger, that pain, I feel it all the time. I need it to stop. I need it to end. Even now, I am in agony. Talking helps me forget, but it never goes away. Be it napalm or be it a campfire, it's still fire. It's always there, burning me.
"I'm sorry it's like that for you," I'd say.
If I could stop, I would, but I don't act through hate or vengeance or spite. I do this because I need to.
The pity I had felt, the empathy vanished. It dawned on me that Rocky was not something or someone that could change. Rocky was less of a person and more of a sentient animal, driven by food, driven by whatever he needed. I had let the wolf into my home, and now it was there. But something else clawed at my mind. "Rocky?" I asked.
Yes.
"If I died, would we still be friends?" Silence. Complete, dreadful silence. It was almost as if for the first time, Rocky wanted to be picky with how he worded things. After that dead air, he finally spoke.
Do you truly want the answer?
Now it was my turn to be silent. I didn't want to know, but I knew. Nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts eternally. One day, things die. In a way, my silence was my answer. My knowledge about the after had once given me peace. Now it made me reconsider everything. I couldn't be near Rocky when I died, but what if there was an accident? What if a meteor fell on my house tonight? What if I got hit by a car, and what if Rocky was there? The things I had once considered my friend was now an omen, an ominous reminder, always following me, always watching. I felt ill. I felt terrified. Existential dread, the thing I had believed I had passed, loomed over me now more than ever. Every day that passed, I was closer to dying. And Rocky would be there, waiting for me. Whether I liked it or not, it's there that I realized that he was a sword looming over me. Could I get away from him? Could I escape him? No. He didn't need to sleep. Rocky could watch and wait, eyes locked on me. I could never escape him. I couldn't run from him. He was a ticking time bomb. The day I would die, he'd be upon me. I felt nausea overcome me, dread, terror. He would always be there, watching, waiting, yet to him, he couldn't grasp my terror. To him, I was just a friend he'd one day tear apart when the final breath escaped his body. These were things a child shouldn't have to think about. Rocky watched me sit in contemplation, opting to join me in it, those long, sharp fingers resting on bony knees as he'd stare forward. I was so focused on myself that I hadn't considered death may come for someone else, close to me. Someone once said there are never any clean deaths in life. Death is never cinematic. It's either far too quick or far too slow. Young as I was, I couldn't grasp it at first. Mom and Dad would have long talks alone. Sometimes it'd grow in volume, but never above a whisper. They didn't want me knowing. Rocky couldn't hear them either, though he never left, always lurking, always hanging over me. For years, this specter haunted me. I even had to go to a sleep clinic because there were numerous nights I couldn't sleep with Rocky there. I dare not tell anyone. I had reached the point where I realized that if I had told anyone, they'd most likely throw me in some insane asylum. Let's not even entertain the idea of what it would be like if people did believe what I saw. It was when I was about 8 years old that Mom and Dad pulled me aside. They were, at last, open and honest about what the problem was. Cancer. I don't know the word for it. Irony? Dark humor? Some divine amusement that in my life, where I was constantly the unwilling host to a saw-mouthed monster that saw me as its one friend, the most normal of horrors had crept into my life. I wouldn't know the word for it, but it certainly changed things. Money around my house became tighter. Mom went in for more treatments as time went on. We'd have peaks and valleys where it looked like Mom would get better, only for it to reappear like an ugly ghost. It was during this hospital visit that I saw the antithesis of Rocky, or whatever the alternative to him was. We had gone to a hospital so Mom could get more blood work done. It was the first time I had opted to come along. I felt I was old enough to handle it now at the mature adult age of 10. Walking the halls of hospital, I saw them. They looked like your classic Grim Reaper, dark hooded things, slowly and mournfully moving up and down the hallways. Loud and panicked beeping went off. My family moved to the side as multiple doctors came rushing down the hallway with a massive cart of supplies and medical equipment. The voices were rushed and panicked. IV drips, drugs, things I couldn't pronounce as they tried to save someone's life. A young man, from the sound of it. I knew they had failed when I heard things go quiet, and then the screaming began. That horrid screaming. That screaming I knew would bring other things like Rocky. But this time, it didn't. The black-robed things began to congregate as I saw his blue spirit wildly thrash, trying to push them away. He didn't speak, the man howling like an animal even as they descended upon him. But there was no ripping, no squelching. There wasn't any sound at all. One by one they held him. His spirit wasn't torn apart. He simply seemed to fade away like dust. A peaceful end. I wouldn't know for sure. Maybe they were just the kinder alternative to Rocky. Either way, their end seemed more preferable to whatever Rocky would do. This was the visit, however, that would make things go wrong. For years, they had tried everything they could with Mom. Delays, hopes, chances. Today, there would be no second chance. Her cancer had progressed to being terminal. They could keep her alive longer, to be sure, but it wasn't going to last. She had to make a choice. Prolong things, or let them run their course. We went home in silence that day, contemplating. I cried. A lot. I was sad. I was losing my mom. It was the worst thing that could have happened to me, until I heard her ask for something that made my stomach drop into the pavement. Jacob, I want hospice. I want to be home. Hospice. That word I knew. It's when people died at home. A home where Rocky was. There was no way I could convince her. I was old enough to realize that, and knew things wouldn't work out in my favor. That'd mean I'd have to do something I hadn't in years. I'd have to talk to Rocky. When we arrived home, I quickly got up the stairs. Mom and Dad thought I needed time alone. Rocky was there today, watching me as I locked eyes with him, his head tilted.
You haven't looked at me like that in a long time. Those eyes, those lights.
You need to leave, I demanded in a quiet whisper.
Why?
He'd ask. Because I said so. I didn't want to tell him the truth. If you're my friend, if you ever were my friend, you'll leave. Now. A long silence, the room thick with tension. Rocky stared at me, those hands scraping the floor. He'd move closer, crawling on all fours to get at eye level with me. A boy trying to be strong in the face of a monster.
No.
What do you mean, no? I want you out. I stuttered, trying to hold my ground.
No, I am not leaving. Your lights, your voice. I need them. I want them. But that's not why I'm not leaving. No. I'm not leaving because I can smell it.
Those slits on Rocky's face opened, breathing in deeply. Fingers dragging along the ground. The smell? I moved away from him. Rocky's anatomy had only gotten worse as I got older, but the smelling never sat right with me. Deep inhales resounded in the room.
Oh, I can smell it. Something's close. Something's decaying. Soon.
Rocky muttered.
Someone's crossing. Maybe they'll cross over soon. I need it. I want it. I have to feast. I must feast.
You're a freak. A monster.
No, I am an animal like any other. We're all animals. We all have needs, and I need this.
Rocky clawed his way away from me. But those deep inhales never left. He kept sniffing, drinking in the stench of death, drinking in my mom dying. I had never been more angry, never more scared, and never more helpless. The next 2 years went by both like a flash and agonizingly slow at the same time. More family came to visit. Dad spiraled into depression. Mom tried to keep things happy, even as she degraded, and all the while, out of the corner of my eye, I could see Rocky. He grew bolder day by day, wandering around our house like a beast claiming territory. A ward to anyone else around that this was his to have. I wanted to punch younger me for bringing in a feral monster into our home. And just like that, there we were. Most of the family was gathered around the bed. Mom lay there, gaunt and pale. She looked between all of us, holding my dad's hand. And there was, too, Rocky, looming over the entire proceedings, eyes fixed on my mother. There were tears abound by everyone, but I was holding it together as best I could. Mom looked at me. Honey? Yeah? I stared at her. Her eyes were sunken by sickness. Mine were sunken in horror and sorrow. I love you and always will. You know that, right? I nodded. I knew that was true. And you know I'm always going to be watching over you, right? I nodded. I knew that was a lie. If you're ever... Mom started saying something. She continued to say something, but I couldn't hear her words. My eyes growing wide. Tears ran down my face. The people around me must have thought I had broken down at last, at everything happening. In truth, I could recognize the sound. Like rainfall hitting wood. Drip, drip, drip. I knew what it was. My eyes wandering. I wish I hadn't looked. Rocky was drooling from that open, knife-filled maw. Right onto the floor. Mom smiled at me. You're going to be okay. I wasn't. I love you so much and I'll always be here. She wouldn't. Do you all mind if I close my eyes for just a moment? Go ahead, Mom. Inside, I was screaming at her not to shut her eyes, not to let go. Her eyes shut. Her breathing slowed and slowed and slowed. I couldn't bear it. I ran. I left the room and I ran into mine. I shut the door. I locked the door. I stuffed my head under a pillow. I turned on the TV. I started playing music. Even so, I could hear my family in the other room. They were all crying, talking, speaking among themselves. I could hear them. I could hear everything. The screaming started. My mom's voice. It didn't last long at all. Before I had only heard Rocky's work from afar. A room away, I could hear every horrid thing. My mind could piece together similar sounds alone. The wet, slashing sound like a butcher's knife cleaving through meat. The bludgeoning noises of heavy hands on something soft and wet. The sound of someone overturning a bucket, spraying its contents on the floor and around the room. The screaming devolved into soft cries, gurgling, choked grasps. And then the other sound. The gorging. The wet noises of jawless maw cramming in anything that could feed. Tearing chunks apart. It lasted for about 10 minutes, but it felt like 1,000 years. Anger welled in me alongside my terror. Let me tell you, reader, that fear and hate intermingle. They're lovers, close spirits, and they make a home together. For the first time, I felt something other than fear about Rocky spread through me. Raw, unbridled hatred. After all, he just killed my mom. Rocky didn't return to my room until an hour later. I don't know if it was some manner of clarity after eating or genuine guilt, but return he did, fingers and teeth stained in blue as he'd look at me before moving to a corner to sit. Get out, I whispered.
It had to be this way,
Rocky responded. I'm going to kill you. At this, Rocky snapped his head towards me. Shock. Not that he felt betrayed or hurt, like I had said something that wounded him. No, this was a look of surprise. Not once, since this thing had crossed over, had it been threatened. There was almost a look of amusement in its eyes. And then it smiled. That bloody hole of a maw twisted into the closest thing of a grin it could.
Good luck.
Rocky crawled out of the window then, leaving behind a trail of gore, a trail I could never wash out. When I'd sleep, when I'd come home, I'd always see it. the dark blue stain of what my mom had been. There is not much more to it. We buried her remains. Dad was depressed, but he moved on. I didn't. I never did. After what happened, Rocky never came back. I know Rocky is out there in this in-between, and it is why I am writing this. Consider this my confession. This will be the last you hear of me because I figured it out. I have figured out what makes you into something like Rocky when you die. I am an adult now with the funds and capabilities to finish this plan. I am going to do many things. Terrible things. I am going to drink deep of the well of monsters and give myself every single fighting chance I have against that horrible thing. And when I feel I have drank as much as I could until bile fills my soul, I am going to return to my home from when I was a boy and cross over. I am going to find Rocky, and I will make him pay. I don't know if I can stop a monster, and the thought of seeing him again fills me with dread and horror, but it also fills me with hate, and hate will drive me forward. I know what happens when you die, and God willing, I am going to make Rocky find out what happens after. The problem started a year after my sister, Emma, disappeared. No one knew what happened to her. She was out in the woods hiking along the trail near our family's cabin when she vanished without a trace. The police searched for days, but all they found was her backpack, half buried beneath a pile of leaves. They called it an accident, maybe a wild animal. The police eventually chalked it up to coyotes. My grandmother, on the other hand, swore up and down the creature in the woods took her. Back when I was a kid, that would have rattled me, but as an adult, I only found it inappropriate. I drove out there alone one crisp autumn evening, hoping to find some remembrance of her. The cabin sat in the heart of the forest, isolated, just as it had been when we were kids. It was a place of comfort, but now it felt frozen in time. That night, I sat outside by the fire, the crackling flames offering some semblance of warmth as the sun sank beneath the horizon. As the night deepened, the forest grew quiet. The usual sounds of crickets and owls fell silent. Then the wind stilled. It took me until I was halfway back to the cabin, after the fire simmered out, to notice the usually annoying frogs by the near pond had stopped their chattering. And then I heard a low, deep growl coming from the darkness just beyond the tree line. My blood ran cold. It didn't sound like any animal I knew. It was guttural and strange, almost feminine. I stood frozen, trying to convince myself it was just the wind, but deep down, I knew better. The growl came again, closer this time. My heart raced. I began sprinting to the cabin. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to find out. As I fumbled with the door, I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, crunching on the dry leaves, the sound echoing through the air. I could feel its gaze as I finally stumbled inside. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I rushed to the windows and pulled the blinds shut, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there. Then I heard the thing again, the sound of scraping claws dragging against wood. I turned towards the noise at the back of the cabin and see the other window I forgot to close. The moonlight was shining enough to show a shadowy figure walking past, the shape of something tall, too tall. It was moving, jerking in an unnatural way, as if it was struggling to keep itself still. And then it stopped. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't move. The figure slowly turned toward the window. Its face was a twisted mockery of a human's, stretched and warped, with eyes an eerie yellow. I felt my stomach drop. The thing outside had a familiar, grotesque smile looking straight at me. I knew it then. This wasn't some wild animal. This was something far worse. I stumbled backward, my mind racing with memories of Emma. She had been here in these woods a year ago. Had it taken her? Was it out there now, waiting for me to step into its trap? I grabbed the rifle my grandfather had left behind and held it tightly, but deep down, I knew a weapon wouldn't save me from something like this. The door shuddered as something pressed against it from the other side. "Katie," a voice called. It was soft and coaxing, but then it grew darker, more sinister. "Come here. I've missed you." My blood ran cold. It was Emma's voice, but I knew it wasn't really her. My sister was gone. This thing was using her voice to lure me out. It wanted me to step into the woods, to make the same mistake she had. I couldn't move. My hands were shaking and my mind raced with everything I heard from my grandma. If I went out there, I would be next. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding in my chest. The scraping sound came again, this time closer, the wood creaking under the weight of whatever was out there. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. My mind flashed to the year before. Emma. I remembered her smile, her laugh. I remembered the way she used to call my name when we were kids. Her voice so full of life. But now it was just a whisper in the dark. The back door crashed open. I shot. I don't know how I made it to my car. My legs were moving on their own, carrying me as fast as they could out of the house. The thing screeched from the house louder than any siren I've ever heard. I reached the car and managed to lock the door. I looked at the cabin and froze. Standing in the doorway was the creature my grandmother described all those years ago. The long limbs, the eyes, the claws. I started pulling out of the driveway as fast as I could, mentally kicking myself for not just driving off right away. "Come here," it yelled, chasing me. The sound of its claws kicking up tremendous amounts of gravel. "We can be together again." I began crying, the sound of my sister bringing hurt and confusion. This isn't how I want to remember her. My car almost did a donut from how quickly I turned to the main road, the thing still following me. How I wished that it wasn't the middle of the night. Maybe then something could have scared this thing off. I wished a lot of things that night. I prayed for the first time in years. The thoughts clouded my head so much I almost wrecked. A cold, dry laugh then sent chills crawling up my spine. "You can't run from me, sister. You never could." And then it jumped in front of my car. I didn't really think it fully through when I pressed on the gas, but I did it. My car went right over the monster and kept going until I was 1,000,000% certain it wasn't chasing me anymore. Only then did I stop at a gas station and buy so many energy drinks. It could stop an elephant. I haven't been back since. But my parents are planning a big family reunion for later this year at the cabin. And I don't know how to tell them why. It's a terrible idea. Working at a fast food restaurant was never my dream job. I recently divorced my wife. Things were bitter, and unfortunately, I had been forced to hand over 75% of my assets by the order of a judge. My now ex-wife used our savings account to hire an expensive lawyer who managed to direct all our problems at myself. It was mostly bull, but what was I to do? I argued the case and how she used our money to buy herself a lawyer. But if you know anything about divorce courts, they're usually hell. so I moved my few remaining items out of the house and went to find a new place to live. I eventually found a mediocre apartment complex and settled down there. The next few weeks were terrible. I couldn't focus and was eventually fired from my desk job due to inefficient production. My apartment was in a bad spot of town, but was cheap enough for me to maintain my rent payments for a few months. Finding a job was, as you'd expect, difficult for someone who was fired. I went through several interviews, but was always left with the same, "We found a candidate that better fit our needs, blah blah blah." I hated that so much. They didn't give a crap about me or anyone else they rejected. After scrounging the web for weeks, I finally surrendered myself to lower-level jobs. I found a notice that the fast food restaurant Checkers was hiring night staff. I decided to apply, as it gave me more time during the day to search for another 9-to-5 job. Long story short, the interview went well and I got the job. I was introduced to the night crew and they trained me quickly. It was an easy enough job. Practically no one ever came in. Maintaining the grill and helping the crew clean at the end of each shift was decent enough. However, one night things were different. It was a cool night in March 2023. I arrived early to find that there was a mad rush of people. We usually had like 10 to 15 people each night, but there must have been at least 25 people at the restaurant. I hurried to the back where I saw 3 of my coworkers frantically getting things together. The cashier was named Tyler and looked super relieved to see me. He told me there was this sudden influx of customers and only 3 workers. It wasn't working out well and people were starting to get impatient. Jasmine was the second worker, who helped get shakes and fries prepared. She smiled and waved to me. Waving back, I turned then to Joe, my boss, who was flipping burgers on the grill. He looked at me and grumbled, "Well, come on, we ain't got all day. Get on the grill." I quickly adjusted my name tag and got to work. Joe went back to his office as I took over on the grill. Things were stressful and my shift had just begun. It was almost like the whole town was getting food at once. Thankfully, the 3 of us made a good team and were able to get through the mad rush in about 15 minutes. I sighed in relief and smiled at my coworkers when Joe emerged from his office. "Tyler, Albert, my office now." "Yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Albert, and I'm 32 years old." "That's good enough." Anyway, in his office, Joe instructed us that we would be doing some side projects that night when it was quiet. He said he'd like us to start searching the inside and outside of the restaurant for any damage that should be reported to the higher-ups. Then he wants us to refill everything in the dining room, napkins, condiments, etc. And then finally he said we needed to get an inventory together of our food. Tyler and I nodded and went back to the front. We rolled our eyes at each other and began planning. We checked all around the inside of the restaurant and everything looked good. We then filled the napkin dispensers, salt and pepper shakers, ketchup bottles, etc. Then we cleaned off the tables the best we could. By the time we finished all of that, it was about 2:15 a.m. I was due for my break in the next hour, so I decided to spend some time getting inventory together in the fridge. Then suddenly remembered that we didn't check the outside of the restaurant for damage. So he went outside and began investigating. I began at the beginning of the fridge and worked my way to the back. I knew we had to do the freezer still, so I tried to prepare myself for the immense cold that I thought would follow soon. Going through each box, I had most of the numbers written down. Food, condiments, etc. I went towards the last set of boxes in the corner when something caught my eye. I thought I saw a faint purple glow coming from behind the boxes. Moving them aside, I noticed there was a chunk of wall that looked damaged. However, before I could write a note for Joe, I paused. The chunk, which was probably about 3 feet wide, looked like it was rippling. I shook my head and looked back. The wall moved again. I thought I was starting to get very tired and was hallucinating. I got on my knees and reached forward towards the chunk. When my hands contacted the wall, I was immediately thrusted forward hard and everything went dark. I woke up on the floor of the fridge. My head was aching. I slowly sat up and looked around. The boxes in front of me were still cleanly organized. I turned back to the wall and saw the damaged chunk was still there, but the ripple and purple glow weren't. I sighed, thinking I really must have been hallucinating. I slowly got to my feet and headed out of the fridge. I saw Tyler and Joe talking in the middle of the dining room. Approaching them, they turned to me. "Oh, thank heavens. There you are," Joe said. "Where in the world were you? We've been looking for 10 minutes. "I was getting inventory taken care of in the fridge," I mumbled. Looks to me like you tried to get some shut-eye too, Al," Joe said, raising an eyebrow. You see, I don't know. I must have knocked my head on something and blacked out," I said, rubbing my forehead. "Oh," Joe said, frowning. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I think so." "We'll go get some water and take a break. Don't worry, Tyler will finish inventory," Joe said with a smile on his face. "Yeah, don't worry about it, man. I've got this," Tyler said, patting my shoulder and smiling. "Thanks, guys," I said. I got water and sat down, wiped my eyes, and took deep breaths. A bit later, I began to feel better, so I got up and went back to the freezer, where Tyler was counting. He said he was almost finished in the freezer, so I was good to go relax in the kitchen. I obliged and found Jasmine. She saw me and asked, "Hey, you doing all right?" "Yes, much better, thank you," I replied with a smile. I was used to Tyler and Jasmine being nice to me, but Joe smiling at me was a first. I thought that maybe he was just relieved I was okay, but it unsettled me. For the rest of my shift, the restaurant stayed quiet. There were a few orders, but I must have been in the zone because getting the burgers made felt so much easier than before. Once the restaurant closed at 4 a.m., Joe called a brief meeting with us and gave us all pats on the shoulder for a great shift. He said we could go home early. The morning crew could finish cleaning everything. We thanked him and all went our separate ways. Once I got to my car, I took a few moments to try and understand what happened in that fridge. In the car, I looked in the mirror and saw I had a big bruise on my forehead. Just my luck. Before driving, I checked myself for a concussion, which I hadn't considered before. A part of me was concerned that my mental state wasn't quite right, since things felt like they went too well at the end of my shift. But I seemed fine. I took deep breaths and slowly began the drive home. The drive went noticeably better than usual. The worst part of town usually had scattered debris, drug dealers in the alleys, and potholes. That time, though, things were basically spotless, like the community had finally gotten its stuff together. Getting back to my apartment building, I wasn't met with the same aura as before. I know it sounds strange, but I've run into neighbors before who were jerks, and the halls sometimes reeked of weed. Nothing this time. Once I was inside my apartment, I was met with the same familiar sight from before, which helped ease my mind a bit. I quickly ate, showered, and went to bed. I didn't look further into anything that night. I just needed sleep. I woke up around 2 p.m. like normal. I felt clear in the head again. Going to the bathroom, I checked the mirror and saw my bruise was already starting to fade. Like before, my pupils were fine, and my balance was normal. I avoided serious injury and was relieved. I spent more time applying for jobs online. Wouldn't you believe it? But that same day, I received calls from companies asking for interviews. I was ecstatic. This had never happened in all the years I had been applying for jobs. It put me in such a good mood for work that night. On the way to Checkers, I once again noticed the route was much more peaceful than it had been before. The roads were clean, and a group of guys noticed me and waved with big smiles. I was confused, but returned a smile and waved too. It felt almost fantastic. I had dealt with so many jerks on the road that the simple gesture made me feel overjoyed. At Checkers, I was fortunate to see that there were only a couple customers scattered around the place. Tyler and Jasmine were finishing up the 2 orders when I went back into the kitchen. They both greeted me. I clocked in and immediately got to work prepping patties for future orders. I realized that there weren't any customers in line at the time, and things were just peaceful. The place looked cleaner than usual too. I asked my coworkers if they cleaned the room recently. No, we've just been lucky today," Tyler said with a grin. Moments later, Joe came out of his office and approached the counter. "Hey Al, since the place is calm, I have a job for you. We've had some issues with the drive-through speaker. Could you go outside and see if you can figure out what the problem is? We have a small breaker behind the menu that you can check. I hadn't gotten a chance to check it out yet." I told him that I wasn't too familiar with that type of work, but he assured me that I only needed to see if anything seemed damaged or unplugged. I made my way outside. I went behind the drive-through menu and found the panel I needed. Opening it, I was met with dozens of wires, all with different colors and ports. I was baffled but started examining. I was probably out there for half an hour. I went through all the ports, nothing was unplugged. I went through the wires, all of them were good. As I closed the breaker door, I heard something strange. It sounded like a gurgle. I approached the other side of the drive-through board and noticed the speaker. The first sound I heard from the speaker all shift, and it was that. I backed up and listened around to make sure it wasn't something else. Sure enough, it was the speaker. I found myself walking slowly towards it. When I was close enough, I then began hearing something else. It almost sounded like a whisper. "I'm ready, I'm ready." It was barely audible, but I picked it up. "I'm ready, I'm ready." I began to mouth the phrase, trying to figure out what it meant. Was one of my coworkers playing a prank on me? No, that couldn't be. How would they know if the speaker was working? Suddenly, without warning, the speaker hissed out a loud, "I'm ready," causing me to fall on my butt. The speaker then stopped. Without any hesitation, I got up and ran back into the restaurant. I slammed through the front doors and made my way to the counter. Tyler and Jasmine's eyes widened as they asked if I was okay. I panted, hands on my knees, before looking up. "Yeah, nice prank, guys. You got me good," as Joe came out of his office. Tyler and Jasmine looked at each other confused. "What prank?" Jasmine said. "The one with the speaker outside, the hissing and gurgling sounds," I claimed. Jasmine and Tyler had blank looks on their faces. "Neither of us did anything, Al," Jasmine said. "What's going on here?" asked Joe. I told him about what happened outside at the speaker. Joe then asked me to go through what I had done. After doing so, he asked if I could show him outside what exactly happened. I did, but of course nothing happened that time. Joe shrugged it off, and that was about all we mentioned about it for the rest of the shift. One good thing about this Checkers was that we had a period before the end of our shift where customers rarely came through, so we could all take short breaks. The break that day was relaxing. It definitely took my mind off that speaker. The rest of my shift went by smoothly. Joe even said we could take burgers home for us if we wanted. On him. The next day I did my usual routine. I was greeted with another phone call from an employer wishing to schedule an interview, which made me happy again. When it was time to get to Checkers, I took the bus to shake things up. On the way, it was peaceful and quiet like the day before, but there was one extra thing that caught my attention. There is this alleyway that's particularly known for its violence and drug dealing. What I saw in there was a strange red substance next to a dumpster. It didn't look like blood, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Things seemed to be getting stranger following my accident in the freezer. I started to wonder if I did have a concussion after all. I told myself I'd get checked out by a doctor in the morning. At work, things were normal until our break. Joe said we could take the whole hour. Tyler and Jasmine asked if I wanted to go to an all-night ethnic cafe down the street. I was delighted, as I was in the mood to try a new place. It was a very nice night. I almost forgot how great it was just relaxing at night with friends, without worrying about work or gangs. We got to the restaurant. It looked nice inside, and there were quite a few people there considering the time. Our hostess greeted us with a huge smile and showed us to our seats. Tyler said he's been there several times and loved it. He just told me to keep an open mind. Our waitress welcomed us with a smile and our menus. Tyler was certainly right, as none of the names made any sense. I ended up getting what I was told was a stew. Tyler and Jasmine said they really enjoyed working with me and wanted to show their appreciation with a gift. They then presented me with a blue sweater that Tyler had somehow kept hidden. I was amazed and thanked them. After some more lighthearted conversations, the waitress came back with our food. My mood dropped immediately. The stew was a brown mixture of what looked like slimy meat and mushy rice. Tyler and Jasmine's dishes also looked awful. Tyler got a sandwich with a sickly green bread and greasy red meat. Jasmine got a salad with brown lettuce and a big blob of a black, shiny liquid in the middle. I looked to both of them uncertain. Tyler laughed and reassured me this was normal. I shakily grabbed my spoon and scooped up a bit of the stew. The smell was rancid, but with a deep breath I quickly ate it. It wasn't as bad as it looked, but it was sour. I didn't want to be rude though, so I kept eating. Tyler and Jasmine both ate normally and looked like they were really enjoying their food. I shuddered as I kept eating more and more of that brown stuff. After Tyler reached the middle of the sandwich, I heard a sickly popping noise. The meat popped and a puddle of red goo dripped onto his plate. I nearly barfed but kept it down. Tyler laughed and said, "Oops, I forgot about that part." After an agonizing meal, we left and headed back to the restaurant. I felt like crap but managed to eat the whole bowl. On the way back, I had to duck into an alleyway and retch. Tyler rested a hand on my shoulder and said, well, I guess that place isn't for everyone. You good, Al?" Nodding, he helped me back to the street and to the restaurant. Once we were back on, Joe had me start cleaning the tables. He noticed I looked bad and knew keeping me away from food would probably be a smart move. As I approached the final hour of my shift, I was finally feeling better. I finished cleaning and refilling condiments in the dining room. That's when I looked up and noticed no one was manning the counter. I called out for my coworkers but got no response. I went behind the counter. No one was there, but the grill was still on. A single burger was getting overcooked, so I took it off and chucked it. I then saw a bit of light coming out of Joe's office. I began slowly walking towards the door when I heard a whispering sound coming from the other side. I crept over as much as I could and began listening. Joe, Tyler, and Jasmine were in there having a discussion. "I told you we don't need to rush this. We have him. We must be patient. Why the hell did you take him to that restaurant?" "I wanted to earn his trust more, and I was hungry." "Oh yeah, that must have worked out well, huh? Anyway, trust me, we won't be waiting much longer. Once the process is complete, we will be good until the next one comes along." I wish the one knew how hungry we truly are. I'm getting sick of this slop. "By all means, go tell him yourself then. Just be grateful we have a fresh one here. This is what we've been waiting for." I was frozen with confusion and fear. What the hell was going on? Were they talking about me? Unsure what was happening, I crept back behind the counter. A few moments later, Joe's door opened. All three of them came out and walked towards me. "Okay guys, listen. We're doing very well so far, but I think, as I've told you two already, we need to find new ways to bring in more customers. I got a call from headquarters and they..." "Al, you okay?" I stuttered out a yes and smiled. My armpits were sweaty and I could tell it was noticeable. Deep down I knew I had to get out of there. I just needed to. "Al, I can see you're still not feeling well. I get it. Food can be very hit or miss. Come here, let's get you a glass of water." Keeping suspicions low, I agreed. Sitting down at a dining room table, I took a few sips of water as Joe finished talking about bringing in new customers. When that was over, I quickly got up. I must have been too quick because Joe and Tyler looked at me suddenly. I stuttered, saying I needed to use the bathroom. Joe nodded with a smile. I slowly backed up and turned around. Right before I needed to make a left to get to the bathroom, I turned right and bolted for the front door. When I was a few steps away, I felt something hard hit the back of my head. I fell to my knee, and a chloroform rag was shoved in my face. I passed out. I eventually woke up in a strange place. It was very dark, but I managed to see the outlines of a couple dozen people standing a few feet away. I was sitting on a stool with my ankles and wrists tied together. Once my eyes adjusted, I saw the outlines of Joe, Tyler, and Jasmine approach. They had robes on, hoods over their heads. Joe then said, "Al, you saw what type of slop we have to eat here. We are all starving for something better, something more. I'm happy to say you have been selected. You should feel honored, being the next chosen one for our Lord. We all appreciate your cooperation and will make sure you are rewarded. But now, we begin." Suddenly, all of the figures looked up as they started chanting. Their eyes began to glow a shade of yellow. They kept repeating the same chant, something I couldn't understand. Then Joe's booming voice started reciting. "O Holy One, your loyalists present to thee a new spirit for us to feast, a fresh soul for us all, in the hopes we will be nourished again." The room around me started to rumble. I then saw a bright yellow glow emerge behind me. I jumped from the stool, falling to the ground as I saw what was happening. An altar was set up with a dozen red candles, and a large gap was forming in the ground in front of it. The yellow glow was spilling out of it, before I saw a giant, hideously deformed hand fly out of it, slamming the ground. Its fingers, abnormally long and gray, with long black fingernails, began clawing the floor. The other hand flew out, slamming onto the altar, crushing it. All the candles faded out. I struggled with the rope. The knot was double-tied. Its body then emerged. It was a strange, shadowy figure. Small ripples flew off its figure like a fire. I saw the outline of a face in the figure, mouth wide open, sockets empty. I began thrusting my wrists around, trying to slip my hands out. As the creature finished emerging, the glow disappeared and the loyalist suddenly took a knee. The creature, I could tell, was staring right into my soul. As I began sweating hard, I was almost relieved to feel the rope moving down my right hand. Then the people chanted the same thing. "The holy creature always has the first bite. We are grateful. We are grateful." Suddenly the creature began to glow red. The room shook again. I was able to yank my hand out of the rope. The loyalists were on one knee, heads lowered towards the ground. I untied the other hand. The creature's figure began stretching out, the light continuing to glow. Red streams started to circle it. I fumbled with the knot around my ankles. As I miraculously got it off, I stumbled to my feet right as the creature screeched. I bolted. I leapt over the loyalists and slammed through the door in the back of the room. I was back on the street. I recognized it. It was close to Checkers. Those fools only took me down the road. I knew what I needed to do. This place was not my own. I wasn't dreaming. I was in a different reality, a different dimension. There was a portal in the fridge, and I failed to recognize the signs. The uncomfortably clean seats, the friendly people, my coworkers being super nice, and that food I ate. They lured me there. They tried to keep me happy and unaware. They wanted me to stay. They wanted to devour my soul, but they slipped and took me to that repulsive cafe. I had to get the hell out of there. As I started sprinting down the road, I heard the screams of the creature echoing through the building. After I ran about a block, the creature flew out of the building. It started using its disgusting hands to propel forward towards me, the loyalists following next to it, their eyes glowing a bright yellow color, full of fury and hunger. The environment around me began changing. The sky went completely black. The buildings began turning an eerie shade of red. The grass where it used to grow turned into red sand, like what I saw next to the dumpster. Black puddles also began forming in the road. As I kept running, the world around me kept breaking apart. More red sand appeared, and the buildings beside me began almost melting. The creature was gaining on me. I had to start leaping over black puddles to avoid them. Jumping over the last, I ended up dropping my apartment keys. I cursed as they fell into the puddle. As they fell in, I saw black, goopy hands begin viciously tearing them apart. Too late to salvage them. Breaking through Checker's front door, I made my way to the fridge. The creature slammed through the door as well, about 3 steps behind me. In the fridge, I pushed aside boxes and dove for the corner. I could see the ripple in the wall again. The creature behind me leapt. I felt myself lurch forward. Everything then went black again. I woke up on the floor of the Checkers fridge. My head was throbbing, boxes laid around me. I heard Joe's voice as he entered the fridge. "What the devil are you doing in here? What happened?" He came over and knelt as I began sitting up. "Well," Joe said, I think I tried to move these boxes out of the way at once. They must have fallen on my head and knocked me out. Oh God." Joe, eyeing me down, then sighed. "You should get some water, son." He guided me to a table. Tyler and Jasmine were behind the counter staring at me. "Good Lord, Al, your head's bleeding. What happened?" Jasmine cried. "Boxes fell on his head," Joe said as he sat me down. "Albert, your pupils dilated, and your forehead is bloody. I'm getting you an ambulance." Once at the hospital, a doctor diagnosed me with a concussion and told me I had to stay the night so they could monitor me. The next day, I was cleared to leave and went home. Traumatized from Checkers, I began searching for more jobs. I ended up applying to a dozen. Over the next week, I got much better and had a few interviews scheduled for later. Returning to Checkers, I found myself frantically checking the fridge. No portal seemed to be there. No ripples. Over the next 2 months, things seemed much better. I ended up getting a new job for a firm across town. I left Checkers and moved into a house. I even called my ex-wife one night. During the 2-hour call, we slowly began repairing our relationship. We swore we'd try to become friends again. She even apologized for divorce court and wanted to give me back some of the things she won over me. Then one day, I was out in my backyard. I had just shared a quick conversation with my friendly neighbor and began planting some flowers. On the 3rd flower, I dug and felt something tough. Removing the dirt, I saw dark red sand. I froze. I rubbed my eyes. Dark red sand. I looked all around me. Everything had appeared normal, but the sand was still there in front of me. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. I had not escaped. I was still there. I tried to act cool. I went to my garage and grabbed my bike. I knew where I needed to go. Cars drove through normally. People on the sidewalk were chatting amongst each other. No one acknowledged me with that weird, friendly attitude. I had a plan. I'd casually go back into Checkers and say I forgot something when I quit, then hope for the best. It was all I could think of. Once there, I entered. I did not see Joe, Tyler, or Jasmine. Expected, since this was in the middle of the afternoon. The restaurant had no customers. 2 employees were behind the counter. I didn't recognize either of them. Walking up, the cashier greeted me. "Hello, sir. What can I get for you today?" I then explained to them how I was a former worker who quit the night shift. I had only just remembered that I forgot to take something with me. I was being annoyed by one coworker and decided to hide it in the fridge. The cashier's eyebrow raised. "Fridge? Why would you hide something in the fridge?" Quickly I responded. "Well, a few months ago, I remember there being a lot of inventory in the fridge. To keep it away from my coworker, I hid it on the bottom shelf. It was supposed to be a birthday present for my sister, but I forgot about it until just today. I only hid it to prevent my coworker from possibly breaking it. The other employee then asked why I needed it so urgently. I hesitated. Well, just wanted to get it out of your way. And I want to grab it if it's still here. I could make it a Christmas gift instead. The cashier asked what the gift was. I responded that it was a locket that she had wanted for years. I had finally found it and was going to surprise her with it. The cashier suddenly lowered his eyebrows. Hold on. If she was desperately looking for one for years, and you miraculously found one, how did you suddenly just forget it? I didn't expect that. I don't know, honestly. He continued. And how did you not realize on her birthday that you forgot it? You certainly implied that your sister's birthday passed, since you wanted to give it to her for Christmas instead. He got me. Well, I guess I'm just a bad brother. The cashier saw through it. Wait here, sir. I'm getting my manager. A few moments later, another man came out. Sir, I've been told about your issue. We just had the fridge cleared out 2 weeks ago. It's certainly gone by now, and it doesn't seem like you are being very truthful with us. Former employee or not, you are not allowed behind the counter unless you still work here. I'm going to have to ask you to leave now. I couldn't do anything other than just nod and walk out slowly. I could hear the three of them mumbling behind me. I couldn't tell what they were saying, but I had a hunch. Exiting Checkers, I began to think about my next steps. I started slowly walking down the road with my bike when I saw the sky. The bright afternoon sky began to slowly darken. I then began to hear sirens blaring everywhere. The fresh green grass began to morph into that dark red sand again. In the distance I could see dozens, if not hundreds of yellow lights, and some faint yelling. As I began to back up, I jumped when I heard someone suddenly say, "Well, well, well, Albert." Quickly turning, I saw the three employees, eyes wide open and bloodshot. Smiles were abnormally wide. You made our Lord very angry when you tried to escape before. Thankfully, its planning skills are better than all. It commanded us to trick you once more. The waiting game for a guaranteed prize was worth the cause. Here we go. I heard the screech from behind me. I looked. Hundreds of loyalists were running right towards me, eyes filled with more fury and hatred than before, and behind them emerged the creature. It was not happy. I froze. I didn't expect what happened next. The creature was so upset that it began moving down its own loyalists. Dozens of wails and screams as their figures vaporized inside the creature. They tried to get out of its way, but there were too many of them. It was time. I was suddenly grabbed by two of the employees. "We have him, your Holy One," the third said, as he ran forward and took a knee. I struggled, the grips of the loyalists tight around my biceps. I flexed, wiggled, tried everything. Then, in an act of desperation, I jumped up and propelled my legs into both loyalists as hard as I could. The act was enough for them to loosen their grip as they stumbled backwards and fell. I hit the ground hard, right near a bubbling black puddle. I rolled out of the way right as a goopy hand launched towards me. Getting to my feet, the creature was now a block away from me, and the loyalists were just getting up. The third, still kneeling, turned and saw me as I ran into Checkers. "You fools, get him! He's getting away!" The loyalist, I could tell, was vaporized. The other two scrambled to chase me down. Entering Checkers, I made it for the fridge. As I went past the counter, I saw the two other loyalists shoving their way into the door. And right as they made it through, I heard the creature roar. Two other agonizing screams faded, as I knew they were gone. Entering the fridge doors, I heard the creature charge through the dining room. I shoved numerous boxes out of my way. I found the portal again. It was rippling again. The door swung off its hinges as the creature roared once more. I went for the portal. It went for my leg. It touched me. I had a searing pain worse than pins and needles fly up my left leg. I screamed right as I found myself being sucked into the portal. I emerged on the other side. I did not black out. I was back in the fridge again. Turning back, I heard a quiet roar as the portal rippled like crazy. I could tell the creature was trying to claw its way through. Without thinking, I grabbed the heaviest box I could find and slammed it as hard as I could into the portal. It worked. The portal shattered. Glass fragments flew everywhere. The furious screech of the creature faded as the bond between our two worlds was broken. Moving the box over, I noticed something unusual. No fragments of glass, no odd feeling in my leg, no ripples in the wall. Against my better judgment, I slowly reached for the wall. I stopped centimeters away. I was not pulled in. Then, without thinking, I slammed my hand into the wall. Nothing happened. It was just a normal wall again. I began giggling like I was losing my mind. I looked around the fridge. Everything was as I had remembered before, but I still wasn't convinced. Moments later, a very angry Joe stormed into the fridge. "Albert, what in the world do you think you're doing? I'm not paying you to sit on your butt and throw boxes around like you're in first grade." I smiled for a moment, but then got up, pissed. "Hey, stay the hell away from me. Who are you?" Joe scoffed. "It's obviously me, Joe. Who else would I be?" After a moment of silence, Joe's eyes widened for a moment before returning to normal. He told me I needed to talk with him in his office immediately. I obliged, keeping a close eye on him. Tyler tried to come over to see what happened, but I shot him a dirty look and he backed off. I didn't trust anything. In his office, Joe tried to calm me down. He was a bit arrogant, but his attitude helped me think I was back in the real world. I eventually explained what I thought happened, in which Joe gave me a baffling look. He said that was ridiculous, asked if I was okay, and offered to call an ambulance for me. Everything I said, he shook off as a hallucination or dream, as those events were impossible. I could see a glimmer in his eye like he was lying to me, but what could I do at that point? He asked if I wanted an ambulance again, but I shook my head and quit on the spot. Joe asked I reconsider and offered me a raise, but I declined. He wished me the best and said I was welcome back whenever. Since that moment, I've had episodes of paranoia and nightmares. However, I've been able to fully convince myself that I'm back in the real world, and I've since began rebuilding my relationship with my ex-wife too, for real this time. We're friends again, and she's been very supportive of me and my mental health struggles. While things have slowly gotten better, I couldn't get checkers out of my mind. Something fishy was going on. I wasn't sure what the hell it was, but I knew something was wrong. But I got away, and I'm never going back to that checkers again. Please, everyone, stay safe out there. I'm okay now. I just hope the rest of you will be too. Initially, my memories of the crash were limited. A fractured, imperfect recollection missing crucial details. When I tried to remember those details, a series of jumbled images played in my mind, like I was reviewing a handful of blurry, out-of-focus Polaroids that someone had shuffled into a non-chronological order. Over time, that changed. My memories became clearer, but in the beginning, everything was a haze of motion and sound. This is what I remembered in the beginning. Divya and I are sitting next to each other. The other two passenger seats on the opposite side of the aisle are empty. The pilot turns around to us, and I only see him for a second, but there's something memorable about him. It's not the fear stitched to his face, nor is it the words he shouts to us. It's something else. Something important. My sister smiling, big brown eyes alive with infectious excitement. Her lips are moving, trying to tell me something over the mechanical thrums of the aircraft's single engine. I peer out the window, watching the Alps pass under us. Verdant, green valleys, smatterings of pine trees dotting the landscape, forming unique and cryptic shapes like geological birthmarks. Not birthmarks, actually. More like scars, which is an important distinction, and I don't know why. An ear-splitting noise. It's deafening and sudden, like an explosion, but there's no fire. Not at first, at least. The gnawing and grinding of metal, screams from me, Divya, the pilot, and from someone else. Maybe there was someone else on the plane. The aircraft tilts forward, we enter a death spiral. Violent movement rips the pilot from his chair and he's gone. There's something important about him. It's not the fear on his face, it's something else. Before I can tell what it is, we're meters from the ground. There's the roaring of atmosphere rushing through the holes in the cabin. Terror swells in my throat. I want to turn my head. I want to see my sister. But there's not enough time. Everything goes black. I'm plunged into the heart of a deep, silent shadow. It's not death, but it's similar. Briefly, I return. My consciousness bubbles from the depths of that shadow and my eyes flutter open. It's quiet now. No more screams, no more chewing of metal. Only the humming chorus of cicadas fills my ears. It was early morning when we crashed. Now it's twilight. Air moves through my lungs and it smells faintly of smoke and iron. Finally, I do turn my head and I see Divya. She's not far, but she's broken. Her battered body hangs in a nearby oak tree like a warning. Dusky red blood stains the bark around Divya. It's sticky and warm on my fingertips when I'm close enough to touch it. Leaning against the trunk, reaching to pull her down from the canopy. She's much too high up, but I keep flinging my hands towards the heavens, pleading for a miracle. Again and again I try to get a hold of Divya, as if I'd be able to anchor her soul to the earth with a tight enough grasp on her body. I blink, and when I open my eyes, I'm alone in a hospital room lying in bed. Now there's no noise at all. Pure, vacuous silence for hours and hours as I slip in and out of awareness, until a question shatters that silence. "What do you remember about what happened to you, son?" says a tall, grizzled man in a dirty white lab coat. Gray blue eyes intensely fixed on my own. The first week in the hospital went by quickly. Dr. Osler and Nurse Annalise were very attentive, practically at my beck and call. My suspicions were at a minimum during that time, so I could actually lay back and rest. When I was finally lucid enough, I explained what I recalled about the crash to Dr. Osler, who listened intently from a wooden chair aside the hospital bed. My sister and I were Boston natives on holiday in the European countryside. We were flying over the Eastern Alps when something went terribly wrong with the plane. I couldn't remember if it was a spontaneous mechanical failure or if the pilot had accidentally collided with something. Either way, we fell to the earth like Icarus. I thought of Divya. A question died in my vocal cords for a long while. A leech with hooked teeth buried in the flesh of my throat, resisting release. Eventually, I asked. Courage was the spark. Apathy was the match. The resulting fire singed that leech off my throat and out my mouth. Either she was alive or she wasn't. Do you know if my sister made it to the hospital? Brown hair, mole on her cheek? The doctor inquired, his voice warm and dulcet like a sip of hot apple cider spiked with brandy. I gulped and nodded, bracing myself. Yes, we have her here. She's in critical condition, but we're taking such good care of her. We believe she'll pull through, but she hasn't woken up yet. Relief galloped through my body, and I let my head fall back on the pillow, tears welling under my eyes. As I quietly wept, he continued to fill in the gaps, detailing where I was, how I got here, and what was next. Essentially, the plane crash landed outside of Bavaria, southeast Germany. A farmer watched our meteoric descent from the sky and immediately called for an ambulance. Now, my sister and I were admitted to a small country hospital about 10 minutes from the wreck site. Both of my legs were broken, and I lost a significant amount of blood, but otherwise, I was intact. Divya suffered greater internal injuries, so she was in the intensive care unit. Dr. Osler expected her to make a full recovery. There were no other survivors. He stood up, patted me on the shoulder, told me to sleep, and informed me that Annalise would be in soon to record my vital signs. When can I see her? When can I see my sister? His footfalls slowed until they came to a complete stop. He remained motionless for an uncomfortably long period of time, with his hand wrapped around the brass doorknob and his back to me. Never said a word. After about a minute of eerie inaction, he twisted the knob, pulled the door open, and left. That's when I first noticed something about my situation was deeply wrong. As the doctor exited my well-lit, windowless hospital room, I glimpsed whatever was outside. In an attempt to conceal it, he didn't swing the door wide open. Instead, he cracked it only slightly, just enough to squeeze his gaunt body through the partition, with his lab coat audibly dragging against the doorframe. Despite his attempt to block my view, I saw enough to plant a seed of doubt in my head about Dr. Osler and what he had told me. A clock on the wall read noon, but whatever was outside the door was pitch black. The foreboding darkness outside my room was only the first domino to fall, though. Once I fully registered the uncanniness of that detail, a handful of other equally bizarre details came to the forefront of my mind, and I did not have a satisfactory explanation for any of them. For example, the hospital was completely silent. No PA system asking for the location of a particular surgeon, or announcing that visitor hours were over. No ambient noise from a heavy hospital bed thundering down the hallway. Even my room was dead silent. Initially, I didn't notice. The quiet allowed me to fall into sleep without issue. That said, I was wearing an oxygen monitor. I had an IV in my arm. The machines above me appeared to be connected to both things, and yet they were silent too. Shouldn't they beep? Shouldn't they make some kind of sound? The only noises I ever heard were the voices of the hospital staff members, and only when they were in my room talking to me. Which brings me to Nurse Annalise. Initially, she was a tremendous source of comfort. Her very presence was sedating, humble, and grandmotherly. Silver hair bustling over her shoulders as moved through the room. A charming, wrinkled smile on her face as she listened to me recount my life history to kill some time. Constant reassuring words about how well the hospital was taking care of me. But like everything else, once I looked a little harder, Annalise went from likable and endearing to peculiar and terrifying. First off, it seemed like she never left the hospital. For a week straight, she was my only nurse, coming and going from my room at random times. Never anything that implied a shift schedule. One day she came into my room 3 times within an hour to take my temperature, and didn't appear again until the following day. Another time I woke up to her determining my blood pressure, the rubbery cuff tightly compressing my bicep, no stethoscope pressed to my arm, which I'm pretty sure is required for the measurement. She wasn't even watching the numbers rise and fall on the instrument's pressure meter. Instead, she was staring right at me, reciting the same phrase over and over again. "Aren't we taking such good care of you? Aren't we taking such good care of you? Aren't we taking such good care of you?" All the while, she was continuously inflating the cuff, pausing for a moment, releasing the air, and then repeating that process. I just pretended to be asleep at first, but after an hour of that, my patience ran thin. "Annalise, don't you ever go home? Or are you the only nurse in this whole hospital?" I shouted. The cuff's deflating hiss punctuated the tension, slowly fading to silence over a handful of seconds. Eventually, she stood up, walked to the door, and exited, saying nothing at all. The behavior reminded me of how Dr. Osler reacted when I asked him about Divya. Honestly, I never saw Annalise again. Not alive, at least. Every single nurse from then on out was different from the last. Like somehow my singular complaint had rewritten the entire staffing infrastructure of the hospital. And I mean every single one. Now, instead of having one nurse day in and day out, I had been visited by 30 different nurses over the course of a few days. It didn't make any sense. I asked for different nurses, and that's sure what I got. After about a month in that room, and with my suspicion rising, I started developing an escape plan. The only thing that was really holding me back was my casts. Since the day I woke up in the hospital, thick, marble white plaster completely encased each of my legs. The cast didn't appear to have been applied by a professional, though. The surfaces weren't smooth. They were rough and bubbling. Some areas clearly had more plaster than others, and there didn't appear to be a rhyme or reason for that asymmetry. Not only that, but the material seemed unnecessarily dense and heavy, and the casts were tightly molded to each extremity. It was nearly impossible for me to move on my own, almost like they were created to function like chains shackling me to the bed. Are my legs truly even broken? I considered, panic sweeping through me like a wildfire. I want to see my sister, I demanded. The nurse, a short man with a thick brown-red beard, dropped the clipboard he had been scribbling on in response to my defiance. It clattered to the floor. With a vacant expression painted on his face, he walked over to the door, opened it, and left. As the door creaked closed, revealing a glimpse of the waiting shadows, I grimaced. The uncertainty of the oppressive darkness that lingered outside my room had, over time, begun to cause me physical discomfort. I needed to know what was actually out there, but God, I desperately didn't want to know either. In a way, it represented my predicament. On the surface, I was in a hospital, but that was farce, an illusion for someone's benefit. In reality, some terrible darkness loomed around me, pulsing just below the surface, spilling in every so often through the cracks in the masquerade. After a few minutes, Dr. Osler paced into the room, letting the door sway shut behind him. Dr. Osler, you told me Divya is alive. Countless times you've assured me she's recovering here in this hospital, and yet I haven't seen her once. Bring her here. If she's not healthy enough to come here, bring me to her. His gray-blue eyes bored vicious holes through me. He was livid, utterly incensed by my insubordination. She's not done yet, he muttered. I stared back at him, dumbfounded and brimming with rage. What does that mean? The doctor looked away from me with a contemplative glint behind his eyes, recalibrating his response. With his head turned to the side, though, I felt another emotion simmer inside my skull, an uncomfortable familiarity, as I studied a subtle, skin-toned line that coiled down the side of his nose. My mind was pulled to the day of the crash. Before that horrible realization could fully crystallize, he spoke again. Divya's not ready for visitors, I mean. Alright, well, what's the holdup? Tell me why she's not ready. His gaze met mine again, now grim and resolute. Soon. As that word crawled from his lips, he turned away from me and marched out into the darkness. I said nothing. No protestations. No name-calling. No angry last words. Instead, I felt my mind race. My nervous system buzzed with furious static, trying to comprehend and reconcile the overflow of information bombarding my psyche. Something about the way Dr. Osler's face contorted as he said that last word made the whole thing click into place. The pilot had a scar just like that. I could see it clear as day in my head, and I could finally recall what he shouted to Divya and I as he turned towards us from the cockpit. Fear stitched across his face. Something just landed on the wing. Moments later, that something violently ripped him from the plane. The impossibility of that realization lulled me to sleep like a concussion. Mental exhaustion just shut my body down minutes after the pilot/Dr. Osler left the room. When I awoke, it was 1:15 midnight. I had been asleep for a little over 6 hours. I may have slept for longer, had it not been for a sharp, stabbing pain in my low back, my salvation disguised as agony. I pushed my torso forward, twisting my hand behind my back to dig to the source of the pain. After a few seconds, my fingers landed on the curve of something metallic that had punctured through the fabric of the ancient bedding. Once I recognized the spiral object, my eyelids excitedly shot open. It was a tempered steel spring. Time and use had eroded the tip to where it had become sharp. The thing wasn't a buzz saw by any means, but it was something accessible that could maybe dig through the plaster casts that were preventing my escape. However, before I could start trying to tear the spring out, a disturbing change compelled my attention. For the first time in a month, there was no light in my hospital room. As I scanned the darkened scenery, attempting to orient myself, I noticed something else as well, something that pried the wind from lungs, leaving me breathless and silently begging for air. A motionless blob of contoured shadow in the corner. Something was in the room with me. Who's there? I whimpered. The silhouette sprung to life, stepping forward until they were looming over the end of my bed. When it grinned, my heart leapt, dancing between relief, disbelief, and terror, never staying on one emotion for too long before moving on to the next in the cycle. Divya? At first she nodded her head slowly, but over a few seconds, her nodding sped up, becoming frantic, inhumanly quick, vertical pivots that seemed to have enough force to shatter the spine in her neck. Greedy paralysis enveloped my body. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I could just watch as Divya lumbered around the side of the bed until she was right over top of me, still rapidly shaking her head up and down. As she bent over the bed's railing, the nodding stopped abruptly. Nearly forehead to forehead, my sister finally responded. "Yes, it's me. Don't worry, okay? In fact, don't ask about me. I'm fine. They're taking such good care of us here." Her eyes were no longer brown. They were gray-blue, like Dr. Osler's, like Nurse Annalise's, like every nurse's eyes, actually. And with that, she stood up, turned away, and walked out the door. From that night on, I accepted my sister was dead. With my attention undivided, I worked singularly towards escape. Grief could come later, after I was away from the thing that had killed her and commandeered her body. Disassembling the casts with the sharpened end of the spring was laborious. Every minute that thing wasn't in the room, I was scraping away at the plaster, making sure to focus my efforts on the underside of the mold, rather than the outside. That way, if it inspected the cast, it wouldn't be as obvious that I had been incrementally weakening the plaster. If it was in the room, camouflaged as a real human, I smiled, engaged in pleasant conversation, profusely displayed my gratitude, thanked it every chance I got. That's what it really wanted, I suppose. It wanted to feel appreciated. Giving it appreciation kept it docile. Eventually, I could tell that I had damaged the cast to the point where I could break myself loose with a few more forceful hits. Once I did, however, I knew there was no going back. My intention to slip out of its clutches would be written all over my freed legs, and as much as I attempted to discern a pattern to its appearances in my room, I just don't think there was one. Unfortunately, that meant there wasn't a right time to make my escape. I had to guess and pray it wasn't nearby when I made my move. Luck was on my side that day. The thing was close, but it was preoccupied. Despite shedding nearly 20 pounds of body weight in that hospital room, Barely sustaining myself on the infrequent helpings of brackish meat soup the thing brought me, my legs couldn't hold me upright. They had simply atrophied too much. Muscleless sleeves burdened with fragile bones and calcified tendons. Thankfully, my arms had retained enough strength to drag my emaciated body across the floor. With my back propped up against the wall aside the door, I halted my feeble movements and just listened. No footsteps running down the hall, no whispers of, "Aren't we taking such good care of you?" coming from right outside. All I could hear was the fevered thumping of my heart slamming into my ribs. I took a deep breath, reached my arm up to the knob, and slowly slid the door open. It wasn't hell on the other side of the door, like my restless mind had theorized on more than one occasion. Not in the literal sense, anyway. I really was in a hospital. It was just abandoned. Had been here for a while, apparently. A discarded German newspaper I discovered was dated to September of 1969. The dilapidated medical ward was dimly lit by the natural light that filtered in from various broken windows. Thick dust, shattered glass, and skittering insects littered the floor. I crawled around overturned crash carts and toppled transport beds like I was navigating the tunnels and trenches of Okinawa. At the very end of the hallway, I spied a patch of weeds illuminated by rays of bright white light. There it was, my escape. An open doorway, a portal to the world outside this place. Flickers of hope were quickly overshadowed by smoldering fear. As I got closer and closer to the exit, an unidentifiable smell was becoming more and more pungent. A mix of rotting fish, bleach, and tanning leather. The thing wasn't gone, it was still here, and when the aroma became truly unbearable, I knew I had reached the place it called home. I didn't see anything when I crawled by, but because the door had been ripped off its hinges and a massive hole in the ceiling was casting a spotlight over its profane workshop, I saw enough to understand, as much as I possibly could understand anyway. The chamber that the stench was originating from was vast and cavernous. Maybe it served as a lecture hall or a cafeteria at some point in time. Now, though, it had a different purpose. It was where the thing kept its costumes. The abomination had pretended to be every person I'd interacted with while in that hospital. Dr. Osler, Annalise, all the other nurses, and most recently, Divya. A horrific stage play where it gladly filled all the roles. That entire month, I thought I had talked to dozens of people. In reality, it had been this mimic every single time, camouflaged by a rotating series of gruesome disguises. Hundreds of eyeless bodies hung around that room like scarecrows, arms held outstretched by the horizontal wooden poles that were tied across their backs. Thick, pulsing gray-blue tethers suspended the bodies in the air at many different elevations from somewhere high above. Despite the ungodly odor, most of them seemed to be in relatively good condition, with limited visible signs of decay. The assortment of fleshy mannequins swayed lifelessly in the breeze that spilled in through the minivan-sized hole in the ceiling, glistening with some sort of varnish as they dipped in and out of beams of sunlight. Then I saw it. A gray-blue mass of muscular pulp roughly in the shape of a human being, cradling Annalise's eyeless corpse in its malformed arms at the center of the room. Thousands of flies' wings jutted from every inch of its flesh. Some were tiny, but others were revoltingly magnified. The largest I could see was about the size of a mailbox, even though the thing appeared motionless. The wings jerked and twitched constantly, blurring its frame within a cloud of chaotic movement. As far as I could tell, it had its back turned to me and hadn't detected my interloping. Watching in stunned silence, the thing raised one of its hands, and I noticed it was holding something small and wooden. Every few seconds, it brought it down and delicately caressed the nurse's head with the object, dragging weathered bristles over her scalp. It was brushing Annalise's hair. Then it spoke. and I felt uncontrollable terror swim through my veins, causing my entire body to tremor like one of the abomination's wings. It sounded like 20 or 30 separate voices cooing in unison. Men, women, and even children sang the words together, a choir of the damned. "Aren't we taking such good care of you? Aren't we taking such good care of you?" I couldn't restrain my panic. Right before a blood-curdling wail involuntarily surged from my lips, I was saved by the thrumming of helicopter blades in the distance. The thing stopped speaking and tilted its head to the noise. At an unnaturally breakneck speed, it shot into the air and through the hole in the roof, carried into the sky by a legion of convulsing flies' wings. Then I was alone, howling into the airborne graveyard, with the myriad of preserved corpses acting as the only audience to my agony. They observed me crumble from their eyeless sockets, their stolen bodies still silently swaying in the wind. I didn't see Divya's body. Ultimately, though, I think that was for the best. After I crawled out of the hospital, it took me nearly a day to stumble across another living person, a man and his hunting dog. They delivered me to a real hospital, where I spent the next half year recuperating from the ordeal. I told the police about the plane crash, the abandoned hospital, as well as the thing in its museum of hanging bodies. They didn't dismiss my claims, nor did they call me crazy, but it was clear they didn't plan on investigating it either. Whatever that thing was, the detectives knew about it, and they didn't intend on interfering with its proclivities. Maybe it was just safer that way. That all took place a decade ago. Since then, I've salvaged as much of myself as I could. It hasn't been easy, but in the end, I put my life back together, got married, had a few kids, symbolically buried Divya in a vacant grave with a tombstone. I listed her date of death as the day of the plane crash, and I hope that's actually true. But I don't know for sure, and I don't like to dwell on that fact. My biggest hurdle has been trusting people again, especially when I'm alone in a room with one other person. It feels decidedly unsafe. Checking their eye color helps, but sometimes it's not enough. What if it's that thing in disguise, looking to take me back to that godforsaken room? You might be wondering why I'm speaking up after all this time. Well, I've finally decided to post this because of what happened this afternoon. My wife returned home early from work. She's been acting odd, sitting on the couch by herself, listening but not speaking. Her eyes have always been dark blue. Today, though, they look a little different. I'm locked in our bedroom, and I can hear her saying something downstairs, but I can't discern the words. Once I post this, I'm going to open the door and find out, and I hope to God it's not what I think it is. We're going to take such good care of you. It was midnight by the time I parked my car in front of the towering manor. I checked my hair one more time in the mirror, then grabbed my briefcase, slid out, and started toward the front door. It was freezing cold, but I did my best to ignore my shivering. The path to the door was uneven, made of gravel and rocks that made walking in heels a nightmare. I was wishing I'd just worn sandals, but at home the high heels had seemed like the hotter choice. A clap of thunder sounded, and the night sky lit up. Now I could see the gravestones that lined the path. They continued all around the house. Names and dates for at least 100 lives lined up around this house like flowers in a depressing garden. Another flash of lightning, and I could make out the mausoleum about 50 feet away from me. It was made of white marble that was crumbling from years of neglect. Its doors was cracked open, leading into a dark void, and God knows what hidden inside. The house itself had seen better days, too. It was built of wood and might have been painted green at one point, though it was hard to tell in the darkness. There were some stone gargoyles on either side of the stairs leading to the front door. They watched the road ahead with empty, emotionless eyes. Creepy. I knocked on the door. Just as more thunder and lightning exploded across the sky and rain started to fall, I shivered again and wondered if I should grab my sweater from the car. At this point, though, it was already pouring and I didn't want to sprint to the car and back in my heels. Instead, I knocked again. The homeowner was taking his sweet time coming to the front door. I had texted him earlier to let him know I was on my way. He hadn't responded, but that made sense for his kind of character. I just hoped I hadn't misjudged and that he was really here. Another minute passed. Just as I was raising my fist to knock one more time, the door swung open. There was Dennis, tall, pale, dressed in black. This was my first time seeing him in person, but he looked just how I pictured. "You really came," he said. His eyes flicked to the briefcase under my arm, then back to my eyes. "I did," was my reply. He waved me in and began walking further into the house. I followed, ready to escape the storm and find some warmth. It was darker inside than out. I followed his silhouette into some kind of living room area where he gestured toward a chair. I sat down and he swept over to the other side of the room. A few seconds later, the entire house lit up brightly. He had started a fire. I could now see the room in its entirety. It was huge, with red carpet and ornate leather furniture. There were paintings of Dennis's ancestors covering the walls, and guarding another passage deeper into the house, there was even a stone sculpture of some kind of mythological creature. A griffin, maybe. Dennis seated himself across from me on a dark purple leather couch. I crossed my legs, set the briefcase on a table in front of me, and took a deep breath. "Surely you understand how curious I am right now," he said. His voice was deep, and he voiced each consonant sharply and bitterly. "I do not get many visitors." "I'll cut right to the chase then," I answered. Time to execute my plan. I knew being direct and honest was the best way to get what I wanted. "Please." "I know the truth. I know you're a vampire. That's why I came." He opened his mouth to respond, but I cut him off. "Don't try to deny it. You live in an isolated manor, and you only leave at night. There are no records of anyone with your name being born in the last 100 years. You buy only raw meat with high blood content. I've been watching your house, and I've seen the bats flying out of it each night. They sleep in the nearby caves during the day, but they are drawn to this house specifically during the night." He made no attempt to deny my claims. "How long have you been stalking me?" "A month." "Why? Are you trying to kill me?" "Of course not, Dennis. I want to make a proposal." "Spit it out, then." "I have with me a briefcase full of cash. It totals to about $20,000. I've been saving for a while. I will pay you to bite me and make me a vampire." Silence. Dennis stood and rubbed his eyes with his ghostly white hands. "Well?" He groaned. "You have no idea how stupid this idea is." "Why? Explain and see if I can't respond." "Do you want to be immortal? Is that it?" "Yes." "Well, let's start with the obvious. If I bite you, then sure, you will live forever and never age. But you will be pale, like this, like your blood has been drained. You will lose your beauty and your energy in a few years, and become like an old woman trapped in the skin of someone much younger. It's a facade. It fools no one, and you cannot leave the house during the day. You cannot even be awake during the day. You have to sleep." "I am aware of all these things." "Then it should be enough to convince you." "No, I already live nocturnally. I work from home too, and I can cover up the ghostly white skin with makeup. You know that." "Immortality is not as great as it sounds. Everyone you know and love will die, but you will persist. Forever. You will wish you could die. You will wish to see your family and friends again, but you can't. You know how old I am? 217 years old. I have watched my family tree wither and die, including my own children. This house used to be beautiful and full of life. Now it is worn to pieces, barely even recognizable. I long for death. Woman, I long for death. I understand all of this, but I have no family or friends to lose. I am willing to bear the burdens that immortality comes with. Why? I stood up and began pacing around the room. The fire illuminated the dust-covered drapes and wooden furniture. Once beautiful, now dilapidated. This was an immense decision, but I had weighed the options for years now. This was the best way, sacrificing my existence for the good of the world. I know you don't know much about me, I began, stopping in front of him. I just called you out of the blue and asked if I could come over. But the truth is, the work I do is very important, and I would like to continue it indefinitely. I took a step closer to Dennis, close enough to touch him. He was at least a foot taller than me. Go on. I'm a medical researcher. I've been developing a treatment for brain cancer out of my own home. Because I have very little funding, it's an extremely time-consuming project, and I know I'm on my way to a breakthrough, but it will take years. That's ridiculous. You have a potential cure for brain cancer, but no one cares enough to fund it at all? Well, it's kind of far-fetched, if that makes sense. Most scientists who I've pitched it to think I'm insane, but they're no closer to fixing the problem than I am. I just don't understand how this justifies me condemning you to an eternity of suffering. I have chosen this path. If I succeed, and eventually I will, then countless lives will be saved. I am willing to face the consequences if I can make that happen. He didn't answer for a while, just stared down at me. I braced myself as he opened his mouth. Would he do it? Could I make this dream a reality? Darling, there's something you must understand. What? Every night I must exercise a certain discipline. When I leave to buy groceries, that raw, bloody meat, I do so because it is the only way to fight the temptation for other blood. Other blood? When I go out, I see men and women pass me by, living men and women like you, and it makes me hungry. Starving, actually. I haven't had the blood of a human in centuries, and just the thought of it makes my mouth water. He wasn't lying. I could see drool forming at the corners of his mouth, though he was trying to hide it. I have been holding myself back for so long, and it's hard. So hard, but it's my vice, my temptation, and it's something all vampires face. The temptation to snap and steal a human away. Just one. If I don't drain all of their blood, then they die and don't have to become vampires like me. Do you know how badly I want to have a little snack and have some relief? The animal blood just isn't as good, you see. And no matter how hard I fight it and try to keep away from people, whenever I have to leave the house, I fear for those around me. I am terrified that I will snap and they will become my victims. I am a monster. A monster. And you won't let me turn you into one too. I surprised him by wrapping my arms around his waist. He drew in a sharp breath. His muscles tightened. I knew I was tempting him. That's what I wanted. You think I don't know all of this already? I whispered. But I do. Then how? I don't have to leave my house. I am content to focus entirely on my research. This is a bad idea. I know you need the money. I tried a different approach. This house means so much to you. It's where your children grew up. It's where your father and his father and his father lived. And it's falling apart. You can't work because of your condition. But $20,000 will go a long way here. A long way. I backed away from him slowly and reached back. My fingers found the briefcase and I picked it up and opened it. There it was. Cold, hard, bona fide cash. maybe just as tantalizing as human blood to Dennis right now. Just bite me. I smiled. Taste my blood. I know you want to. He shook his head. Come on, don't be shy. There's no strings attached here. I know the consequences. If something goes wrong, it's my fault and not yours. Just do it. He grabbed me. I dropped the briefcase. As much as I'd tried to gear myself up for this moment, nothing could have prepared me for the sensation I was about to feel. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his canines, which were as sharp as knives. I'd broken him. He drove his teeth into my neck. I howled with pain as they sank in. I felt the blood flowing out. He licked it up ravenously. A chilling feeling flooded over me, and as my blood drained out, I thought I could feel something else taking its place. Something thicker and colder. The whole process seemed to take hours. Just when I thought there couldn't be any blood left for him to drink, he'd readjust and keep going. My consciousness faded. I awoke outside, on the rock and gravel path. My neck throbbed with pain. Dennis was nowhere in sight. I hissed, realizing that the sun was beginning to rise. I needed to take cover from the sunlight. I ran for the front door and tried it. Locked. In a panic, I turned around. The only other source of shelter. The mausoleum. The door was still cracked open. I pushed my way inside, figuring I could wait here until the sun set again and I could return home. Inside the mausoleum, it was boiling hot. It was also so dark I couldn't see. My foot hit something soft on the floor and I fell. I fumbled around for my phone and found it, turning it on and shining it around. What I saw made me freeze, made my jaw drop in terror. The floor of the mausoleum was covered in bodies, men and women completely drained of blood, their eyes wide in horror, and they were fresh too, killed in the last few days. Dennis had done this. It had to be him. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't. Now I had to wait. I leaned against the wall and suddenly felt exhausted. How was I tired already? My eyelids were so heavy. What was going on? I awoke when night fell. There was a body leaning against mine. I stood up, then remembered where I was. I turned on my phone flashlight again and looked at the person. This was someone new. A young woman, about my age, eyes and mouth open like she had died screaming. Did Dennis just add her while I was in here? I pushed open the mausoleum door. It was dark outside again. Standing in the path was Dennis. He turned to look at me. "So that's where you went," he said. "I noticed your car was still here." "You liar," I screamed. I stormed down the path and shoved past him. "How could you say you've been fighting the temptation? No, you haven't. You're a slave to it." "What are you talking about?" "You know what I'm talking about. The mass grave in the mausoleum." "Mass grave? What the hell?" He rushed to the mausoleum and peeked inside. He saw the bodies and dropped to his knees. I was already in my car, starting it up and backing away when he came running back. "I was wrong," he screamed. I didn't want to listen, but I couldn't help myself. "We don't sleep during the day. Don't you understand? I realize it now. Oh, how did I not know?" I focused back on the road, leaving Dennis behind. He was a killer, a liar. He had fallen to his temptations, but I would not. I made it home and locked all the doors. I drew all the blackout curtains I had installed and opened up my fridge. It was filled with steaks I had purchased the other day. Raw, bloody steaks. I took one out and devoured it. The blood tasted so good. I was licking my fingers by the end of it. Delicious. I did a little work on the cancer treatment. I was having a hard time focusing because I kept looking in the mirror and seeing the change that had come over me. My skin had already turned white and my teeth had grown and sharpened. Before too long, the sun was rising again. I climbed into bed and prepared to pass my second day as a vampire. Finally, I had the chance to do some real good in the world. I was out in minutes, excited for the next day and for what the coming years and decades would bring. I could not have expected what I'd wake up to. There was blood dripping from the ceiling. Someone's hair was caught in my fingernails. A single shoe that did not belong to me was on my bedroom floor. I flung myself out of bed and raced around the house looking for answers. Had someone broken in? Had Dennis found me somehow? Eventually, I found the answer in my closet. I opened the door and a person fell out. His eyes and mouth were open, like the young woman from yesterday. His neck was bleeding, his clothes were torn. He was dead, drained of blood. I looked down and saw that my shirt was covered in blood. His blood. This wasn't Dennis's work. It was mine. All mine. I backed away from the body, thinking about what Dennis had said as I drove away. We don't sleep during the day. No, we don't sleep, I realized. I wiped tears from my eyes and bit back a sob, staring at the corpse on the floor. I was just trying to help. Vampires don't sleep during the day. We lose control. I've always preferred solitude. No office politics, no customers, just me, my rig, and the hum of the open road. All I need to do is get from point A to B. And since I'm paid per mile, I don't mind the long cross-state treks. The only downside is that I don't see home nearly as often, but when I do, I make sure to spend as much time as I can with my family and friends. Besides that, I love blasting music, eating greasy fast food, and driving through the beautiful scenery America has to offer. But lately, the road hasn't felt as peaceful. I don't know when it started, maybe a few weeks ago, maybe months. It's hard to tell. Some nights the highway feels different, longer, emptier, like I'm driving through a place that doesn't quite exist. I figured it was just exhaustion playing tricks on me. That happens when you push yourself too hard. That's why I started setting timers to pull over and nap every few hours. Sleep deprivation turns the brain into an unreliable narrator, and I have no interest in waking up wrapped around a telephone pole. But even with rest breaks, something about tonight felt off. It started small. I thought my radio was acting up. I was driving through the middle of nowhere when my CB switched off, and I heard faint chatter, just a soft murmur, beneath the hum of the engine. I reached for the dial, thinking maybe a signal had bled through, but the moment my fingers touched it, silence. It scared the hell out of me, but I knew better than to let my mind wander. Hallucinations happen when you're sleep deprived. That's why I stick to my rest schedule, even if it means delaying deliveries. I wasn't about to let fatigue get the best of me. A few minutes later, I heard it again. A whisper of static, a voice crackling through the quiet, just barely loud enough to catch. It was like someone had picked up a transmission on the edge of the range. I listened harder, leaning toward the speaker. The voice wasn't speaking English. It wasn't speaking any language I knew. I turned the CB on, scanning through channels. Nothing, just empty air. That should have been the end of it. Just a faulty radio. That's what I told myself, but then the voices came from somewhere else. The passenger seat. I heard my name. No, I felt my name. Not out loud, not like someone calling from another room, but as if the suggestion of sound had brushed the back of my mind. A whispered thought that wasn't my own. A chill crawled up my spine. I gripped the wheel tighter, flicking my eyes toward the empty seat. My duffel bag was buckled in, my thermos resting against it. Nothing out of place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was sitting there. My stomach twisted. I knew it wasn't real. I knew it, but the sensation lingered, like the ghost of a hand brushing against my arm. I blinked hard, forcing my focus back to the road. It's just exhaustion, I told myself, just my mind playing tricks on me. But that's what scared me the most. My dad had been sharp once, a man who could play the piano with his eyes closed, never needing a calendar, always remembering every school event. Then in his early 40s, he started forgetting things. Small things at first, where he left his keys, the name of a town he'd passed through 100 times. Then one day, he forgot how to drive. Early onset Alzheimer's runs in the family, and now here I was, hearing things that weren't there. I clenched my jaw, gripping the wheel tighter. It's just fatigue. I had to believe that because the alternative, that was something I wasn't ready to face. After a while, everything seemed to settle. The rain started drumming against the windshield, steady and relentless, blurring the world beyond the wipers. I rubbed my eyes with one hand, keeping the other firm on the wheel. The miles stretched endlessly, an unbroken ribbon of wet pavement cutting through the dark. Then, click. I flinched. The sound was unmistakable. The passenger seatbelt had just fastened itself. My heart lurched into my throat. My gaze snapped to the belt, now pulled taut against the empty seat. I swallowed thickly. The truck hit a bump, jolting slightly, and the belt tightened, like something was sitting there. For a long, terrible moment, I just stared at it. The belt remained locked, stiff and secure, as if someone invisible just settled in for the ride. A deep, gnawing chill crept down my spine. I was alone, but something was buckled in. I reached over, hesitated for half a second, then unbuckled it. The belt snapped back into place with a sharp whip. I exhaled slowly, shaking my head. Probably just a sensor issue, just exhaustion, just my imagination. I tried to believe that. For a moment, everything was fine. Just keep driving. I glanced at the clock on the dash, 1:43 a.m. Still a couple of hours from the nearest rest stop. I sighed and reached for my coffee, but it had long gone cold. As I maneuvered around potholes, something glistened ahead. Roadkill, maybe. At least, I thought it was roadkill. I slowed my truck as I got closer, narrowing my eyes against the rain. It was a deer lying on its back just off the road, its legs stiff and pointed toward the sky. The downpour made it hard to see, but something about it looked especially wrong. Its neck was mangled, strands of muscle and sinew exposed where the head should have been. I assumed it had been torn off in a collision, but as I kept looking, my stomach twisted. The chest and abdomen had been carved open, hollowed of all its organs. It was disgusting, to say the least, but I chalked it up to a deer falling prey to a bear. Yet as I studied the scene, I realized this wasn't the work of a wild animal. The body was too clean. No gore, no scattered organs. Just a hollowed-out shell, its rib cage exposed, its insides missing like they'd been scooped out with surgical precision. The hide along its back was peeled open, a long, deliberate slit running down its spine. The edges of the wound weren't fresh. They had been seared shut. And inside? Nothing. Just an empty, black void where life used to be. I pressed the gas, eager to put distance between me and the carcass, but just as I glanced in my mirror, my stomach dropped. Something was stepping into the deer's hollowed chest. It looked almost human-shaped, but the neck was too long, the shoulders too broad. My heart stalled as I watched it slowly descend into the cavity. Then the deer jerked, not like a dying animal, not like something taking its last breath, like something inside was testing the controls. Its front legs slammed into the pavement, stiff and awkward, as if they had locked into place. The back legs twitched, then kicked out all at once, sending the body into a brief, unnatural spasm. Then in one violent motion, it stood. I slammed my foot against the gas pedal, barreling down the road. Whatever I had just seen was horrifying, and I wasn't about to stick around to see what it would do next. After a few minutes of reckless speed, I forced myself to calm down and drive safely. I tried to rationalize what I had just experienced. It had to be a hallucination, a trick of exhaustion and paranoia. The darkness, the rain, my overworked brain. It all made sense. I was just going a little crazy from lack of sleep. Then I heard the clacking. It was impossibly loud. Clack, clack, clack. The sharp rhythm of hooves striking the pavement sent a surge of cold terror through my veins. Tears welled in my eyes as I dared to look to the side. Beside my truck, moving impossibly fast, was the same headless deer. Its body contorted with rage, its bones pushing through the skin as it ran. From the hollowed chest, long black hair flowed wildly in the wind. I slammed my foot onto the gas again, praying I could get away. 50 miles per hour, 60, 70. I pushed past 80, but it didn't matter. The deer matched my speed effortlessly, almost tauntingly. It kept the same distance beside my truck, screeching with every step. Then it closed the gap. I barely had time to react before two gaunt, skeletal arms emerged from the deer's chest. Each finger ended in a curved, claw-like nail. The creature reached out, slamming its talons into my truck door, piercing through the metal like wet paper. My stomach turned as it clung to the side of the truck and pulled itself further out of the deer's chest, its upper body clawing free. Not just pulling, tearing. The deer's ribcage snapped like brittle wood, splitting apart as the thing inside forced itself loose. Strands of flesh and sinew stretched between them, clinging, resisting, like the body didn't want to let it go. The deer collapsed onto the road behind me, swallowed by darkness. I had no clue what to do. My instincts took over, and I started swerving left and right, trying to shake it off. But it held on, climbing and clawing its way to the roof of my truck. Then slowly, it lowered itself over the windshield. That's when I saw its face, and it was disgusting. Its skin was deathly pale, stretched tight over sunken cheeks. Its hollow, dead eyes bore into me, every muscle in its face twisted with unrelenting hatred. The moment our eyes met, it screamed. The sound wasn't just loud, it was unbearable. My skull felt like it was splitting open. My eardrums popped, a sharp burst of pain exploding inside my head. Blood dripped from my nose. My vision swam, the world tilting sideways. Then it started slamming its head against the windshield, over and over and over. Each impact sent web-like cracks through the glass, larger and larger until smash. The thing punched through the windshield and its claws wrapped around my throat. I couldn't breathe and my vision darkened as my grip on the steering wheel weakened. I tried slamming on the brakes, hoping the sudden stop would send it flying, but it held on with monstrous strength. My hands fell from the wheel. Without my guidance, the truck veered off the road, and then nothing. When I started to come to, I tasted blood pooling in my mouth. A sharp, crushing pain bloomed in my chest as my senses slowly returned. Smoke clung to the air, thick and acrid, burning my throat with every shallow breath. My head throbbed, and when I tried to move, a bolt of pain shot through my ribs. I forced my eyes open. My truck was wrecked, and the front end crumpled around a massive tree. Steam and smoke curled from the destroyed hood. The windshield shattered into jagged pieces. A deep gash throbbed along my forehead, and my hands trembled as I tried to push myself up. I looked down at my torso, lodged deep inside with a large metal fragment when blood slowly drained from the wound. It was when I looked up that I saw it. Pinned between the hood of my truck and the tree was a long, gangly leg. The skin was sickly pale, stretched taut over knotted tendons. The limb twitched, and the rest of the creature was nowhere to be seen. I sucked in a ragged breath. my entire body screaming in pain as I searched for my phone. My fingers were slick with blood as I fumbled beneath my seat, finally brushing against the shattered screen. It was barely functional, with crimson dripping from my hands. I wiped the screen clean enough to see the numbers. 911. I hit the call button, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The dial tone droned in my ear, dull and distant beneath the haze of adrenaline and exhaustion. My vision swam, my pulse pounding like a war drum against my skull. Then, after what felt like an eternity, 911, what's your emergency? Relief crashed over me, so sudden and overwhelming that it almost drowned out the searing pain from the gashes across my body. My words tumbled out, frantic and uneven. I was attacked. Some kind of animal. My truck got run off the road and I crashed straight into a tree. I need medical help now. Bring guns. I think it's still close. I forced myself to keep it vague. The last thing I needed was to sound insane and have them hang up on me. Sir, are you injured? The voice was steady and practiced, but I could hear a hint of urgency. Yes, yeah, I think so. I'm bleeding. My head, my chest. I swallowed hard, the pain finally catching up to me. I don't know how bad, but I have a piece of metal lodged in my stomach. I can barely move. Okay, stay with me. Can you tell me your location? I sucked in a shaky breath, forcing myself to look around. The highway was a blur of rain and darkness, my truck's headlights barely cutting through the mist. I was heading south on Route 19, maybe 20 miles past the last rest stop. I don't know exactly where. That's okay. We'll track your phone's GPS. A few keystrokes clicked through the line. Help is on the way. Stay on the line with me, okay? I nodded before realizing they couldn't see me. Okay. A few seconds passed. Then, Sir, you mentioned an animal. Can you describe it? I hesitated. My throat tightened. Do I tell them? I gripped the phone tighter, pulse hammering. It wasn't normal. It looked like a deer, but it was wrong. It didn't have a head and there was... I stopped myself. The truth sounded insane, even in my own ears. It ran my truck off the road. I said instead. It might still be out there. There was another pause, just a little too long. Then the operator's voice returned, softer this time. Understood. Just stay put, sir. Emergency services are en route. But in the silence that followed, something else filled the space. A sound, high-pitched and angry. A loud screech permeated the forest that my truck was now stuck in. It was so loud that the operator on the other side of the line could hear it too. Sir, what was that? I could barely process the question. My breath hitched as I clutched my phone tighter, my fingers slick with sweat and blood. It's... My voice caught in my throat. My body refused to move, every instinct screaming at me to stay still. It's here. The line went quiet, but I could hear the tension in the operator's breathing. Sir, do you have a weapon? I swallowed hard, glancing around the wreckage of my cab. My pocket knife, too small to do anything useful, was in my glove compartment, but my hands were shaking so badly, I wasn't sure if I could even hold it. My truck was dead. My body was battered, and I was stranded alone in the dark with that thing. Then I heard more noise. The underbrush rustled, twigs snapped, the shadows shifted between the trees. My pulse jackhammered against my ribs. I struggled to move, pushing against the crushed door, but my body screamed in protest. Too slow, too weak. From the darkness slowly limped forward a shape, tall, gaunt, watching. Just beyond the reach of my truck's flickering headlights, something stood at the tree line. Its frame was impossibly thin, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. The skin was a sickly, corpse-like gray, stretched too tight over sharp bones. But it was the eyes that made my stomach drop. Too hollow, cavernous pits, black as the void, staring straight at me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The operator's voice crackled through the line, barely a whisper over the static. "Sir, are you still there?" Her words acted like a trigger for the beast. It got down on its hands and started racing its way towards the truck, screeching at the same time. I screamed in terror as I used every ounce of strength to reach for my glove box. I forced it open with shaky hands. I managed to grab and flip open the knife. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. Looking back at the creature, all I saw was a blur of sickly gray limbs, its body contorting unnaturally as it closed the distance in a fraction of a second. Slam. The truck shuddered violently as the creature slammed its body against the side, metal groaning under the impact. A long skeletal arm lunged through the shattered window, clawed fingers grasping blindly for me. Adrenaline flooded my veins. With a raw, desperate burst of strength, I lunged, gripping my knife tight, and drove the blade deep into its gangly arm. A piercing shriek tore from its throat. A sound so unnatural it made my skull feel like it was splitting. But it didn't stop. It clawed at me and I fought back, both of us thrashing and tearing at each other like wild animals. Eventually the beast had enough and it pulled its arm back through the car window and started to sprint away back into the night. Tears lined my cheeks as I started to fade back into unconsciousness. The last thing I heard was some unintelligible words from the operator. I woke to blinding light. A harsh, sterile glow burned through my eyelids, pulling me from the depths of unconsciousness. The sharp tang of antiseptic filled my nostrils, mixed with the steady beep, beep, beep of machines. I was alive. Dazed, I turned my head, my gaze adjusting to the unfamiliar white walls of a hospital room. Tubes ran from my arms and an IV drip hung beside me. I could barely think past the fog in my skull. Then I tried to move. A sharp, stabbing ache bloomed in my ribs, but something felt off. I couldn't feel anything below my chest. My breath hitched. I swallowed hard, my fingers gripping the thin hospital blanket, but I didn't have the heart to look. Instead, I stared at the ceiling, my mind numb, my body wrecked. But despite the pain, despite the fear creeping up my throat, I was grateful to be alive. Days passed in a blur of medication, whispered conversations, and restless sleep. Doctors came and went, their voices distant as they discussed my injuries. A shattered rib cage, deep lacerations, nerve damage. The prognosis wasn't great, but I was lucky to be alive. My truck was totaled. Emergency responders had found me unconscious, bleeding out in the wreckage. The official report called it a wild animal attack. They assumed a bear or some rabid predator had forced me off the road. I asked about the severed leg that had been stuck between the truck and the tree, but I was told nothing of that sort was found, so I didn't argue. What else could I say? That I'd been hunted by something inhuman? That I'd watched it crawl out of a headless deer's chest and tear through my truck like paper? They'd think I was insane. So I kept my mouth shut. Even as I lay there recovering, the memories didn't fade. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. That sickly gray skin, those hollow black eyes, the screech that made my skull rattle. My dreams were filled with flickering headlights and the endless clack of hooves on wet pavement. A little over a month later, I was discharged. The doctors said my mobility would take time to return, but I was already regaining some feeling in my lower body. The nerve damage hadn't been as bad as they feared. With therapy, I'd walk again. That was the first bit of good news I had in a long time. My best friend David picked me up from the hospital. He helped me into the passenger seat of his truck, eyeing my injuries with a grimace. "Jesus, man," he muttered, shaking his head. "You really got torn up. They said a bear did this?" I hesitated. My mouth felt dry. "Something like that." David didn't push. He just nodded, put the truck in gear, and drove. The ride home was quiet. The rain drizzled against the windshield, the wipers dragging across the glass in slow, rhythmic swipes. For the first time in a long time, I felt safe. The place was exactly how I left it, small, tucked away on the edge of town, surrounded by miles of thick forest. The kind of place where neighbors were a 10-minute drive away, and the nights were silent besides the infrequent sound of the wildlife. David helped me inside, made sure I had everything I needed, then left me to rest. I collapsed onto my bed, my body screaming for a relief. I tried to fall asleep, but I couldn't. I thought it was just my paranoia. My nerves were still shot, and my brain was still wired from everything that had happened. Then I heard it. A sound, faint and carrying through the trees. It was a high-pitched, shrill screech. Every muscle in my body went rigid. A sharp pulse of fear crashed through me, but this time, I wasn't trapped in a wrecked truck. This time I was ready. I reached beside my bed, fingers wrapping around the cold steel of my shotgun. If that thing had followed me here, it wouldn't leave alive. A few years ago, my friends and I decided to have a sleepover at my friend Sarah's house. Her parents were out of town, so we had the place to ourselves. We were having a great time watching movies, eating snacks, and just hanging out. Around midnight, we decided to tell some ghost stories to set the mood. We turned off all the lights and huddled together in the living room, using a flashlight for dramatic effect. As we took turns sharing stories, we started hearing strange noises coming from upstairs. It sounded like footsteps, but we all knew we were the only ones in the house. At first we tried to laugh it off, thinking it was just the house settling or maybe a pet, but the sounds continued, and they were getting louder and more distinct. Sarah suggested we go check it out, so we cautiously made our way upstairs, armed with our phones as flashlights. We searched every room but found nothing unusual. Just as we were about to head back downstairs, we heard a loud thump coming from the attic. None of us wanted to go up there, but curiosity got the better of us. Sarah pulled down the attic ladder, and we climbed up one by one. The attic was dark and dusty, filled with old boxes and forgotten items. As we looked around, we noticed a small door at the far end of the attic that we had never seen before. It was slightly ajar, and a cold draft was coming from it. We approached the door cautiously and pushed it open. Inside was a small, hidden room with an old, dusty mattress on the floor and some worn-out toys scattered around. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Just then we heard the footsteps again, this time right behind us. We spun around and there was no one there. Terrified, we bolted out of the attic and back downstairs, locking the door behind us. We spent the rest of the night huddled together in the living room, too scared to sleep. Every creak and groan of the house made us jump, and we kept the lights on until morning. The next morning we told Sarah's parents about the hidden room when they got home. They were just as shocked as we were, and had no idea it even existed. They called a contractor to come and inspect the attic. When he arrived, he confirmed that the room was indeed very old, and had likely been sealed off for decades. The contractor also found something even more unsettling, a series of old, dusty footprints leading from the hidden room to the attic entrance. They were too small to belong to any of us, and looked like they had been made by a child. This discovery sent chills down our spines. Sarah's parents decided to have the entire attic cleaned out, and the hidden room sealed off permanently. They also installed new locks on all the doors and windows, just to be safe. Despite these measures, we couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the house. To this day, we still don't know who or what was making those noises, but we haven't had another sleepover at Sarah's house since. Every time we talk about that night, We get chills all over again, and it remains one of the scariest experiences we've ever had. In the weeks that followed, Sarah's family noticed more strange occurrences. Lights would flicker on and off without explanation, and objects would mysteriously move from one place to another. One evening, Sarah's mom found an old photograph tucked inside one of the attic boxes. It was a black and white picture of a young girl holding a doll, standing in front of what looked like the same hidden room we had discovered. The girl in the photo had an eerie resemblance to Sarah. Sarah's parents decided to dig deeper into the history of the house. They visited the local library and found old property records and newspaper clippings. To their astonishment, they discovered that the house had once belonged to a family who had tragically lost their young daughter in a fire. The hidden room had been her playroom, and it was sealed off after her death. This revelation made a whole new layer of creepiness to the situation. Sarah's parents invited a paranormal investigator to the house to see if they could get any answers. The investigator conducted a series of tests and used specialized equipment to detect any unusual activity. He concluded that there was indeed a presence in the house, but it seemed to be harmless, possibly the spirit of the young girl who once lived there. While this provided some comfort, Sarah and her family still couldn't shake the feeling of unease. They decided to hold a small ceremony to honor the girl's memory and hopefully bring her some peace. After the ceremony, the strange occurrences seemed to diminish, and the house felt a little more normal. Even though things have calmed down, the memory of that sleepover and the hidden room still haunts us. It's a story we often share. That's what we called it, the Idiot Mile. We used to think it sounded cool, but the adults talked about it and hyped it up so much that we just got a bit sick of the idea and started calling it that. I grew up in a small village secluded in the middle of nowhere, somewhere down in Mississippi, I think. Or was it Alabama? I'm not sure. It was definitely somewhere deep in the south, and despite the very small population, we were a diverse bunch. Kids of all ethnicities. I don't remember ever going to another settlement in my youth, and I don't remember the name of the village I grew up in. In fact, I can't remember a lot of things about it. But I remember the walk. It's hard to explain to someone what the walk really is. To most people, it might sound insane, maybe even cruel, but to us, it was just a part of growing up. It's a rite of passage. The walk marks the day you stop being a boy and start being a man. It was like a line in the sand. Every boy who's old enough has to do it. It's expected. When you turn 13, you go on your walk. You get your time, you get your route, and you walk. It's not something we talked about, really. Growing up, my friends and I had heard about it many, many times from our parents and some of the older boys in the village. How great it would be for us. How we'd come back as young men. We'd always scoffed at it. Maybe this isn't something many people will relate to, but when we were younger, we didn't care much for the idea of growing up. Being a kid was enough. As we got closer to the point in time when it'd be our turn, though, our dismissal turned into real anticipation. I guess we just unanimously decided that now we were ready to be men. Anyway, the point I'm making is that when you're younger, you didn't ask that many questions. You didn't even think about it much. You just knew that when your time came, you'd do it too. It's a tradition, like everything else in the village. And traditions? Well, traditions just are. When my turn arrived, it had been decided by the adults that for the first time, all the 13-year-old boys in the village would go together. A group, a shared experience. Maybe it was supposed to be as a sort of bonding exercise. Maybe they thought it'd make the walk easier. But I don't think it worked out that way. In fact, I think it made it worse. The group was 5 in total. Like I said, it was a small village, and we were all good friends. We were the only boys in the village of the same general age bracket, so it made sense. Myself, Sam, Jonah, Robbie, and Christopher. We set off the day after Jonah's birthday, since he was the last one in the group to turn 13, and contrary to how we'd mocked the adults' constant reminders about the walk when we were younger, we were really excited. We were ready to grow up, to be men, to reach our potential, and be what we were destined to be. Despite my excitement, I was still nervous, but I didn't show it. That'd be a bad start to becoming a man. My dad had warned me, but not in a way that scared me or anything, just with a quiet seriousness. "It's only a walk, son," he said when I asked him how it went for him. "It'll feel weird, maybe, but that's just the way things go." We stood there together at dusk, at the corner of the only shop, where the edge of the village meets the country roads. The sun hung low in the sky, and there was a slight chill in the air that I didn't like. The whole place seemed oddly quiet, like everyone was holding their breath. The older boys, the ones who had already gone, were watching from the porches, their faces unreadable. Christopher's dad was the one who ushered us along our way. "Time to get going, boys. Make the most of it. You're about to be young men," he said with passion in his voice. "You have the start of the route. That's all you'll need. You'll come back when you're ready." He stepped aside, and we exchanged a last few words with our families before we got going. "You all set?" my dad asked with an encouraging smile. I nodded. I was sure I was. I looked down the road that stretched out ahead of us. Just the same old country road we'd seen 100 times before. There was nothing special about it, nothing scary, just a road with long patches of grass on either side. A few houses dotted the way out of the village, spaced far apart like everything else in the place. I couldn't really see what could possibly go wrong on a road like this. My dad gave me a small, hard pat on the shoulder before turning back to other adults. "You'll be fine," he said, and that was it. And so we set off. At first I felt nothing. The road was as it always was. The houses, the fields stretching out beside me, everything was familiar. It was just a walk, just like Dad had said. Sam and I were cracking jokes. Christopher was already trying to push Jonah around, and Robbie was just walking alongside us, zoning out as he tended to do. It was like any other time we hung out. About an hour later, the sun had all but set. It was a cloudless night, though, and we could still see where we were going reasonably well. It was around this time that our usual joking and dicking about stopped. Instead, for the first time, we began to feel real excitement. We were going to be men after this was done. We cheered, laughed, slapped each other on the backs. I can't remember ever feeling such thrill or camaraderie. The road we walked was simple, not a single noteworthy thing about it. We passed a few houses, some right by the road and some we could see off in the horizon. A couple of barns scattered here and there, and fields that seemed to stretch on forever. But eventually something about the road itself started to seem off. It was me that noticed it first, at a point where the road went straight ahead for a long distance. No bends or turns in sight. The road seemed to be continuously shrinking inward as it went on. The edges of it were perpendicular, closing inward, and yet as we continued forward, it never seemed to get any smaller like it should have. When I pointed this out, Sam agreed that it didn't make any sense, but the others seemed to think we were crazy and didn't see it at all. I couldn't understand. You have to believe me when I say that by this point, it was more than obvious that the metrics of the road made no sense at all. I even crouched down to inspect both sides, confirming my suspicion, but the other three boys just shrugged it off and told us to stop being weird. The thing is, Sam had a look on his face by this point, saying that maybe he wasn't so sure himself. Sam was my closest friend in the group and tended to take my side whenever a debate broke out, and I guess in hindsight, I find myself wondering if he'd just been doing the same thing then, while inwardly thinking I was crazy too. I don't know if I prefer that to the other possibility, that the road had become some sort of fugitive to the laws of geometry. I decided to just move on from it and try my best to ignore the bizarre detail, however much it nagged at the back of my mind. Things shifted back to normal between us fairly quickly, as we went back to all our excited predictions for what it'd be like to finally be growing up. The road was no longer familiar to us, not at all. We'd walked along many bends and turns at this stage, although somehow, not once had we come across a fork in the road. We'd been walking for what felt like hours by this point, and to be honest, I was starting to wonder when we'd actually come to the point at which we were ready to return. The others were also focused on the journey and their anticipation of becoming men, though, and I thought it better not to ask, so I just bottled it up and focused on the walk. At one point, I noticed Robbie was quiet, not in his usual way though. He looked uneasy, the kind of look you get when you know something's wrong but can't figure out what. He kept glancing over his shoulder, like he was worried about something behind us, but when I turned around, I didn't see anything, just the long stretch of road and trees. "You good, Robbie?" I asked, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, just, I don't know, man," he muttered, his voice tight. But before I could ask him what he meant, Sam, being Sam, cracked a joke. "You hear those twigs snapping just now? Old man Terrence is probably hiding out somewhere behind watching us. He's always got his eyes on the new kids. Think he's still hiding that shotgun?" That got a laugh out of Robbie, and for a second, it felt like things were okay again, but the feeling didn't last long. As we passed the first house we'd seen for quite a while, we noticed something strange. A figure standing by the mailbox just off the road. I squinted. It was a boy. He looked to be pretty young, probably 7 or 8. He had a kind of dopey look on his face, with eyes wide and staring, and his mouth hanging open, mouth breather style. He didn't move, didn't speak. He just watched us. We had all stopped walking to stare back at the kid. Jonah took it upon himself to break the tension. Hey." The kid didn't give any verbal response, but his eyes quickly went more normal, and he beamed a smile at us. It wasn't a mocking or malicious smile either. He honestly just looked like a pretty normal kid now. It was a smile of politeness. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. We just started walking once more, though our pace was a bit faster. I could feel the kid's eyes on my back like a dead weight. I told myself it was nothing to fret about, that it was simply nerves. Just a kid that had snuck outside at night for whatever reason. But then we saw another person, just past the bend, a woman standing by her front gate, looking out at us with that same honest and polite smile. And it didn't stop. They were everywhere now. People, mostly old men, women, and a few boys, just standing in their front yards watching, saying nothing. Why were there so many damn houses? We hadn't seen one before this for almost an hour. They didn't move, they didn't speak, they didn't blink, just flashed us those compassionate smiles. And soon, they weren't out on their porches. There were no more houses in sight after a while, but for a few minutes, I could have sworn I could still see people staring down at us from the fields on both sides of the road. Faces rising just above the hedges on the perimeter. Eventually, it seemed like whatever that had been was over. We didn't talk for a long while afterwards. After 10 or so minutes of next to no conversation, Jonah stopped walking. Just froze. No reason, no explanation. "Jonah?" Sam called, walking back a few steps. "What's up with you?" Jonah didn't answer. His eyes were wide, his face pale. He was staring at something ahead of us, but there was nothing there, just empty road. After a long moment, he blinked and slowly shook his head. "It's nothing," he said, but there was something off about his voice. He wasn't looking at any of us anymore. His eyes were far off, like he was seeing something else entirely. Christopher stepped forward. Hey, come on, Jonah. Let's keep moving. Jonah didn't respond. After that, we all seemingly realized in unison that suddenly, there was something deeply wrong. I was overcome with the pressing feeling that I was in terrible danger. The air felt thick and heavy, like the kind that had been trapped in an old house for far too long, and it smelt and tasted like there was a heavy storm on the way. Ozone. You guys feel that? Robbie asked, his voice unsteady. I nodded, but I couldn't explain it. Something was changing. Something was shifting. We weren't just walking anymore. We were being watched, followed, toyed with. I was certain of it. More certain than I've ever been of something. I could feel eyes on the back of my neck, like someone or something was following us. But when I turned around, there was nothing there. We kept walking, but the silence between us deepened. Robbie's eyes never left the distance, and Christopher started muttering to himself, his words incoherent. Jonah kept looking back, his movements jerky, like he was trying to catch a glimpse of something just out of view. The further we went, the more I was sure I could hear some kind of whispering in the air, soft and quiet but unmistakable, as though it was coming from the very ground beneath my feet. You hear that? I whispered. Sam shook his head. It's just the wind. It's nothing. But I could see it in his eyes. He didn't believe it. None of us did. We walked on for what felt like days. The roads twisted and bent in ways a country road shouldn't have, like it was changing, actively altering itself. I remember us taking 3 sharp U-turns straight after one another, seemingly passing by the exact same dilapidated shack at each of the 3 curves. The buildings we passed looked different. Their windows were dark, and some of them looked like they were rotting. I don't just mean that they looked old and forsaken either. They looked as though every material they'd been built from was in a state of heavy decomposition. The wood of the barns was warped, the paint peeling, the lawns beyond overgrown. It was like the whole world was slowly falling apart around us, as if the road was all that was left in reality. At one point, I distinctly remember feeling someone breathing right down my neck, hot and clammy as if they were stooped right behind me. I screamed out in fear and fell to my feet, spinning to look behind myself. But what I saw baffled me. I was facing up at the rest of the boys, their faces fighting between fear and concern. What the? I had somehow been walking backwards for some length of time without realizing it. How come no one else had said anything? Hey, come on, dude. It's okay. We're here. I'm here. Sam knelt down to help me to my feet, his voice comforting despite the shock I must have put him. I was hyperventilating by now. Let's go. He got up and held out a hand, inviting me to do the same. I grasped it tight and pulled myself up. For reasons I can't explain, I remember wishing I could have held Sam's hand longer. Another hour or so passed and the air was thick with tension. Christopher was staring at his shoes, his hands clenched at his sides. Jonah was breathing in short bursts, and Robbie had started to trail even further behind, his eyes hollow. I felt it too, even if I wasn't fully aware of it. The madness creeping in, the pressure building behind my eyes. Then the first real fight started. I hadn't been paying attention to whatever preceded it, but Jonah snapped at Christopher, his voice full of rage. Stop acting like you're fine. You're not fine. None of us are fine. Something's wrong. Christopher's face reddened. I'm not the one acting weird. You're the one who's... But Jonah cut him off. I'm fine. I'm fine. You're the one. He broke off, his eyes wild. Then, as though in a trance, he turned and started walking faster ahead of all of us. Jonah, Robbie called, but Jonah didn't stop. His hands were shaking now, and his breath was coming in short, ragged bursts, intertwined with sudden bouts of screaming that came and went. We watched him go, but none of us moved. There was something wrong with him, something seriously unnatural about the way he was walking. His body jerked with every step, like he was trying to pull himself free from some invisible force. Jonah, stop. Sam shouted, but it was like the words didn't reach him. He was moving further and further away, vanishing into the horizon. We stood there for a while, no idea what to do. Eventually, we just wordlessly came to the agreement that we had to keep walking. There was nothing else to be done. As we went, the air went from thick and oppressive to suddenly crisp. The kind of crisp that made your breath visible. It was so instantaneous that we exchanged a few looks between each other before pressing on. There was no real value in questioning, or even talking about things at this point. Just as I'd started to get used to the now frigid temperature, the wind picked up. Not much at first, but after a short while it howled and made it difficult to press on, as it was pressing forcefully against us. I was quite scrawny in my youth, so I had an especially rough time. Soon after, the road grew to be surrounded on both sides by a dense forest. The long branches seemed to reach down to grab us, twisting and coiling around themselves. There was something wrong about them, too. In spite of how long some of their branches and twigs grew outward, they didn't sway in the increasingly heavy wind, not even slightly. I could have sworn there was some lifelike quality to them, like they were welcoming us forward. To what exactly, I didn't know. Then the wind stopped and the air felt thick and muggy again. It happened as suddenly as the first change. We exchanged another look of bewildered terror and continued. The farther we went, the more the silence pressed on me. The world felt too quiet, too still. Our footsteps were the only sound I could hear, and each one seemed louder than the last. I was about to say something, anything just to break the long enduring silence, when I saw something out of the corner of my eye at the edge of the tree line. It was the boy from earlier, the first person we'd seen standing outside a house earlier, but now his face wasn't displaying that friendly, neighborly smile. It was twisted in a look of pure, unadulterated hate. My breath caught up in my throat. It should have been funny. A harmless little kid putting on such a strong look of anger and hatred. But it wasn't. It wasn't funny at all. Again, I stumbled back and cried out in fear, shouting jumbled nonsense and pointing at the spots in the forest for the others to see the cause of my terror. My voice hitched, and I desperately scooted backwards to be closer to the group, eyes all but screwed shut. Just as he'd done before, it was Sam that came to my aid. His hands lightly slapped my cheeks, trying to get me to pay attention to his voice, clearly panicked but doing his best to soothe my horror. Snap out of it. There's nothing over there. Please, just calm down. You're gonna be fine. Nothing's there. Just relax, man. Jesus, breathe. Deep breaths, dude. Deep breaths. I stole a glance around Sam, back at the tree line. The boy was gone. I focused my attention back to Sam as he grabbed me under the armpits and hauled me upwards. He was breathing heavily too now. I stared at his face, and finally, I eased back out of whatever panic attack I was experiencing. Instead, a feeling washed over me of deep appreciation for Sam, for my best friend. I realized that I wanted him to grab my hand again like he'd done earlier on. I think that I loved him in that moment, and I hated it. I hated it more than I'd hated anything else we'd experienced on the walk. I hated how I felt, and I hated him for making me feel that way. So I shoved him back. A startled sound came from my mouth, but I hit him. I hit him harder than I thought myself capable of, and he fell back, clutching his face. Gasping with pain and surprise, I threw him onto the ground and started swinging more punches at him. He tried to block me, tried to say something, maybe to reason with me, but I didn't care. I rested my forearm on his neck, pinning him down, and grabbed a rock lying on the road next to us. I don't know why, but neither Robbie nor Christopher said anything, or made any attempt to break me away. They just watched. With a savage cry, the rock swung through the air, propelled by all the rage boiling inside me, slamming into Sam's face with a sickening crack. Blood exploded from his nose and mouth, his whole body jerking from the blow. He gasped, struggled to breathe. But I raised the rock once more, swinging it downward with all the madness within my body. The impact shattered his cheekbone, the rock sinking into the soft flesh with a horrifying squelch. Sam tried to scream, but it came out as a gurgling rasp, blood spilling from his lips as his hand reached meekly towards me, but I was relentless. I hit him again and again, crashing the rock into his skull with a sickening rhythm, rendering his face into a grotesque, pulpy mess. He went almost entirely limp, fingers twitching before falling still. His face was practically unrecognizable, a twisted, bloody mask of torn flesh and exposed bone. He laid there, gasping for air that would not come, choking on blood he could not spit. And then he died. I knelt over him, chest heaving, the rock falling from my hand, slick with blood. My breathing was ragged as though I'd just run a marathon. I hated him still, and I was satisfied with what I'd done. I finally looked up. Robbie and Christopher were still doing nothing more than taking in the sight of what just occurred. After a few seconds, they just turned around and continued down the road. All I did was catch up with them, my anger cooling away, forgetting about the act I'd just committed. And you know what? I realize now that I've never given any thought to what I did. I shut it away in some box in my head, forgot about it. Honestly, I think I forgot entirely about Sam or the friendship I once had with him. It all only came back to me now as I've been writing this. It's like he never even existed or something. The three of us remaining walked in silence for about a minute before one after the other, Robbie and Christopher began to fall behind. They glanced over their shoulders, eyes wide, shoulders tense, and then shuffled away into the woods alone. I tried to call out to them, but they ignored me, vanishing like shadows, swallowed by the darkness that seemed to creep in from every corner. Soon I was walking alone. At first I thought it was my imagination, but the quiet was suffocating. The longer I walked, the more wrong everything felt. The trees seemed to lean in closer, and I felt eyes on my back, watching me from the deep shadows between the trunks. The road twisted and turned, looping in impossible directions, as if the forest around it was shifting, playing with me. I tried to retrace my steps, but it was like the trees were watching me, moving to block my way. I tried to ignore my fear. I focused on the road, on getting to the end, but as I walked farther, it got harder. I wanted to turn back, but I knew I couldn't. Not now. It was part of the walk. You don't turn back. The air was laced with the smell of rot, and it began to feel as though the road was shifting beneath my feet. I tripped, tumbling down onto the asphalt, my arms scraping against the rough earth. When I finally stopped, I lay there gasping for breath, the world spinning around me. When I managed to get to my feet, I saw Christopher. He stood ahead of me, eyes empty and distant. His face was pale, his mouth slack, as though he'd been walking through the forest for days without rest in the time since they'd left me. He seemed to be looking past me. He didn't move or even blink. I tried to get his attention. Chris, come on, please, talk to me. What's going on? You're scaring me, man, please. He seemingly came to his senses at that and looked at me. He sighed softly. There's nothing to be scared of, dude. Just do what we've all been doing. We're becoming men, remember? Men aren't scared of stuff like this. You're gonna be fine. Just keep walking. And don't look behind you. They hate when you do that. I wanted to scream, but my voice wouldn't come out. I took a step forward. Christopher didn't react. I took another step. I listened to him, though. I didn't look behind me. He never caught back up with me, and I wasn't about to risk a look back to check if he was even there anymore. I saw Robbie soon after. I saw the outline of his body coming from opposite end of the road, walking towards me, and as soon as he was close enough that I could recognize him as Robbie, his face twisted into a look of primal fear. His eyes bulged, his mouth open in a silent scream. He was standing in the middle of the road, but when I reached for him, he screeched, "Don't hurt me. Oh God, please don't hurt me. Please. I don't want to die. I want to stay young. Please don't hurt me anymore." I was lost for words, and before I came up with the ones I needed to try and calm him down, he bolted past me, going in the direction I'd came from. He screamed all the way. As a matter of fact, I don't know how far away he went, but I didn't stop hearing his intermittent screams for at least the next 10 minutes. They sounded full of pain. I stumbled forward, heart pounding. Sweat trickled down my forehead. My legs were shaking, but I couldn't stop walking. I realized that Sam was walking beside me. I didn't really react to that, just continued to walk alongside him. His face was the same disfigured canvas of ruined skin and bone. I could barely make out where the individual parts of a human skull resided on his. His face was the anatomical equivalent of a Jackson Pollock painting. He paused for a few minutes and turned to hold his hand out to me. I didn't take it. I think I'm ready now. Bye, dude. Bye, I responded. Then he turned forward again and walked away down a fork in the road, the first we'd ever encountered on the walk. I blinked and the fork was gone, Sam gone with it. The air felt thicker than ever before, so thick it was almost suffocating me. I steeled myself and continued down the road's remaining path. As I rounded the curve, I stared down at the road at the figure waiting for me. It was me, a perfect double. Like looking in a mirror, no expression, no movement, just stillness. My heart started hammering in my chest. I stopped in my tracks, unsure what to do. You're almost there, he said, his voice flat, emotionless, but unmistakably mine. The words sent a chill down my spine, but before I could react, he spoke again, his voice a little louder, a little more urgent. You're almost there. Almost you. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. It was like something had taken hold of me, frozen me in place. I wanted to run, I wanted to scream, but something told me that wasn't allowed. Not now. He smiled politely. You're almost me, almost you. He repeated, just a little farther, and you'll know. The road ahead of me began to blur. My thoughts spun, tangled like I was in some kind of dream. I sprinted forward, desperate to finish the walk. The people were still watching me, I realized. Or had they been all along? They were all around now. The figures from the houses, from the mailboxes, standing just off the sides of the road, smiling kindly. They were waiting, and I realized then with a sickening clarity that I wasn't walking towards the end of the road. I was walking towards something else. Something I couldn't see, but I could feel. Something that had been waiting for me my whole life. I don't remember anything past that point, only that I didn't get back to the village. Someone out for a drive found me days later, wandering in circles, muttering to myself. My eyes wide and unseeing. I was taken to the police, then after that, a foster home. Of course, no one believed me. What good could they have really done for me? I couldn't produce a name for my village, or for my parents, or practically anything about the place. I'd somehow forgotten it all, and I knew there was no point even trying to explain the walk to them, so I just kept it to myself. Many times I've reflected on the words said to me before we embarked on our journey that day. You'll come back when you're ready. I sure as hell feel ready. I have for a long time, but how am I supposed to go back to a place I could barely even remember the existence of? I spent months after I got my license driving through the southeastern states, scouring maps for anything worthwhile, and I've never been able to find any village like what I can remember. Not even a road that looks like the one we walked. I've kept my story to myself for over a decade now, and I guess that's why I wrote all this here. Everyone will think I'm loony, of course, but at this point, I just needed to get it off my chest and tell someone about it. I'm done giving myself headaches and other mental pain over the idiot mile. After all, I'm a man now. My father spent a long time trying to speak to God, and one day he claimed God answered, revealing the day the world would end. He was a physics professor at the state university, but had become deeply involved in the occult over the last few years. He set up an office in our backyard, convinced he had found a clue in the Bible leading to something significant. Isaiah 66:1 has always been clear, my dear Alice. He would say to me, his eyes unnervingly intense, God is the skies, and if science searches among the stars, it will find him. His office had a powerful radio with a huge antenna, an optical telescope, and 3 old laptops, operating non-stop with strange software. He was always checking his old wristwatch, as if it were somehow connected to his investigations. My mother always suspected he had stolen this equipment from the university lab. She was the silent victim of his obsession, trying to remain understanding and patient, hoping he would return to normal eventually. My siblings and I, however, were in high school at the time and had grown tired of hearing that our father was nuts. Other kids thought we were eccentric, seeing my dad taking his telescope down the street at dusk, trying to get the best angle of Venus while reading the Bible out loud, always wearing the same clothes the whole week. I hated it. One day we all woke up at 5 a.m. to his shouting from the garage. He was jumping with excitement over a new signal he had received. It's undeniable proof that he is telling us something, he told us, his hair and beard wild, now untrimmed for months. We thought that maybe he had finally lost his mind. He had found signals before, and they had always turned out to be satellite noise. So, how's the signal, Dad? One of my brothers asked the next morning. He answered nothing, just seriously refilled his coffee and walked back to the garage. We all assumed he had figured out it was another dead end. The day after that, a Saturday, I was really excited about a night birthday party I was invited to. A boy I had a crush on was going to be there, but in the morning my father called us all to the living room, his face urgent. No one should leave the house. The world is coming to an end today, he muttered, pacing frantically and checking his wristwatch. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. I did everything to interpret his message, hoping I was wrong, but I fear this was the warning. What do you mean? My mother asked, uneasy. God, honey, he murmured, gripping his shoulder. He showed me signals that prove today is of the highest importance. And how do you know it's the date of the end of the world? One of my brothers questioned. Because the message was undeniable. He is coming, and the Bible clearly states that the end will begin when... Dad, come on, not now. I cut him off, sighing. I have something to do tonight. I can't just stay here based on this crazy theory of yours. No one is leaving this house today, he commanded, his voice taking on an authority I had never heard before. We must stay together and he shall save us. Trust me, you'll understand soon, my dear. Frustrated, I tried to argue back to no success. I looked at my mother in search for support, but she was too stunned by the idea that her husband might actually be insane to say a word. I stormed back to my room in a fit of rage and slammed the door shut. This wasn't fair, and I wouldn't let my father's madness ruin my night. After dinner, I locked myself in my room and waited until it was late enough for me to sneak out through the window. The party was only 2 blocks away, so I just walked there. And it was fun. My crush and I had the chance to talk for hours, though nothing romantic happened. Around 1 or 2 a.m., I checked my phone. It had been on silent the whole time. There were multiple missed calls and messages from my mom. Dozens of messages like, "Where are you? Pick up the phone. Get here now." I replied, telling her I was only 2 blocks away and on my way back. I knew I'd be grounded for this, but it felt worth it. As I walked home, I kept checking my phone for a response, but her number was offline. I assumed they had gone back to sleep. When I reached my address, I felt like I had somehow taken the wrong path. There was nothing there. Just an empty lot full of dirt and grass surrounded by what I was certain were my usual neighbors. Their houses intact. I retraced my steps several times to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. And I wasn't. This was where my house was just a few hours ago, and it was no longer there. The doors, the walls, the fence, and everything inside of it had vanished. There wasn't even a trace of wood or debris left behind. It was as if the house had never existed, and nothing had ever been built there. I tried calling my father, mother, and brothers, but their phones were off. I searched the area frantically, desperate for any clue about what had happened. The only thing I found on the grass was my father's wristwatch, the one he used for his strange transmissions, stuck at exactly midnight. Every member of my family was gone, and the truth is, I never saw them again after that day. They were never found. The case of my family's disappearance was in every newspaper in the state for days, mobilizing the entire town in an effort to find them. The neighbors' security cameras didn't capture any movement, or anything suspicious that night, except for a strong flash of light around midnight, the same hour frozen on the wristwatch. No one passed by the street, no one saw anything. They simply vanished from this earth and no clues were given. Then the feds arrived some weeks later to investigate. Tall men in black suits and dark glasses combed through the area for days, then left without revealing a single word to the public. Strangely, the news stopped covering it the very next day, returning to their usual programming of burglaries and park renovations. Over time, this case was only mentioned in podcasts or mystery YouTube channels. After all that, I went to visit with my grandparents and they took good care of me, but the trauma never faded. A decade has gone by, and no one has found an explanation for my family's disappearance. Now I'm taking matters into my own hands, and sharing this story with everyone I can, determined to uncover the truth, even if too late. Every night I stare at the sky, wondering if it was really God who took them, or if it was something else. Whenever I tell this story, I always start it in the same way. I don't care if anyone believes me. Either you do, and so you can empathize with me, or you don't, so you think I've created this terrifying experience out of thin air. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. This story is completely true. There is something stalking the mesquite thickets of East New Mexico. Several years ago, I was working at a dude ranch in southeast New Mexico. My job was incredibly enjoyable, and I had made some of the closest friends out there, including my fiancée. The landscape was absolutely gorgeous. The ranch occupied almost 2,000 acres of rolling prairie and scrubland, with the back half being thickets of cactus and mesquite. The edge of the property was part of the Tonkawa River, and with a huge field leading down the hill to the bank. I'm creating a map of the property, because locations will become important to the story. The first time I saw anything that gave me pause was one of my first nights at the ranch. We were due for some rain that night, and in the morning I had to demonstrate how to start a fire to a group I was taking out on trail. Not wanting to embarrass myself with wet wood, I had the bright idea to go gather some before it started raining. Unfortunately for me, this was around 10 p.m. and was the only bright thing that night. We were about 40 minutes outside the nearest town, and with the sky being overcast, my weak little flashlight barely illuminated the path ahead of me. We had this huge old oak tree just right in front of the tree line, and that was my destination. After a bit of a walk, you got to the tree and started piling wood into a bucket I brought. I've never had much of a problem with being out in the woods at night, but that night was so dark. It was difficult to keep my thoughts from straying into eerie places. After a couple minutes, I felt like I was being watched. I started to glance around, but the hair-raising sensation of no longer being alone became a bit overwhelming, and I was less and less confident being out there. As I turned around towards the trail, I froze. Staring out of the darkness were two glowing green eyes. They didn't blink or move, just stared at me. They were roughly 40 feet away on the other side of the path I had to reach. My gut wrenched. It was just so unnerving. I slowly walked forward till I got to the path and then started to back away, never turning my back from them. My flashlight was too dim to ever see what the eyes belonged to, but just the fact I had to look slightly up at them made my skin crawl. Finally, when I judged I was far enough away, I turned and ran down the path back down to the road, to our guest area, and to my house. The morning after, I had to run a camera to a group that was gathering at the oak tree. As I was leaving, I realized that place where the eyes had been was a clearing. The eyes were roughly in the middle of the clearing, and it was large enough in diameter that there was no way they could have belonged to something in a tree. I'm well over 6 feet tall. Based off of how far back I had to tilt my head to meet its gaze, it was easily over 7 feet tall. The realization made my blood run cold. Now, of course, nobody believed me. At first. But this was only the first encounter with whatever prowled those woods, and the only one where I was ever alone. My second run-in with this thing was about 4 months later in June. New summer staff arrived, and I was the only carryover into a new season. In our staff lounge one evening, I joined a group of about 9 other staff sharing creepy stories. My friend Elijah was in the middle of a doozy. When he was finished, he begged me to tell mine again. He'd heard it before, but he was the only one. I told everybody I could tell them, or I could show them where it happened. Of course, everybody elected to go out to the oak with me. Once we were there, I told my tale and left everyone sufficiently on edge. The mood was still light, and since we were out there anyway, Elijah suggested we head out to a large boulder deeper in the trees. The group was even between guys and girls, and there was a definite flirtatious vibe between most, so we agreed. Now, to get to this boulder, we would cross through the pasture that led down to the river, and afterwards down this very narrow path where the brush was so thick and the trail was so windy, you couldn't get more than around 10 feet of visibility in front and behind you. With nothing on either side, we made it through the pasture with no difficulty besides Elijah scaring one of the girls by jumping out from behind a tree. Once on the narrow path, we had to walk 2 abreast, and my other buddy Alexander and I took up the rear. He and I were the only 2 who heard the voice. Calling out from the pasture we were just at, it almost seemed female, but was completely devoid of emotion or pain, calling out softly, "Ow, help me." Alexa and I looked at each other, our eyes huge. I'm sure I was also as pale as he looked. There should have been nobody else out there with us. Our group was the only ones with the night off, and it wasn't very plausible that a group of guests would be out there, and we didn't encounter them. Besides, anyone trying to mess with us surely would have just screamed or just even said more. I cannot begin to describe how wrong the voice was. The tone and inflection were almost robotic, and "ow, help me" was all it said. We started to hurry everyone else up without freaking them out, and we came out of that section of trail with the 2 of us looking behind us constantly. When we got to the boulder, we tried to convince everyone to head back, but to no avail. Finally, Alex and I said we were going to leave, but as we turned around, we all saw the deer. It was on the trail we just exited, just standing there, watching us. But so much of it was wrong. It was much taller than any other deer we'd seen out there, and there were plenty. It was also somehow longer and crooked. Its head almost looked like it was put on sideways, so its neck. It just stood there looking at us. Its appearance generally unnerving, but what it did next was what frightened me the most. It backed up into the trees until we could no longer see it. That's what freaked me out the most. Every deer I've ever seen either turns outright and runs away, or just freezes till you get too close. This one just backed up out of sight. It was such a simple movement, but it was so unnatural. Exactly like the call for help. We all looked around at each other nervously for a few minutes, then scrambled off the rock. When we were all huddled in a group, we ran, together past where we'd seen it last, tore across the pasture, and past the oak tree, till we stood panting on the porch of the lounge. We never really spoke of that night together again, but I always include it in any reading of this story. I have one more large encounter, the one that made me refuse to go back in the woods after dark. One thing you must understand is that there were several months between these 3 accounts. Enough time for me to think, surely whatever this was isn't still here, right? The final time I went into those woods was with my now fiancé. She and I had just started officially dating about a week before this terrible camping trip. I'd grown up camping as a kid, but she'd never been, wanting to share with her something I found incredibly meaningful in my early life. I convinced her to join me for one night trip out into the woods. My plan was to go out there Friday evening through Sunday morning, and since she had to work Saturday, she joined me for my final night out there. Friday night was completely uneventful. I pitched my tent out of one of the dirt access roads in one of the spots used for overnight groups. It was a very average solo camping trip. I enjoyed myself completely. The next Saturday, my fiancée Haley drove up the dirt road to join me. It was once again a very nice evening, making hot dogs and s'mores, and after a couple beers, we retired to the tent. As we settled down for the night, we both heard something out in the woods. Haley turned to ask me if I had also heard something, but I regretfully snapped at her to be quiet. There was no anger, but at that sound, the other 2 frightening stories I had were the forefront of my mind. The sound we heard was very faint. If it hadn't lasted more than a few seconds, it could have been dismissed as wind. But it lasted much longer. It was singing, but completely toneless, devoid of any kind of humanity. It grew steadily louder, making wide half circles towards our campsite. Our site was in a clearing off an access road. We were way out past the boulder from a few months previous. The clearing was surrounded by prickly pear and mesquite, basically creating a massive barbed wire fence around us. The only clear spot was the path that led to the road. But the singing was coming from the opposite end of the clearing. Something was out in the woods, making its way through thorns and scrub, singing in a language we'd never heard before. Haley looked as terrified as I felt. I unzipped the tent and peered out with my light into the tree line. I couldn't see anything, but I could tell from the singing that whatever it was just out of my view, less than 100 feet from the tent. It knew where we were, and didn't care if we knew where it was. I told Haley to run to the car. She scrambled out of the tent and ran through the dark towards her car. I followed, barefoot, only in shorts, with my knife and phone clutched in my hand. We made to the car as the singing became deafeningly loud. We sped back to our lodging and spent the night wide awake in her room, her lying on the bed, and I propped against the door, occasionally checking the windows. Well into morning, we drove back up to pick up our stuff. The tent had been torn apart. Everything else was ransacked. A horrible odor pervaded the clearing. What sent shivers down my spine, however, were the massive scratches and gouges in the tree nearest where the tent lay scattered. We finished up our contract and quickly moved to Colorado together. We also work at a ranch up here, and I am glad to say nothing about the woods up here feels malevolent. I've never heard any singing or seen any wrong deer, or been asked for help from any weird voices. I'm completely content to stay far away from the mesquite thickets of New Mexico for the rest of my life. I've been told that writing these events out might help me move on, but what finally prompted me to write this was a realization that the right person, the right horribly unlucky person will read this, and it will save them. In that sense, I now feel obligated to get this out there. I'll give you all some quick background. I'm from Colorado. Currently, I'm working for a fintech startup. It's just another one hoping to get bought out by one of the big banks like Schwab or whatever. But it's good resume building, and I like my team. I was still in college majoring in comp sci at the time of this story. You'll have to check my page to see my gripe about getting ribbed by engineering majors and being surrounded by Adderall junkies. Anyway, I just completed my 5th semester, and it was winter break. I'm a big skier. Shocking, I know, but I wasn't exactly loaded either. My friend Reggie and I wanted to go on a skiing trip before graduating, so we did a lot of research. We got a great deal on this cabin near our favorite slopes, but we couldn't afford it ourselves, so we had to accept that a couple of random guys would also be staying there. We worked everything out, and the cabin owner contacted our new roommates. We texted back and forth, and on the phone, we liked them both for the most part. Their names were Preston and John, and they were both out of state. I enjoyed talking to them about their love of skiing and how this was all they could afford after a flight. However, I quickly soured on them when we finally got to the cabin. They were both the sort of Colorado tourists who wouldn't stop saying stuff like bagging a 14er, colorful Colorado, POW day, and more than once Preston referenced that stupid Lucifer statue. I already think all that crap is annoying from natives, but to hear 2 out-of-state guys talk like that was incredibly irritating. I also quickly remarked on their rude behavior. John was alright, but just wasn't well-mannered. But Preston especially seemed to have no filter for judgmental thoughts or complaints. As we were moving in, I kept hearing things like, "Bro, walk a little faster, it's not that hard," and "You're not gonna wear that deodorant this whole time, right?" I'm a lot more moderate than I should be most of the time, but still, after Preston said, "Hey, we're gonna smoke while we're here, and you two are just gonna have to be cool with that," Reggie and I lost our cool on him. His friend John wasn't much help. I don't think it was because he was avoiding conflict. I think he just knew we were right. We argued and yelled with each other for a while. Finally, we made it clear he wasn't going to smoke in the cabin. We didn't care that the owner already told me it's cool, bro, and he's not gonna say stuff if we smoke inside. Calm down, guys, it's literally not that deep. We didn't smoke, and we didn't want the smoke inside. There was some pushback, but when Reggie flat out said, "If you whip a bong out, I'll smash it," Preston gave us a dirty look and stormed off. John stood there awkwardly for a second. He gave us one of those looks that said, "I gotta agree with him, 'cause he's my friend, and I know you all aren't wrong." And then he walked off after Preston. The rest of the night was uneventful. Preston sulked in his room for a long time and loudly whined about us to his girlfriend on the phone, but John came down and pitched into the pizza order we were making. There's a great place up there we used to love to order from called Pin Dai Lumaca. Although, I'm not sure it's even still there. It could be gone, or maybe they knew too. Maybe they knew how to survive and just didn't bother warning anyone. Perhaps they're still there slinging 4-cheese pizzas, pretending nothing ever happened. Preston finally came down after the food was delivered. It got a kick out of John seeing the guy bring us our order on a snowmobile. It was a quiet and strained meal, but we all ended up chatting there. I still wasn't a fan of them at all, and Preston still couldn't quit saying all that tourist crap. He talked about loving the mile-high city, or something cliche like that, and I enjoyed hearing a little about their lives in Oregon, and about a couple of their skiing wipeout stories. Still, it was clear that we were talking just to keep the peace for the remainder of the stay. They didn't like us at all either. After dinner, Reggie and I put on one of those terrible Resident Evil movies we loved, one of the animated ones, and got our equipment ready in the living room. Preston and John had already returned to their rooms at that point, but I couldn't hear Preston complaining to his girlfriend anymore. I remember he came downstairs for water at some point. He stopped at the stairs and, mostly mumbling, he said, "Hey, there's literally no reason not to smoke in here, but I'm not gonna press it. I probably shouldn't have snapped or whatever. Good night." I appreciated the sentiment, but he still was an a-hole. We just brushed it off and got back to work. Finally, I went to bed and tried calling my mom before heading to bed. No reception at all. I know we were on a mountain, but still, it was weird. I asked Reggie, and he said he wasn't getting any service either. Again, odd, but not anything to worry about yet. I just went to bed, hoping the service would return in the morning. I woke up the following day and nothing around me was unusual at first glance. It was notably colder than last night. The heat was still on, but it was at least 5 degrees colder. I got out of bed to put my socks on, but I noticed it was still dark outside. I looked at my alarm clock. It said it was still early, but the sun was definitely up at this point. When my phone confirmed the time, I moved the curtains to the side to check. I tried to look out my window, but I was met with a wall of snow. I touched the window with my fingertips. It was completely frozen. I didn't know what to make of it. I was calm, we had some food, and the electricity was still on, so it wasn't immediately dangerous. But still, my bedroom was on the second floor. We'd been snowed up to the second floor at least. I know it's Colorado, and we were on a mountain, but still, this amount of snow was ridiculous, nearly impossible from what I've been told about the weather signals from that time. When I went to check my phone, I saw that I still had no service. At that point, I was unnerved, but still nothing too bad. I went downstairs to find Reggie and Preston discussing the snow. Reggie said something about digging our way out. Preston quickly shut him down. "Nah, bro, we ain't getting through that. All you do is fill the living room full of snow." He could have said it a little more politely, but I agreed. We were stuck for now. Nobody else was getting any signal either. I asked where John was. Preston started to say something. "Oh, I mean, he's probably just sleeping in. He stayed up late too." Preston's eyes were caught by something beside the door. I followed his gaze, but I saw nothing. "What's wrong?" "John went out to smoke last night. After we all headed to bed, he told me he was going to try some of his gear on and light up in the yard." "Did you ever hear him come back?" "No, dude. I didn't go because I was already sleeping. He woke me up to ask, and then I passed back out. His boots aren't there anymore." We went upstairs and knocked on his room before finding no one there. Preston checked the basement and I checked the attic. Nothing. And what's worse is I found that the attic window was also blocked by snow. The snow was now piled up at least 28 feet. Nothing else was remarkable in the attic, just tools and leftover construction supplies. I found some PVC pipes in the corner, however. I had an idea. Reggie yelled up to me, so I put it off for later and headed back down the ladder and then down the stairs. He's not here. I felt bad for having felt so much hate for Preston the night before. He was sitting on the couch, clearly stressed the hell out, trying his phone and running his hands through his hair. We sat there and talked about what we could do. We agreed that it was getting colder, but we also decided that, unfortunately, it was probably best to turn down the heat. If it was still this cold with the heat up so high, we didn't want to blow the heating unit while we still had power. We turned it down from 70 degrees to 55. We ate just a little leftover pizza. It seemed we all understood the need to ration our food and sat there talking things over. But there's not much you can do or talk about in that situation. We all went our separate ways. Preston to his room, Reggie stayed in the living room, and I headed up to the attic. I found the PVC pipes from earlier. I took some out, measured them, and connected them. I got a ladder and climbed up to the attic window and cautiously tried opening it. I was relieved and slightly surprised that none of the snow fell in. I reached out and touched it with my hand. If it wasn't so cold, and I swear it was colder than snow typically is, then it would have been really pleasant to touch. It was so soft and malleable, like marshmallow fluff. It was still snow, but it was snow I'd never seen before, and I've never seen after. I pulled the PVC pipes up to the snow and started to push it straight up. I kept twisting and pushing through the snow until I quit feeling resistance. I pulled the pipe back down and measured the section I had left. It was 7.5 feet long, and the whole pipe was 20 feet long. The snow was about 12 feet above the window. It wasn't too shocking after everything else that had happened, but still, I was pretty nervous at that point. If more snow fell, how long would it be before the roof caved in? How long would it be before we got out? I was thinking all this over, and then I heard something odd. It was coming from the window. I looked up and realized the pipe had made a perfect hole through the snow. I heard some odd ambient noise out of this hole. It wasn't anything that was sticking out, but it sounded electronic almost. I took the PVC pipe down to the bathroom, used some warm water from the tube to get the snow out of the tube, and realized we needed to winterize all the faucets. I turned my faucets on a slow drip and got Reggie and Preston to do the same. If you don't put faucets on a slow drip in that kind of weather, then your pipes could freeze and bust. Anyway, I went back to the attic with the pipe. I carefully pushed the pipe back up through the hole I had made, which was surprisingly not caved in. After I knew it was through the top, I put my ear up to the hole and listened. I could try to explain the noise in great detail, but honestly, I could fill a whole other post by just doing that. All I need to say is that you'd be most of the way there if you imagine an electronic hum mixed with a pulsing high-pitched groan, pulsing in a random and organic way. Still, there was just so much to the sound. It's not like anything was horrifying about the sound itself, I suppose, but it just felt wrong. I felt unnerved, as if it were the wrong place. Or perhaps I was in the wrong place. I took the pipe back up and closed the window. I sat up there for a long time, thinking, trying my phone, and considering everything that could happen. I remember trying to come to terms with the reality that, given all the information I had at that time, I might starve to death or be crushed by the house caving in there. I thought about my family, how much I hadn't said to them, and about how much I hadn't accomplished. Trite, I know, but I just want to say that even though I was afraid to die, it felt very peaceful, since nothing was happening at that moment and I was managing to stay calm and accept what was happening, what I thought was happening. I just remember feeling very comfortable up there at that moment. Scared, yes, but relaxed. I eventually decided that I'd thought all I could and should about it. By the time I realized that, and by the time I was getting tired of sitting in a dusty attic, I realized it was pretty much time for bed. I went down and had a quick word with Preston and Reggie. They'd winterized their bathrooms, but they still didn't have any service. We all went to bed. I remember that when I woke up, the clock said 12:40 a.m. I heard something. It wasn't the odd hum I'd heard earlier. It was a tapping sound coming from my window. I sat there frozen in bed. I was just coming off my tired brain state, but it would have scared me even if I weren't. We were snowed entirely up to the roof. What was tapping on the window? I'd closed the curtains at this point to avoid seeing the wall of snow any longer. Cautiously, I got up and tried to peek through the end of the curtain to see what it was. It was a bird. I switched on my light and opened the curtain slowly. It was a small bird. It was green, emerald green, all over the body, but its head was mostly yellow until there was a circle of red around its beak. Its beak was thicker and curved down, from what I remember. It just kept tapping on the glass over and over. There was a small hole behind it where it had burrowed down around 20 feet through the snow. I couldn't believe it. It was shivering and flapping against the window trying to get inside. I felt terrible for the little guy, but it was still freaky. I turned around to quickly get Reggie and Preston to see what they thought about it. When I touched the doorknob, it was so cold that when I retracted my hand, it stuck to it painfully for a second. I tried getting a sock to turn the knob, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if the door was completely frozen. For a second, I feared that the snow had caved in through the roof, and I was completely trapped in my room. But I could see the hall lights glow through the bottom of the door. The bird began to tap on the glass again, more feverishly than before. I don't know what it was, but I felt so bad for it. I think the sentimentality of everything, the possibility of death, the disappearance of John, and all that I might never do was getting to me. I barely opened the window, just enough to let the bird enter. It immediately flew over to sit on top of the open door to my closet. It was still shivering, so I got an extra blanket and put it on top of the heated blanket I had brought with me. When I went to try the door again, I heard wings fluttering. I looked back and the bird had buried itself in the nest I had built for it. It closed its eyes and fell asleep. I remember feeling good about that, like I had really done something right. I had. I hovered my hand over the top of the doorknob, still frozen. The nest was on the floor and the window was closed back now. Unfortunately, I didn't bother to close the curtains again. When I returned to bed to try to go back to sleep, I finally looked at the clock again. It still said 12:40 a.m. The old analog clock on the wall said 12:40, my phone said 12:40, and the digital alarm clock I'd brought said 12:40. I may not have had service, but my phone's clock and the others were working perfectly fine before. It was all very disconcerting. I suppose none of that was immediately threatening. However, I was already under the impression that something else was going on besides just a freak snowstorm after I heard the humming. Now with the bird, the frozen door, and the clocks crashing out on me, I could not sleep for a while. However, after about an hour, the clock started working again. My little friend suddenly hopped out of his nest and flew to me. I felt as frozen as the door was earlier in that moment. The bird rested itself on my chest, with me still looking down, and cried out at me, raising its wings, and finally, it pecked me on the chest. When its beak made contact with me, I felt a sudden cold rush through my whole body. Imagine the feeling of eating an Altoid and then drinking ice-cold Sprite. Now imagine you feel that through all of the veins in your body, but I was able to move again. It then jumped up and flew over to my door, pecking at it after making the same dramatic cry. After all this, it just flew back to its nest, but it didn't sleep. It just sat there watching me. I got up and hovered my hand over the knob again. Nothing. I lightly tapped on it with the back of my arm, not frozen at all. It wasn't even residually cold now. I looked puzzled at my friend, but it was still just staring at me. I walked out in the hall. Reggie had just come out as well, and he was inspecting the lock on the door with a confused look before he saw me. Was your door frozen for like an hour? Yeah, it was. I walked over and inspected his doorknob with him, and there was no residual cold either. Our voices attracted Preston, and he came out to talk to us. My door was frozen too. Did you guys have a bird pull up to your window? I was shocked when Reggie confirmed, and then I did too. Yeah, weird, right? I chimed in. Did you two let the bird inside? They both gave me an odd look. Reggie chimed in first. I felt bad for the poor thing, but I'm not just gonna let a bird enter the cabin. Birds can carry diseases and all that. It was trying to get in the whole time my door was frozen. It only just now stopped. Is it still there? Reggie peered back at his window with a sad, concerned look. I hope not, but I closed the curtains, so let me check. We all shuffled into his room. The poor thing was lying on its back when he pulled back the curtain. It had frozen to death, and it was the same species as mine. I couldn't help wondering how it hadn't frozen to death while burying down through the snow in the first place. But in retrospect, logic wasn't valuable at that point. Preston was the first to break the silence. Dang, I mean, why didn't it just leave? A bird came to my window, and I just smacked the glass to scare it off. And it left? Yeah, it turned around and returned from the hole it had come from. I'm not letting it crap all over my room. I let mine come in. They both looked shocked. Why? I don't know, man. I felt bad for it. Is it still there? Yeah, I'll show you. We began walking towards the bedroom door, but then we heard something, a thud on the glass. We turned back around to see a thin, dark green hand against the glass. It was thin and withered, and it didn't have veins. It had 5 fingers like a person's hands, but they were all crooked in odd, painful-looking ways. It was almost reptilian. We all watched in silence as the hand dug down through the snow to the little tunnel where the bird had dug for itself. The hand delicately picked up the tiny corpse and pulled it back up through the snow. There were only a few seconds of silence after this before it all started. Another hand suddenly dug through and smacked against the window, and then another and another until, in just a few seconds, at least 20 different hands were slapping against the glass. Preston yelled out, "Come on, let's get down." Before he could finish that sentence, all of the hands, their numbers still growing, pushed against the glass, and it shattered open. After that, hundreds more hands flooded the room behind those originals. They went straight for Reggie. Oh God. He tried to turn around to run, but all the hands caught him. In one horrifyingly quick and brutal movement, they picked him up and smashed and tore him open. He only screamed for about a second. Preston and I, now covered in blood splatter and bits of organs, ran out into the hall. Preston was ahead of me when I tripped on the hall's carpet. He managed to reach the stairs and quickly ran down them. As I was falling and taking all of this in, as best as possible in such a panicked state, I heard more windows smashing. All the hands were flooding out of Reggie and Preston's rooms. When I saw them all advancing upon me, all I could do was scream louder than I thought I could, but they suddenly stopped when they were all only a few feet from me. I saw all of them that were closest to me suddenly freeze in such a way that it was as if they'd been plugged into liquid nitrogen. It barely seemed to faze them. The horde jumbled up, hesitating for a moment, perhaps as a reaction to the pain or in surprise. But then the injured hands in front were replaced by fresh ones, if you could have called hands that grotesque fresh. They flew past me and plunged down the stairs. Trailing behind them were impossibly long, sickly arms. I heard a yelp from below, and when I was trying to get back to my feet, I saw that they were quickly retracting. They had dragged Preston back up the stairs. He was yelling in such a chilling pitch. I'll never truly forget it. I tried to move to the side to avoid the hands myself, but as Preston was being dragged back towards his room, he grabbed my ankle. "Help me." I fell back over and went flying off towards his room with him. However, I barely managed to catch a hold of the door frame and hold us there for a few moments. "Let go. Don't let it take me. Pull up. I can't, man. Let go." I was slipping. God, the horror I felt when I realized I was slipping was sickening. But still, I remember realizing that the hum I heard earlier was present, and it was so much louder now. As I was losing a pinky on my grip, I saw the birds from my room fly in and perch on Preston's hand. It pecked away a few times. I heard his hands singe like the thing's hands had with me. Preston let go. I heard his screams for only another couple of seconds before he was dragged completely back out of the room and through the snow to God knows where. Then it was quiet. I heard that same terrible hum, but everything was still now. I was trying to catch my breath, but everything got to me. I passed out. I don't know for how long I was out for, but I guess it was an hour or two. But when I awoke, I saw everything still as it was. I was still covered in blood. The room was still a broken mess with shards of glass everywhere, and I was alone. But then I came to a little more. My friend perched on the window and staring at me. Behind him, I saw that the snow had melted. It had melted down to the point where a thin layer of sunlight was visible through the window again. The hum was gone. I wanted to say something to the bird, but I couldn't open my mouth. It gave me a final chirp before it hopped up, squeezed through the top of the window, and flew away. I laid there for a long time, but I realized I needed to pull some glass shards out of my skin. I got up gingerly and made my way to my room, turning my neck so I didn't have to see Reggie's room. It was fine. The window was still intact, and behind it, I could almost see the snow melting in real time. It took a while, but I managed to get all the little shards of glass out, and I washed all my wounds as best I could, with rubbing alcohol. I just started crying and screaming. I think I threw up a little bit. I just sort of crashed out in there for a while, as best I could, without moving my injured body too much. I still get little flashes of the horror of it all sometimes, but that first reaction was the worst of it all. When I finally realized I couldn't just sit in there crying for the rest of the day, I got up to check my phone. It had service again, and there were lots of missed calls and bad weather advisories. I could tell you in detail what happened afterward, but that's not important. So much happened, but I doubt it would be interesting or valuable to any of you. Police came, but they seemed pretty shaken up too. Over the next few days, I remember going to the hospital, having lots and lots of phone calls, and realizing I was one of the few to survive. After 4 days, I was back home. I remember some men in suits came and sat down with me at my apartment. They were very friendly, and they acknowledged everything that had happened. But they still loosely explained why the story just didn't work for the public and business in general, as they put it. They had me sign for a very large check, and the story to this day is that a freak avalanche occurred and that Preston and John died on the mountain while a bear got in to attack me and Reggie. I think about it all sometimes. Mostly, I just try not to worry about it and move on, but it just strikes me how unfair it all was. All Reggie did was avoid getting some bird flu or something like that, and Preston was a jerk, fair enough, but he was just doing the same thing, albeit rudely. I've asked pastors and philosophers these questions, but they never seem to have the correct answer. Why is it that so many people make the biggest decision at the worst time? Why is it that people have to make a choice that decides their fate for years to come? Perhaps the outlook of the rest of their lives? So often when they're at their least experienced. What if Preston was just a bit older, a bit more mature and kind? What if Reggie had just thought about it more, and decided to let the bird in? Why was letting a bird come in the deciding factor? Maybe it's foolish to demand logic from such a violent and alien force, but I can't help thinking about it. I know I might be breaking the rules of my agreement, but I'm hoping that I can avoid any legal issues by changing names and not being too specific. This may never reach the right person, but it's been good for me to tell this story, and it may help someone somewhere. You may not believe this story, but that's fine. You'll probably never have to worry about it. But if you find yourself snowed in, snowed up to the roof, and you see a bird at your window, let it in. Please just let it in. I took this job because I needed the solitude. The fire lookout tower, perched high above the endless Montana wilderness, promised exactly that. A single-room cabin atop a skeletal frame of timber, swaying slightly in the wind, offering an unmatched view of the valleys below. It was beautiful in the daylight. At night, though, it was something else entirely. The first few days were uneventful. I settled into a routine, morning coffee on the deck, scanning the horizon for smoke, logging my observations. I read books, listened to the radio, and let the quiet sink into my bones. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't felt in years. The isolation wasn't just welcomed, it was necessary. By the third night, I had grown used to the sounds of the forest, the rustling of trees, the distant hoot of an owl, the wind rattling the old frame of the tower. So when I first heard the tapping, I barely noticed it. Just the wind, I told myself. Maybe a bird pecking at the glass. Then came the whispers. They were faint at first, more like the suggestion of words than actual speech. I told myself it was my imagination, the wind flittering through the trees in just the right way. But as the night wore on, they grew more distinct, though I still couldn't make out what they were saying. On the fifth night, I finally saw it. I was writing in my logbook when I noticed a shape outside the window. At first it looked like a branch swaying, but then I saw the eyes. 2 pinpricks of reflected moonlight staring right at me. My stomach dropped. It was a face. And it was upside down. I froze. The lookout tower was nearly 60 feet off the ground. There was nothing to hang from, no way for anything to be up there. But there it was, peering in at me, mouth slightly open, its breath fogging the glass. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I wanted to believe it was a trick of the light, but the thing blinked. I scrambled back, knocking over my chair. The figure lingered, head tilting in an unnatural jerky motion. Then, without a sound, it dropped out of sight. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt below the tower. They weren't human, they weren't even animal. They were elongated, twisted, like a person had been walking on all fours, but their limbs bent the wrong way. I called it in, but what was I supposed to say? That I saw something impossible? The dispatcher humored me, told me to log it, and suggested I might be tired. That night, I locked the door. I kept the lantern burning, even though it made shadows dance in the corners. Hours passed and nothing happened. Just the wind, the creak of the old wood, my own heartbeat in my ears. I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. Then, just past midnight, the whisper started again, closer this time. I clenched my teeth, refusing to acknowledge them, but then came the tapping. Not on the window this time, on the trap door beneath my feet. The only way up the tower was the staircase. The trap door was the last barrier between me and whatever was outside. The tapping turned to scratching, a slow, deliberate scraping of nails against wood. Then, the voice came, not a whisper anymore, a ragged, breathy mimicry of my own voice. "Let me in." I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my back against the far wall. The scratching stopped, silence pressed against me like a physical weight. Then, a single soft tap against the window behind me. I didn't turn around. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen. When I finally did turn, morning light was creeping over the horizon. The window was empty. The forest was still. But I wasn't alone, because outside on the ground far below I saw them, dozens of figures standing among the trees staring up at me, and every single one of them was upside down. Then they moved, not like people walking, like puppets yanked by invisible strings. Their heads lolled, arms jerked unnaturally, but they were getting close, creeping toward the base of the tower. Then came the sound, deep, resonant, like wood groaning under immense pressure. The tower shuddered. Something was pushing against it. I could feel it swaying as the wood seemed to crack violently at every joint. It doesn't make sense why I did it, but I left. My feet were moving for the door while my brain screamed at me to stop them. It was as if I was stuck on autopilot, a helpless passenger watching the plane taking a nosedive to the ground. I grabbed my flashlight and wrenched the trapdoor open, descending the stairs 2 at a time. The moment my foot hit the forest floor, the things let out the most awful blood-curdling screams. I ran. The forest was a maze of darkness and shifting shadows. I could hear them moving, branches snapping, leaves rustling, their ragged breathing impossibly close. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Every instinct screamed at me to just run. Then I saw the road, a single narrow path cutting through the trees. I sprinted toward it, lungs burning, legs screaming in protest. The figures were right behind me, their movements erratic, inhuman. Then, headlights. A truck, a lone driver on an empty road. I ran straight into its path, waving my arms frantically. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and the driver, an old man with wide, startled eyes, popped open the door. I didn't hesitate. I dove inside, gasping, screaming at him to drive. He didn't ask questions. He just hit the gas, tires kicking up gravel as we sped down the road. I risked one final glance out the back window. The figures had stopped at the edge of the road, standing motionless, watching us go. I made it home. I locked my doors. I haven't gone back to the forest. It's been weeks. But I know it isn't over, because as I sit here typing this at home, I hear a soft, familiar tap on the window behind me. Before she died, my mother dispensed idioms with the mechanical consistency of a gumball machine. She offered them like pieces of stale wisdom. Their minimal flavor quickly faded. Even so, I found myself savoring them. I didn't want to relinquish the last sentiments she had given to me. Washpots never boil, Mary. 2 birds, 1 stone. Honey catches more flies than vinegar. At first, it was easy to pretend that the idioms were relevant to our conversations, but as she lost lucidity, they melded together and became unintelligible. Throw the baby out with the gift horse. It's time to bury the elephant in the room, Mary. I used to sit next to her in the nursing home and will myself to understand. Her tone was always urgent, her grasp fervent. She looked at me like she was begging me to comprehend nonsense. But even then, I suppose I knew what she was really telling me without voicing it. Words that I would not bear to hear even if she were capable of saying them. She was dying. Her jumbled idioms seemed to be all that remained of a once expansive vocabulary. She used to weave stories with language like a beautiful thread, and her tongue as a needle. But it was as if she forgot how to sew. I imagined her dementia burrowing into her brain, chiseling out words, leaving only rot in its wake. When her disease first manifested, I deluded myself. I became convinced I could slow her decline with the right materials. I brought her daily newspapers until the incident happened. That day, I gave her the daily paper and a quick kiss on the cheek. I sank down in the stiff armchair at her bedside and shielded my eyes from the sunlight that streamed in from the window. I glanced at her veinous hands and saw them tremble. The paper shook with her convulsions. I felt every muscle in my body tense as she emitted a low, warbling moan. "Mom, what is it?" I asked. But her only response was to curl further in on herself. She clutched her ancient nightgown to her chest like a small child. My heart clenched. Terrified and confused, I reached out to comfort her, to take the paper away, but she broke down sobbing. "Don't cry over book covers," she whimpered. When I finally wrestled the tear-sodden paper away from her, I read the headline: Jerkins twins suspected to be 6th and 7th victims of backwoods butcher. After that, I only brought Debbie McComber novels, but the damage was done. She stopped reading not long after the newspaper incident. I watched the seasons change from her room's window. As the trees shed their leaves, resplendent shades of crisp golds and browns were carried away by the wind. As far as the eye could see, the tree skeletons' limbs were left to brace the cold. Without their armor, they looked defenseless and alone. My mother lost herself in much the same way. Day by day, the color bled from her life, her essence shed from her skin like so many dead leaves. In its absence, she was carved bare, until only a dull, unrecognizable hole remained. I tried to search her face for any semblance of selfhood, but her skeleton leered as if mortality were staking its claim. Flesh clung to her jaw and hung in jowls like the last vestiges of life clung to her frame. She was my mother, and she was death incarnate. I found that I could not look at her for long. I stared hard at the floor, my hands, the door, anywhere but the unfamiliar gaze from the sockets sunken in my mother's face. When she sensed that my gaze had shamefully slid away, she sometimes snarled at me. Watched pots never boil. Her frail fingers would dig into my wrist and leave imprints in my skin. I could feel her urging me to look at her, to see her diseased eyes and wispy hair and paler skin. This is my confession, so I can admit it was hard to visit her in the end. I found excuses to leave as early as I could, or better yet, to never come. I hated the twisted, repetitive idioms that she upheaved like a sickness. I hated the bleached smell of the nursing home. Most of all, I hated sitting next to her as an unseen but pernicious force took more and more of her away. I knew she was dying. For months, I could see it etched in her face and hear it in the absence of things she couldn't say. But then why was I left so bereft when death came like a thief in the night? I should have been relieved for her suffering to end, but all I could hear were the last words she said as they bounced around in my head. "Mary," she uttered, 2 days before her end. "Better late than never." I didn't hear her speak again until long after she was dead. Her funeral came and went with little fanfare. A few of my friends came from work. Most of hers were already dead. Together, we listened as a pastor we had never met described a caring creator we had never perceived. When the time came, I sprinkled dirt on her casket and watched as the gaping maw of the earth swallowed her whole. Afterward, Ethan, Jade, Allison, Sam, Nick, and I all crowded around a small bonfire as February's cold sank her teeth in our skin. I drank more than I spoke. My friends carried the conversation. When it was time for the rest to leave, Ethan didn't. I sank into his arms that night, and every night since. 1 week passed without my mother's idioms, then 2, then 3. Several months came and went. When it rained, it was a pet-free downpour. I judged books by their covers and stared at pots just long enough for them to boil. I don't know why. I just know that I felt her absence acutely, so much so that the lack of her became its own presence. My mother met an end that she didn't deserve, and I couldn't find the justice in it. How was it fair for her to die alone in a nursing home, left with nothing but the few sentences she could string together, wilted flowers, and a book she could no longer read? Horribly, unforgivably, how was it fair that she became a burden to me, and I resented her for it? I hated sitting there, listening to her half of conversations decades in the past, a prisoner of her own mind, only ever lucid enough to hate me. Sometimes the grief rose and fell in crests and waves, and other times the anger ignited me. When I was angry, I would go home and set a full pot on a hot burner and wait, just like I used to sit and wait at the nursing home for her to say anything, do anything. I was good at passive participation. I sat and watched as time elapsed and bled the life from her eyes and the love from her heart. So I did it too, with the pots. I wish I could say I watched the water boil because I missed her, but I think the truth is that I was daring her, my own vengeful version of, "Look, Mom, no hands," a desperate, illogical call for her attention. But in all the times I called for her across a depthless void, I never actually expected her to answer. Until she did. I first heard her words from Ethan's lips after the fire. I guess I left the burner on for so long and so often that I became careless. Maybe I forgot to turn it off one night after I emptied the pot of boiling water. All I know is that my house went up in flames and little was left, save for ashes. After I lost everything, I was so relieved when Ethan invited me to stay with him. Of course I said yes. He had a charming bungalow out in the country on land his grandfather left him. Our casual fling quickly became a serious relationship. He brewed tea almost every night, and always prepared mine with plenty of honey. As my mother would say, living with Ethan was a silver lining. Or that's how it felt until she decided to join us. 2 weeks ago, my mother spoke to me, but I didn't know it at the time. As Ethan set my mug down on the coffee table, I looked into his deep blue eyes. "Thank you," I said. "Hey, do you mind grabbing a blanket?" "Sure thing, love." He brushed a curl behind my ear and walked to the doorway before suddenly turning back. He stood there in the doorway for a few minutes, unmoving, as if in a trance. I felt his eyes on me and raised mine only to meet his vacant stare. He was looking through me. His brow was furrowed. "I thought I told you watched pots never boil." The voice that left his lips was not his, nor was it hers. Not really. It was something else, inhuman, a death rattle wheeze that formed the shapes of words in the absence of inflection. I did not hear it so much as I felt it, a chill that twirled around my spine and tightened. I felt this entity and instantly became clammy and nauseous. I could not speak. My mouth was filled with ashes. "Honey, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Ethan came out of it, crouched before me, and gently reached for my hands. Finally, my throat unclogged and words spilled out. "What do you mean? Why did you say, 'watched pots never boil'?" I said. I searched his gaze, but only saw our shared confusion. I didn't say anything. "Are you sure you're feeling okay?" He inspected me with concern. I both believed him and didn't. I knew that those words couldn't be his. But then why did they leave his lips? At first, nothing came of it. I wish I could say that this was the end of it, but it was only the beginning. That voice. I heard that voice more times than I cared to admit. The words were always my mother's, but the voice was not of this earth. It was devoid of humanity. It lacked light, love, or warmth. At times I believed that my mother was speaking to me across a great distance, and maybe the bone-chilling voice was interference. Other times I was convinced that Ethan was pranking me. It was easier and safer to think my boyfriend was an a-hole than it was to think we were being haunted by my mother. But even then, I could not shake my terror. Every day, just as my defenses lowered, that nauseating voice would surface from the grave of his lips and permeate the air. Hours ago it said, "2 birds, 1 stone. 2 birds, 1 stone. 2 birds, 1 stone." It was a chanting, and it was a condemnation. I could not hear the anger, but I could feel it, suffusing the words and contaminating our home. "Ethan, what is going on with you?" I pushed him in the chest and was shocked as his head cracked back against the wall. It was like his body went lax, like his form was hollow and the voice was an abscess. "Let her off the hook." The words were carried by a rapid hiss from between his cracked lips. I shuddered as the temperature plummeted. "Who?" I choked out. I could feel the shift as Ethan returned to his senses. He rubbed his head. "Mary, what happened? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Ethan, I can't. This isn't funny. You need to stop," I pleaded. "Mary, I don't know what you're talking about. My head is pounding. I'm going to lay down for a minute, okay?" Flabbergasted, I watched as he walked away and shook off the urge to beg him to stay with me. I needed to get to the bottom of the voice. If my boyfriend had a crappy sense of humor, then okay, but we would talk about it like adults. Things had gone too far, so I went in search of Tylenol for his headache. Like my mother always said, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. I searched high and low in cabinets and drawers and turned up empty. It seemed like I found everything but Tylenol. I was almost ready to give up, but then I remembered his guest bathroom cabinet. I felt around inside a drawer when my fingers brushed against 2 thin metal chains. I pulled them out and held them up to the light. They were curious things. 2 thin strands, each with a single bird charm dangling. They looked familiar in a way I couldn't place. Did Ethan have family stay in this room? His mom or sisters? As I studied them, my heart began to race. 2 birds, 1 stone. Surely that was a coincidence. I wanted to put them back in the drawer, close it, and forget about it. But even as I thought it, I felt a compulsion to keep them. Some unknown instinct was nudging me almost imperceptibly. The necklaces looked so innocent. They reminded me of high school graduation gifts. I didn't believe they were particularly expensive, but I could tell they were treasured. The birds were smudged with blurred fingerprints, as if they had been rubbed continuously. With sudden clarity, I knew where I had seen them before. Of almost its own volition, I felt my hand reach for my phone in my pocket. I pulled it out, unlocked it, and stared at the home screen unblinking. I typed into the Google bar. Jenkins twins disappeared. My heart sank. The girls were gone, but their necklaces were still there. It couldn't be, could it? The necklaces were a perfect match to the ones the girls wore in the article's picture. Why else would Ethan have 2 identical necklaces in here? Frantically, I googled backwoods butcher. There had been 2 additional suspected victims since the day I gave my mother that paper. My mind raced as I searched for Ethan's alibis and came up empty. I wanted to scream. I wanted to call the police, but I needed to think. "Honey, where are you?" Ethan called from the hallway. I panicked and put the necklaces back in the drawer before closing it quietly. I was desperate to confront him, but my mother's words rang in my head. Let her off the hook. I thought about all the things she said, before and after she was dead. That whole time I thought she was stuck in conversations in the past. But what if she somehow knew about the future? Watched pots never boil. What if she knew about the fire? If I had paid more attention to the burner, then the fire would have never happened. 2 birds, 1 stone. I thought about the necklaces as nausea crept up my throat. Let her off the hook. My pulse raced. What does it mean? Is it literal? Who is she? And more importantly, where is she? Should I follow him to find out? For years, I hated Valentine's Day. As a kid, I didn't mind it. Being an only child, my mom would spoil me whenever holidays rolled around. Valentine's Day was no different. She would get me stuffed animals, my favorite candy, and whatever new toy I wanted. As I got older, the magic had worn off for me. I never had a Valentine outside of my mom, so that day was always bittersweet for me. Yes, it was sweet to get things from my mom, but just like any teenager, I didn't value my mother going out of her way to always make sure I felt loved. It didn't help that my father was always saying how ridiculous Valentine's Day was. The greeting card companies take advantage of all the fools who are willing to spend their hard-earned money. I love your mother every day. Why do I need a specific day to show her? They hike up the prices of candy and flowers. It's a sucker's day. My mother never really seemed to mind my father's rant about it. She was just happy to give me my gifts and celebrate the day with me. It wasn't until I met my wife that I truly had a Valentine. I always made a big deal out of the day when it came to her. I suppose it was my mother that helped me to realize how to celebrate someone you love. I had just never experienced that until I finally met the love of my life. Well, I love celebrating the love I have for my wife and showing her just how much she means to me on that special day. She wasn't the biggest fan of it. Not the celebrating the love part. That wasn't the issue. It was the trauma from when she was a child. Her father had left her mother on Valentine's Day when she was a kid. In some dramatic fashion, he left a note telling her he couldn't fake the love anymore, and that Valentine's Day shouldn't be a pretend day in which we show love to each other. He had packed up overnight and started a new life in a different state. As you can imagine, this affected my wife throughout her life. Part of the reason I'm extravagant on that day is to not only rid the memory of her father leaving, but to assure her that she won't have to worry about me doing anything like that to her. Even though I was married, I never neglected my mother on Valentine's Day, especially in the recent years since my dad passed away. I always made sure to get her a dozen roses and even some chocolates. My mom always loved receiving them and would call me after the delivery surprise that I would do something so sweet.
Oh, thank you, honey. I was shocked to get a delivery on Valentine's Day. Who knew my little boy could be so sweet?
I could tell it meant a lot to her, and it was something she looked forward to. On that same surprise phone call, she would always say the same thing in regards to my wife.
How could someone not like Valentine's Day? With someone as sweet as you by their side, it wouldn't hurt to show some appreciation.
I would always tell her the same thing. Ma, it's always a lot for her to deal with. Her father really messed her up when she was a little girl, so this time of year is always rough for her. She appreciates everything I do for her, and my goal is to just help her to forget that horrible memory just for the day. This year for Valentine's Day, I had something even bigger planned. Flowers, card, candy, dinner. That was always part of the deal. But this year I was going to recreate our proposal/wedding. I rented out a big hall for all our family and friends to attend. I wanted to create a new core memory for her on this day. I wanted her to forget about what happened all those years ago. Secretly, I had been planning this for months, making sneaky phone calls, contacting family and friends to be a part of it, coming home late from work to go see a florist, or stopping by the venue to make sure everything was in order. It was all going according to plan until about a week before Valentine's Day. I got home late again, and my wife was waiting by the door.
Where have you been? Do you think I don't know what's going on?
Huh? What are you talking about, honey?
Late from work again? Phone calls and secret texts to whoever it is you're talking to?
Oh, baby, you have this all wrong.
Save it. I'm not dumb. I won't have another man walk out of my life. I packed a bag and I'm going to stay with my mom.
I don't want to ruin the surprise, but I also wanted her to know I wasn't doing anything wrong. Wait. I'll tell you what's been going on.
No, you won't. I'm not listening. I need some space. I'm leaving.
Honey, I swear this is all a misunderstanding. She wouldn't listen. She slammed the car door before I could even spit out the truth. She had been at her mother's house for a few hours before she finally picked up my phone calls. I'm coming to your mom's now. I'm going to tell you what's been happening. I arrived at her mother's house and I spilled the beans. I explained to her exactly what I had been doing. She looked dejected. I can sense the guilt she felt. Instantly, she started to cry and apologize.
I'm sorry. It's just...
I know, honey,
Can I ask you something?
she said through crying eyes. Yes, of course, anything.
Is it possible for you to cancel this? This day is just hard for me. I can only imagine the effort you put in, but I don't think this is a day I can ever be happy about. I just don't want to celebrate anymore.
What could I do? Tell her no? That we have to go through with it no matter how miserable the day makes you feel? I could still get my money back, and nobody was traveling from far away, so I'm sure if I told them in time, it wouldn't be a big deal. I will cancel it, baby. I'll be here for you, whatever you need. We won't celebrate it anymore. I love you. Valentine's Day was here. My wife and I had been on great terms since that terrible misunderstanding, and as she wished, we weren't celebrating. We had dinner like we normally would, we laughed, we played some games, and we watched our show. It was nice to see her relaxed and feel no pressure about the day. These last few days, my focus was on her and making sure to keep her head clear, because that's what you do when you love someone. You're there for them and support them in their time of need. We had went to bed that night without even mentioning Valentine, and we were happy, and that's all that mattered to me. It was the middle of the night when my phone rang. The caller ID read, "Mom." "Hello?" I said with a tired voice.
So that's it? No flowers, no candy? Do I mean nothing to you?
I'd completely forgotten to set up my annual delivery of flowers and candy with everything that had been going on at home. "What? I'm sorry, Mom. We've been going through a lot here. I literally just completely forgot."
Oh, did you just forget? After all the years I raised you? After everything I've done? I have no one in my life, and now you just forget about me. It's all about your unappreciative wife now, huh?
"Mom, relax. I forgot. I'll make sure you get a delivery tomorrow."
Screw you and screw your bitch of a wife.
She hung up. I sat there in shock. My wife had woken me up and asked who I was on the phone with. I told her it was my mother and that I had forgotten to send her flowers and candy like I do every year. She was surprised that she called in the middle of the night, but reassured me that everything was going to be fine.
This is my fault. You were doing this for me. I'll make sure your mom gets some flowers and candy tomorrow.
I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I was shocked and pissed that my mother would speak to me that way. The way she spoke about my wife was like she was holding in hatred for her. I needed to talk to her today. I was going to call her when I got home from work. Imagine my surprise when I saw my mother's car in front of my house when I got home from work. I hesitantly walked inside. "Hello?"
Hi, honey. Your mom is here. She dropped by some apology cookies. You gotta try them. They're delicious.
My wife said with a smile and laugh as she walked in the kitchen to get the cookies.
Hi, son. I truly am sorry for calling you in the middle of the night and speaking to you the way I did. You didn't deserve that.
"Mom, you don't know how much I needed to hear that. I am sorry I forgot. Things have been so crazy here."
I can only imagine.
That's when I heard a commotion in the kitchen. I ran to see what it was. My wife was on the floor, the tray of cookies all around her. I ran over to her. She was foaming at the mouth. "What the... Baby, what happened?" I dove to the floor trying to help her. Did she need CPR? Was she choking? The gurgling sounds would not stop coming from her. "Mom, call an ambulance. Mom, right now, call an ambulance. I don't know what's wrong. Mom?" That's when I felt a hand on my shoulder. My mother knelt down next to me and whispered in my ear,
I am your forever Valentine.
Carl slammed the door open and rushed outside, taking deep breaths before I could turn off the car. "Geez, Carl, is there anything that doesn't make you sick?" "Shut up, Tom. I told you I would get car sickness." "Maybe you should have eaten less for lunch." "Come on, Tom. Those switchbacks weren't easy to deal with. If I hadn't been driving, I would feel dizzy as well." Took off my seatbelt and got out of the driver's seat. "You guys sure you don't want to go back and spend the holiday at home? We are in the wild here, light years away from civilization," said Tom with a smug expression as he got out of the car. "Sure, Tom. I bet our Stone Age ancestors lived in a cabin just like the one we rented." Carl opened the trunk and tossed Tom his backpack. All right, but you get what I mean. We're lucky if we get running water inside." Tom was checking his phone. "I barely have any reception." Carl grabbed his bag and closed the trunk. "It's not off-grid. Don't be silly. The keys should be under the doormat. Can you check, Ethan?" His face was still pale from the car sickness. The mountain air filled our nostrils as the forest extended far beyond our eyes could see. A cozy-looking cabin sat in a clearing where the dirt road ended. We initially opted for a camping trip for our sophomore spring break, but our parents, especially Carl's, were very worried about the possible dangers, so we settled for a cabin instead. I flipped the doormat and found a bear paw key ring from underneath. There is no spare. I'll keep them if you guys don't mind. Good idea. We can agree Tom isn't reliable, Carl said with a mocking smile. Tom rolled his eyes. As I opened the door, he rushed inside and went for the kitchen. The cabin had 2 floors, a living room and the kitchen downstairs, and a bedroom and bathroom upstairs. Holy, the fridge is stacked, echoed Tom from the kitchen. There is even a pack of beers. We joined Tom in the kitchen as he was examining the fridge. Shouldn't the owner be aware that we're underage? A hissing sound followed as Tom cracked open a cold one. Who cares, Ethan? It's just a few beers. He took a long sip and handed the can to Carl, who reluctantly also took a sip. I sighed and waited for Carl to take a sip myself. Let's unpack our bags upstairs, then let's see what to eat for dinner. The following night wasn't particularly eventful. We watched one of the Blu-ray movies we found, then stayed up late on the porch, chatting and drinking. Right before waking up, I dreamed of Carl calling my name, but as I opened my eyes, the only noise to greet me was the bedroom window being slammed repeatedly by the wind. I realized I was still wearing the same clothes as when we arrived. No one else was in the bathroom. I closed the window as the wind's howling echoed outside, and after a quick bathroom trip, I made my way downstairs. Good morning, Ethan. What was that noise? Tom was lying on the couch. He didn't look like he had been awake for long either. There's a strong wind raging outside. It was slamming the bedroom window. No, I mean earlier. Did you hear some kind of howling? He made his way to the kitchen. I shook my head. No, must have been the wind. Whatever. Tom filled the glass with water. Just wake Carl and tell him to come down for breakfast. I gave him a puzzled look. Wait, what? I thought Carl was here already. Tom froze, staring at the water in his glass. He's not here. Where the hell could he have gone? His jacket and backpack are still there. I stepped outside on the porch. There was no sign of Carl outside, and our car was still parked. He's not outside either. I'll call him. A noise resonated from the kitchen. I went over the counter and examined the source of the ringtone. It's his phone. Do you remember the last time you saw him? Moments of silence followed as we tried to think about the events of last night. We watched that movie, then stayed on the porch until, 2 a.m., then we went to bed. I don't remember seeing Carl leaving. Yeah, me neither. By the way, why were you sleeping on the couch? Because you and Carl were snoring like crazy at some point, but I would have noticed if he ran outside in the middle of the night. Chances are he sleepwalked outside and got lost. We better go look for him. Tom nodded. Yeah, he can't have gone too far. We started looking for Carl in the nearby woods. Around 10 minutes later, Tom grabbed my arm. Look, under that tree. A flash of blue caught my sight as I strained my eyes. That must be him. Next to a large old tree, someone was slumped next to the trunk. I recognized the blue sweater Carl was wearing. Carl, are you alright? He was lying curled up on the ground, cowering his face, as if he were trying to hide in the burrow at the base of the tree. Carl didn't seem to acknowledge our presence. Carl, it's us. Are you okay? I grabbed his shoulder and shook him, causing him to lower his hands. His face was marked with signs of tears, and his eyes were filled with terror. Carl pushed himself up against the trunk. Ethan, where is he? He was panting heavily. His clothes were dirty with mud and foliage, but there weren't any signs of blood or injuries. It's just me and Tom. Carl, are you hurt? No, you don't understand. He was there. You have to go away. Carl, you're not making any sense. Who is there? Did someone attack you? He looked around, his eyes scouting the surroundings to search for something. No, he called me last night and I had to follow him. Who are you talking about? The man with the skull, he lives nearby. I gave Tom a puzzled look. He was just as creeped out as I was. You don't seem injured. Let's go back to the cabin first. Then you'll tell us everything. A noise like a distorted, low-pitched howling could be heard in the distance. Carl screamed, closing his eyes. It's him. Run away. Don't look into his eyes. Calm down, Carl. It's just a moose. We're in a forest, remember? Ethan, help me get him back up. We helped Carl stand up. His legs were still trembling. Come on, Carl. We're not far from the cabin. I put Carl's arms around his neck and helped him walk. We made our way back to the cabin with Carl occasionally stuttering nonsense and frantically looking over his shoulder. We made him lay on the bed and gave him some water. Carl, can we talk now? Do you remember what happened? Carl took a sip of water and cleared his throat. Last night, someone... He called my name while I was sleeping. Who? Did you see his face? Tom was looking outside the bedroom window. Carl shook his head. He wears a horned animal skull, a moose, I think. He told me to follow him or he would take you two instead. And you went outside to follow him? I'm sorry, guys. His voice is very convincing. I don't think he's a person like us. He made me look into his eyes. They weren't human eyes. That was when I ran away. I can't forget those eyes anymore. Are you really sure that didn't happen in a nightmare? Yes, I wasn't dreaming. He slammed his fist on the nightstand, spilling some of the water into the glass. We have to leave before he comes back. Carl, maybe you should get some rest upstairs. You look really tired. We can talk again later? We can't wait here anymore. We have to go now. Carl, we can't just... The noise could be heard again. This time it sounded more like a bark than a howling, and it was much closer. He's here. We don't have time. Carl, it's just an animal. Calm down. Right, Tom? Tom was looking out the window. As he turned around, his face had become pale. Ethan, what is that? He pointed at a distant tree. I went to the window and looked closely. A moose skull could be seen next to a tree in the distance. After squinting, I could see the skull belonged to what seemed an absurdly tall human figure. Me and Tom looked at each other without speaking a word. The realization of what we believed was just a nightmare crept up on us, and my heart started pounding. I was sweating. Ethan, maybe Carl is right. We have to go. I'll get the backpacks. I told you there's no time. Carl had gotten up from the bed. Ethan, get the keys. I didn't even have time to process what happened before I heard the noise again coming from downstairs. I froze as heavy footsteps resonated from the ground floor. What the... Tom brandished the lamp from the nightstand. We moved as far back as we could from the stairs, as the footsteps grew closer. Don't look into his eyes. I turned my attention to Carl, who tried to hide under the bed. Then I heard Tom scream and the sound of the lamp dropping on the floor. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something else was in the room. As I turned around, an inhumanly tall figure was standing in front of me. It was wearing a moose skull, but I couldn't see its face, let alone the eyes, and the rest of its body was draped in a black fur coat. The eye holes in the skull were nothing but pitch black as it stared at me, motionless, hunched forward to not touching the ceiling. I tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. I tried to move, but every muscle in my body was frozen. Then my vision faded and I passed out a few seconds later. I was lying on the bedroom floor when I regained my senses. Tom, what happened? He was standing there, like frozen in place. There was no one else in the bedroom. I put a hand on his shoulder. Tom, where's Carl? He had a blank expression on his face and was staring at the wall, hypnotized. Tom, wake up. I shook him violently. Where is... He grabbed my hand without looking at me, with no change in his expression. We'll be going. He is with us. You can leave now. His voice was a whisper. Tom, what are you? I suddenly got pushed to the wall, hurting my head in the process. As I reopened my eyes, I was alone. I bolted downstairs, but he was gone. I checked outside while calling 911, but nobody was there either. The police told me to come to the station as they couldn't send anyone up there for a while. Carl and Tom were filed as missing persons. I went home as they opened my investigation, but no traces have been found so far, after 1 month. What's crazy is that the police told us not to expect much, since many people go missing while camping in this area. The local media barely talked about us, and dismissed it as drunk teenagers getting lost in the woods. I had issues sleeping at night after what happened. I often expect to wake up and see that skull staring at me. I thought they were just nightmares, until this morning. I was still half asleep when I heard Tom and Carl calling my name. I woke up, but I was alone, and the windows in my room were open. I was sure I closed them last night. He was beautiful. His profile was clever, plus he baked cupcakes in his free time. We matched. I broke the ice. He was quick to ask me on a date. Paint and sip, very nice. After a frenzied afternoon of shaving, exfoliating, and spraying, I arrived a cool 4 minutes late. The moment I saw him, I took a mental snapshot just in case this was it. An unfortunate habit stuck firmly in place since 7th grade. His features were elegant and refined, his stature long and markedly lean, the type of person who attracted the eye effortlessly. He was lively and curious, and his nose wrinkled when he laughed. My favorite. With paint smeared and wine guzzled, our masterpieces were complete. It was a brisk, drizzly evening. We bumped against each other every few steps and took turns critiquing each painting, affecting a snobby, highbrow sensibility. His shoulder felt solid despite his wiry appearance. He must work out, I thought. We kissed against a wrought iron fence, bathed in the amber glow of an old street lamp, his tongue gentle and sweet against mine. He pulled away for a moment, cupping my face affectionately. You taste so good. He leaned back in, pressing more passionately than before. His tongue ventured deeper and deeper into my mouth, probing, exploring. Before I knew it, it stroked my uvula. My stomach heaved, and a surge of bile rose in my throat. I instinctively tried to push him away out of the splash zone, but he was dense and did not budge. My nausea was quickly replaced with sheer embarrassment. He apologized endlessly and admitted that he had not done this in a very long time. The abashed flush only made his face more handsome. I mentally placed our paintings side by side above the tasteful couch we were certain to share in a year, maybe 2. But even perfect evenings must end. I'll call you an Uber, he declared. How chivalrous of you. Thank you, but there's no need. I live like 3 blocks away. No way. What cross street? 87th and Amsterdam. You're kidding. I live right there, he nearly shouted. We giggled like children as we continued along, referencing 2-hour-old inside jokes. Soon my building towered over us, the burgundy brick etched in stark, film noir shadows. His jaw hung agape. No, this is a prank. Where are the cameras? This is my building. That's insane, I cried. How did I not realize? A key turn later, we were stomping up the dank, spongy stairs 1, 2, 3 flights up. Up. With each floor, we grew giddier, more incredulous. I saw my door then, a familiar seasick green, paint chipped at the corners to reveal the previous crimson varnish underneath. A shabby 9A hung slightly askew. He approached it like an old friend. Well, this is me. I stopped dead. My hackles only now raising. Too little, too late. This one? 9A? He paused, calculating, then abruptly bellowed, "Yes, ma'am. Home sweet home." He slapped the door sharply. The artful curve of his face twisted very slightly. Something strained and eager was there, right below the surface. "Can I come in? I'm curious if it has the same layout as mine." I tested, wondering how far he'd take this. He blushed and shifted his weight, the perfect performance of chaste sincerity. "I'm flattered, but I really like you. I'd like to take things slow if that's okay with you." He smiled neatly, but his eyes remained wide, unblinking. There we stayed for an uncomfortable long moment. I wasn't sure where to go from here. "I understand. Thank you for a wonderful evening." I presented my hand for a friendly shake, chest puffed out with counterfeit confidence. Behind my ribcage, my heart galloped wildly. He must have heard it too. His spindly fingers laced through mine, the skin cool and waxy. How did I not notice that before? "You'll see me again, sooner than you think, neighbor." His strange cheeriness made my stomach churn. I left him there, outside the door to my own home, and continued up the stairs, fighting the urge to sprint away. Where else could I go but the roof? The night air stung my adrenaline-soaked skin. I flew to the crumbling edge and peered at the dizzying sidewalk below. The minutes slid by slowly, but finally the front door squealed open. 1, 2, 3 crisp footsteps, and there he was, so many flights below me. He looked small all the way down there. He remained perfectly still. What was he doing? I thought of those big cats and Nat Geo documentaries. Infinitely patient, even ravenous. My pulse roared in my ears. I did not make a sound. I swear, and yet, that lovely head swiveled 180 degrees, his wide-eyed gaze immediately locating me. There we remained, torturously frozen in time. In a split second, he spun on his heels and threw himself at the brick facade with inhuman speed. I swear to you, he scuttled up the side of the building, sinewy limbs flailing violently. My legs took over and dragged me from that spot by force. I burst back inside in record time, but his footsteps already scrambled onto the roof behind me. God, he was fast. I wouldn't make it. I threw myself at the mercy of gravity, hoping those trusty stairs would be there to support me. Sure enough, they came one after the other. In a moment I was at my door, but those infernal footfalls careened closer and closer with punishing speed. My numb fingers fumbled with the keys. Why did I have so many keys? Slick with sweat, I managed to shakily insert the correct one, turning it hurriedly. The door rasped ajar, pleading for me to come in quick. 1 foot to safety. I swiveled on my axis. Mere inches behind me, he rocketed toward me. Joints hinged far past their breaking point, torso flung back in a grotesque arc so deep that his exquisite skull dragged behind him, slamming mercilessly against each step with an appalling thud, thud, thud. At the threshold, he, or more accurately it, lurched forward like an awful marionette puppet. That refined jaw split open, revealing a fleshy throat with rows of gleaming teeth spiraling into its depths. Just in time, I flung the door shut and threw my weight against it, bracing for an impact that never came. Silence. Then my phone buzzed. One new message. "Look behind you." Smiley face. My breath caught in my throat. Though every cell in my body begged me not to, I turned my fearful gaze. There, through the living room window, hardly discernible in the inky darkness, the awful thing's eyes bulged, an endless abyss of pitch black, its taut skin pulled back to reveal a dripping, toothy grin. Then a camera flash. I blinked away stars, fighting to see around the blind spot in my vision. I squinted through the murky glass, searching for that dreadful face, but it was gone. I haven't left my apartment all day. I don't know if I ever will again. The daylight offers some comfort, but with each passing minute, the sun creeps closer to the horizon. I'll update you all tomorrow, if I make it. If not... In the early 2000s, an entire town went missing for a year. There was no evacuation order, no natural disaster, no signs of struggle, just a quiet, abrupt disappearance. One day the town was there, the next it wasn't. Satellite imagery confirmed it. Roads that once led into the settlement faded into overgrown trails. Utility lines stretched into empty fields. Even the town's name was erased from state records, as if it had never existed at all. And then, just as suddenly, it came back. A surveyor spotted it first. He was mapping a new highway route when his GPS glitched, showing a location that shouldn't exist. When he followed the road, he found himself standing at the edge of a town that hadn't been there the day before. The streets were intact. The houses stood just as they had a year prior. Storefronts still displayed faded close signs in their windows, untouched by time or weather. But the town was empty. No people, no vehicles, no signs of life at all. The air smelled stale, as if it had been sealed away. Doors stood ajar, revealing homes frozen mid-moment. Meals half-eaten, water left running in sinks long dried out. The school still had lesson plans scrawled on the chalkboards. Dates circled from the week the town vanished. Clocks hung on the walls. Hands on moving, all frozen at the exact same time. 3:17 a.m. The investigation that followed raised more questions than answers. Security footage pulled from nearby camera hard drives showed the townspeople going about their normal routines. Until the final recording, a grainy gas station camera caught the last moments before the disappearance. At 3:16 a.m., streetlights flickered. The sky above the town turned a deep, unnatural black. And then, static. When the footage resumed, the town was gone. Authorities tried to make sense of the town's reappearance. Soil samples, radiation tests, air quality scans, all normal. The case was quietly buried, dismissed as a mass evacuation event with no official explanation. The town was left to rot, a curiosity for urban explorers and conspiracy theorists. That was how the reports told it anyway. A mystery wrapped in red tape, whispered about in late-night forums and buried under layers of speculation. I still remember reading about this town ever since I was little. The way the news reports buried it, the way forums dissected every grainy image, every hushed government statement. It wasn't just another ghost town. It was something else. Something wrong. And now, after a month-long journey, I've finally found it. The trees parted like a curtain, revealing the road ahead. Faded asphalt, cracked and broken, stretched into the town's outskirts. Buildings stood in the gloom, their silhouettes sharp against the overcast sky. The air was still. Too still. No wind, no birds, just a heavy, suffocating quietness. I took a step forward, gravel crunched beneath my boots. The silence pressed in closer. From where I stood, the town looked untouched by time. A gas station on the corner, its neon sign dark and lifeless. A diner with sun-faded menus still taped to the windows. A row of houses, their doors slightly ajar as if waiting for someone to step inside. I swallowed hard. The report said it came back exactly as it was, that no dust had settled, no decay had set in, but seeing it with my own eyes was something else entirely. It didn't feel abandoned. It felt paused. I checked my watch, 5:42 p.m. If the stories were true, I had until 3:17 a.m. before I had to start worrying. I should turn back. I should set up camp outside, watch from a far distance, but I've come too far to hesitate now. Taking a breath, I stepped over the threshold, and the town swallowed me whole. For the first few hours in the town, I explored every corner it had to offer. I wandered through silent streets, past street signs still gleaming under the overcast sky, past pavement uncracked, untouched by time. The houses stood like perfect snapshots of the past, front doors left ajar, curtains swaying in the still air, as if someone had just walked out moments ago. I stepped into one home after another, moving through kitchens where spotless plates still sat on dining tables, past living rooms where televisions were frozen mid-broadcast, their screens unbroken but lifeless. Bedrooms were eerily intact, sheets still creased from where bodies had once slept, closets filled with clothes that smelled faintly of detergent, as if they had been washed just yesterday. Everything was pristine, preserved, paused. Despite everything, my phone still had full bars. The Wi-Fi, strangely enough, was working perfectly. I connected immediately, checking maps, searching for any mention of the town, but nothing new appeared, as if I was the only one in the world aware that this place existed again. And yet, as I roamed through the town, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I continued exploring until nightfall struck, and I swear to you, every time I turned a corner, I could see them. Just at the edge of my vision, a group of people standing perfectly still, watching. But every time I snapped my head around, there was nothing. Just empty streets, dimly lit by streetlights that shouldn't still be working. By the time it reached 3:15 a.m., I knew I had made a mistake. The figures weren't just flickers anymore. They were real, and they were smiling. Not a normal smile. Not the kind of grin you'd give when you saw an old friend or shared a joke. This smile, this thing, it stretched unnaturally across their faces. It was like it was forced, stitched from one side of their mouth to the other, as if their lips couldn't stop curling no matter how hard they tried to break free from it. And their eyes, God, their eyes. They weren't just blank or lifeless. No, they were pale, bloodshot, like they hadn't blinked in years, maybe decades. Then in perfect, chilling unison, all of them spoke. "Jack, you're going to join us. There's no getting out." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My breath caught in my throat. How the hell did they know my name? It wasn't just a warning, it was a fact. Etched into the very air around me, the way they said my name, Jack. It wasn't just recognition, it was ownership. As if they had always known me, as if they had been waiting for me. I stumbled back, almost tripping over the curb as I tried to make sense of it all. Who were they? What were they? Why did they want me to join them? And was I the first one, or had they taken people before? The smiles stretched wider on their faces, those unnatural grins that seemed to grow with every passing second, and their eyes, those dead, lifeless eyes, never left me. They were watching, waiting, and all I could do was stand there, rooted in place, paralyzed by the cold certainty of their words. I tried to move, to run, but my body felt heavy. Every instinct told me to flee, but my feet wouldn't respond. The town had a grip on me now, a grip I couldn't break free from. And then, just as the final seconds ticked away, just as the hands of the clock came within a hair's breadth of 3:17, their voices came again, louder this time. "Jack, there's no getting out." If you ever hear about this town, if you ever feel the urge to search for it, don't. Stay away. Because if you find it, it will never let you go. And if you think you can escape, you are wrong. I know that now. I can feel it pulling me deeper, holding me tighter. The clock just struck 3:17 a.m. and I understand what that means. There's no running, no hiding, no getting out. Tell my parents I'm sorry. Tell them they were right. Tell them not to come looking for me. And for the love of God, stay away from this town. I don't know if it's too late to get a divorce now. It's tearing me apart. And it all goes back to a dream I had 15 years ago. It started out warm, cozy even. My buddy Dave rolled up to my place with his daughter tagging along. We were out back having a barbecue, smoke curling up into the dusk. She was maybe 5, sharp as a tack, rattling off random facts, especially ghost stories. Didn't seem weird. Dave's always been hooked on creepy stuff. Probably had some old book she dug into. I didn't overthink it. Dream logic, you know? We're chatting, laughing about something random, when it slams me. Dave's got no kid. He's not even hitched. I jolted awake, sheets twisted around me. A bit shaken, but brushing it off. Dreams mess with your head all the time. I slept with the blanket pulled over my face, lying there, heart still racing. I heard it, a low guttural rumble seeping through the covers like a growl stretched thin. Then words. Don't go, let's keep talking. Crystal clear in that little girl's voice from the dream, but warped, deep, wrong. My pulse hammered. I was awake, no doubt, but my eyes stayed glued shut. It was too sharp, too near, like she was in the room with me. Flip on the light, pull the blanket back. It'd stop, right? Except I couldn't move. I just clenched my jaw, begged sleep to take me back. It did eventually. No more dreams that night, or none I can recall. Figured that was that. Months later, Dave got married. A few more, and they had a baby girl. For a flicker, that dream popped up, but I chalked it to chance. Life rolled on. 10 years ago, 5 years after the dream, Dave threw a family hangout at his place. Friends, kids everywhere. I'm in his study thumbing through his stash of spooky books when his daughter strolls in. She's 5 now, same age as the dream kid, and starts yapping. Ghost stories, odd facts, word for word what I'd dreamed. I'd blanked on that night by then, just marveled at how bright she was. Dinner's almost ready, so I say, "Hey, let's go eat." She tilts her head. "Don't go, let's keep talking." Don't go, let's keep talking. It hits like a punch. That line, I knew it. Then her voice drops and it's that exact same growl from the dream. Low, jagged, not a kid's at all. Don't go, let's keep talking. The dream crashes back, every bit of it, and I'm gone, bolting to my car, hands shaking. She remembered me from before she existed. Dave called me later that night, asking what the hell was wrong. I mumbled something about feeling sick, hung up quick. For a couple weeks after, we still talked. Short, awkward calls, but every time he'd casually bring her up, like, "Oh, she's into this book now." That voice, the same voice from the dream, would rip through my head. Low, guttural, wrong, like it was whispering right next to me. I couldn't take it. I stopped picking up, stopped replying. Eventually he quit trying and I cut him out completely. It didn't stop there though. Even after Dave was gone from my life, that voice stuck around. I'd wake up at night, heart pounding. Sure, I'd heard it again, low and close like it was waiting for me to slip. I started therapy, got meds to knock me out cold. Waking up scared the hell out of me. Waking up meant risking it again. The pills helped after a while. I could sleep without jolting awake. Dave faded out and I thought maybe it was over. 5 years back, I got married. My wife's a hobby writer. Short stories for mags, small stuff. We'd kick ideas around sometimes. One night, I spot her drafting something. A guy dreams of his friend's non-existent daughter chatting him up. Wakes up, friend's got no kid. Then the friend weds, has a daughter. I couldn't finish reading. I'd never told her. Told no one. No chance I'd spilled it sleeping. I'd locked that mess away years ago. My chest seized, dread choking me. Who'd listen? Shrinks? They'd cage me. I stumbled outside, gulping air before she saw. She caught me at the door. "Don't go," she said. "Let's keep talking." At first it was her normal voice, soft, familiar. Then it shifted and it was that voice. The exact same one from the dream, from Dave's kid. Deep, guttural, like something hollowed out. "Don't go, let's keep talking." I bolted, drove to the first motel I hit, checked in, barely closed my eyes. Phone kept buzzing. Her calls, texts, I ignored them. Sat there reeling, pulled up her pic on my phone. That face I knew. It blurred, turned strange. Who's been sleeping beside me? Searched her name online. Dozens of shots. Her smile, her eyes. Then an old fuzzy one from when she was 5. That face. The dream girl. Dave's daughter. I gagged, stomach churning. Called Dave, first time in 10 years. I ditched that crew before the wedding. Didn't even invite them. Busy signal, dead end. Checked his socials instead. Last post 5 years ago, right before I tied the knot. Family trip to some Pacific island. Photos up, but his daughter's face. It's a void. A black smear swallowed her head. Phone buzzed. Her text. "Let's keep talking." Just that. Room went ice cold. Not just cool. Dead frigid. A slow scrape started at the door. Heavy like claws dragging. Then that voice. The same voice. Hers now from the dream. From the kid. Low, oozing through the walls. "Don't go. Let's keep talking." Not from my phone. Right outside. I jammed the deadbolt, shoved the dresser against it, but the scraping kept coming. It's still coming. I don't know what she is or what's out there. I don't know how that voice knew me before she was born, or why it's coming out of my wife's mouth now. All I know is it's here, and I can't outrun it much longer. Hey guys, I am absolutely freaking out right now and I have no clue what to do. I'm 15, okay? Just a normal kid, or at least I was until literally yesterday. Everything has gone completely to crap in the last 24 hours, and I mean everything. Yesterday was just a normal, boring Wednesday. School, homework, the usual Mountain Dew and bad gaming sessions until 2 a.m. But then I woke up this morning to this blaring emergency alert on our TV. It was this grainy broadcast about some disease that's spreading like wildfire. Something about it being super contagious, and the main symptoms being like extreme aggression and paranoia. And the news dude looked like he was fighting to keep it together. My dad, being the conspiracy theorist that he is, scoffed and immediately shut off the TV, saying it was all government propaganda or something. But I had this sinking feeling in my gut, like something was seriously wrong. At school, it was like flipping a switch. Almost everyone started acting crazy, like they wouldn't stop staring at me. I'm not exactly the most popular or good-looking kid, so it was super unsettling. Even Joseph, who usually greets me with a solid punch to the arm and some playful insults, just gave me this weird, distant side eye and completely ignored me. It was like he was afraid of me. I accidentally dozed off for like 5 minutes in history class. Miss Davis' lectures could knock out a horse, and when I woke up, the entire classroom was chaos. Everyone was screaming and pointing at me. Then they started hitting me, like full-on fists flying, everyone attacking me, hitting. Even Miss Davis joined in, swinging her purse like a weapon. I tried to defend myself, I swear I did, but it was like a mob mentality. I remember punching Miss Davis in the face and seeing blood, and then everything went black. I woke up in the school bathroom, lying on the cold tile floor with blood all over my face. I think I had a concussion or something because my head was pounding and everything was blurry. I tried to cry because honestly I was terrified and overwhelmed, but no tears would come. I went home hoping for some kind of comfort, even though the whole day was a warning sign. Big mistake. I walked through the front door and my mom was standing in the kitchen with this vacant look in her eyes, clutching a kitchen knife. She told me to stay away from her, her voice all raspy and weird. I just wanted a hug, you know? A little reassurance after the literal hell I had just been through. But she raised the knife at me. She actually tried to stab me. I managed to dodge the first swipe, but she caught me in the shoulder with the second. I didn't even feel it at first. I was so shocked. But then this wave of intense rage washed over me, like I was watching myself from outside my body. I shoved her away from me with more force than I thought I possessed and ran. Now I'm hiding in this abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. It's all dusty and creepy, but it's the only place I could think of to go. I can hear sirens in the distance, and I saw at least half a dozen cop cars patrolling the main road. The whole town is on lockdown, and everyone is after me. I have a feeling they're all infected. They're acting exactly like the TV said. Aggressive, paranoid, and completely out of their minds. I managed to leech onto the Wi-Fi signal from a nearby store so I could post this. If anyone who isn't infected is reading this, please, for the love of God, help me. I am so scared and confused. I have a splitting headache, a throbbing shoulder, and this overwhelming feeling of anger bubbling inside me. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want this to stop. Edit. Wait. Oh God, no. I just caught my reflection in a broken window. My eyes are completely bloodshot, and there's this grotesque rash spreading across my neck. It's like the veins are bulging and turning black. And I can't remember what happened after I pushed my mom. I can't remember the run here. There's just blank spots. I'm the infected one, aren't I? Everyone was trying to stop me. I am the danger. What have I done? What am I going to do? Oh God, please, someone, anyone help me before I hurt anyone else. I don't want to be this monster. I really don't. My grandmother died when I was 6. About a week later, I realized something very important. It was by accident. We were in the living room. I was on the floor playing with my dolls and wishing my mom would play with me. Mom was seated on the couch, staring at the wall. She hadn't been talking much to me since grandmother died, or doing much of anything. I looked up at my silent mom, opened my mouth, and without knowing why, I said, "Grandmother says you should play with me." The response was wonderful. Mom's eyes widened and she looked at me, straight at me, seeing me. She got off the couch and knelt by me, hugged me and exclaimed, "Oh, my darling daughter, grandmother said that to you?" And then burst into sobs, her face wet with tears. She picked up my doll and began moving it along the floor. After that, I knew that Mom would listen when grandmother asked her to do something. It was like grandmother had never died, when she used to make Mom give me a cookie. It must have been a month after that, and I just remembered something that grandmother had told me. I turned to Mom, opened my mouth and said, "Grandmother said Aunt Viola was such a pretty child, such a pity she became fat." Again, I got a wonderful response. Mom's eyes widened with shock. She knelt down by me, her eyes fully on me, and said, "Maya, how could you have known that? When did grandmother say this to you?" I blinked. I couldn't remember well, and the look on Mom's face was a bit scary. Maybe grandmother said it to me those days I used to stay with her, when Mom was working. Mom would leave me with her at 2 and pick me up later when I was sleepy. Grandmother used to talk about fatness a lot, or maybe she said it some other time. "Yesterday," I said. "She said it to me yesterday, when we were at the park looking at fat children." Yes, that must be right. Mom and another woman were talking about fat children, like grandmother used to. Mom hugged me so tightly that I felt like my breathing would stop. Her tears felt warm on my neck and made my t-shirt damp. "Oh, my precious daughter," sobbed Mom. Mom told Viola what I had told her. and she asked me to tell Aunt Viola herself. Look, Viola, I told you. Mother is talking to us through Maya. Tell her. Maya, tell your aunt what grandmother told you. I remember so well, looking at my mother and my aunt, their shining, desperate eyes. I opened my mouth and repeated, Grandma told me you were such a pretty child, Aunt Viola. Such a pity you became fat. Aunt Viola cried out as if punched, clapping her hand to her mouth. Mom beamed proudly at me, her special daughter who could talk to grandmother. Everyone knew I was special because I could talk to grandmother who told me things. My cousins treated me respectfully after that, even though I was the youngest, and even my uncles nodded at me when they came over for family dinner. My cousins tried to make me say other things I had heard from dead people. I would start to say something, but then Mom and Aunt Viola told them off. It's not a party trick. Stop bothering Maya. And then one day, when I was 10, one of my cousins, actually my favorite cousin, Arya, told me that her father hurt her. I knew I had to stop it. After all, wasn't I special? And wasn't Arya the nicest to me? I waited for the next family dinner. Then I opened my mouth and spoke up. Uncle, I said clearly. The voices fell quiet. Everyone knew that tone meant that grandmother had a message for someone. Uncle, I repeated. Grandmother said you need to stop hurting my cousin. There was silence. Uncle made a sort of noise. So did Mom. Then I gasped. It was like I couldn't breathe. I cried out, clutching my throat. The air rippled and heaved. Through the thick, darkening air, I could see everyone's face blurry, staring at me, not moving. I gasped again, and my throat seemed to close up, and I felt like I had the worst possible sore throat. For a flash instant, I saw grandmother in the darkness that was closing in on me. I was trying to scream, but no sound came from my mouth. Then it was over. I opened my eyes, standing very still at the dinner table, holding on to the back of my chair. My throat was still very sore, but the unbearable pain had passed. I made a noise, but no words came out. After that dinner, I could never speak again. And even after I learned to communicate with no voice, I never, ever talked about grandmother and grandmother's children ever again. My cousin Arya and I left our family home when we could, and we never went back. I don't know why I'm even writing this. Maybe I just need someone to believe me. Maybe I need to get it out of my head before it eats me alive. There's a town that shouldn't exist. It's not on any map. No records. Nothing. Just a name whispered between truckers and late-night travelers. Black Hollow. No one plans to go there. It just shows up. If you're ever driving down Route 29 past midnight, you might see a road that wasn't there before. A cracked asphalt path winding into the fog, with an old wooden sign barely holding on. The letters are faded, peeling, but if you look close enough, you'll see it. Welcome to Black Hollow. I made the mistake of taking that road. I was driving through the back roads, running low on gas, GPS acting up. It was one of those nights where the world feels empty, where you go too long without seeing another pair of headlights, and it starts messing with your head. Then I saw it, the turnoff. A gas station's neon glow barely visible through the fog. I figured, why not? Fill up the tank, grab a coffee, keep moving. But as soon as I turned onto that road, something felt off. The air got thick, like it was pressing down on me. The fog swallowed my car whole, my headlights barely cutting through. My radio crackled, then died. Then my phone screen glitched out. That should have been my first warning. The town looked frozen in time. Rows of old houses, a diner, a gas station, but no streetlights, no sound, just stillness. Yet the gas station lights were on. I pulled in, relieved, but the place was empty. No attendant, no cars, no sound. The pumps were ancient, the kind with rolling numbers instead of a screen. And then I heard it, a whisper right behind me. I spun around, heart hammering. Nothing. just my own shadow stretching too long under the flickering station light. I hurried inside. The bell above the door jingled, but the store was empty. Shelves were stocked, but covered in dust. It was like everything had been waiting for someone to show up. And then I saw the newspaper on the counter. Black Hollow missing again. Town disappears for 30th year in a row. The date? Exactly 1 year ago. My stomach dropped. I turned to run, and that's when I saw them. Figures standing outside watching me. Their faces weren't right. Blurry like looking at a reflection in broken glass. My pulse pounded in my ears. The store lights flickered, and for a split second I saw their faces clearly. They weren't strangers. They were people I'd seen before, on missing posters, on the news, faces of people who had vanished, and then the lights went out. I don't remember running to my car, but I must have. My tires screeched as I tore down that road, the town stretching on like it didn't want to let me go. The fog thickened, twisting like it was alive, and then I saw the sign again, but this time the words had changed. Welcome to Black Hollow. You can check in, but you can't check out. Then, blackness. I woke up on the side of Route 29, my car parked neatly on the shoulder, gas tank full. My phone worked again. The time on the dash, 12:30 a.m. Like nothing had happened. But when I got home, I checked the missing persons reports. And there in the latest update, my face. It had only been a few hours since I left that town, but the report said I had been missing for a year. I don't know how much time I lost in that place, but I know one thing for sure. Black Hollow is real, and it's still out there waiting. I should have never turned down that road, so if you're ever driving on Route 29 past midnight, keep going, because if you see the turnoff, it means Black Hollow has already chosen you.
I have suffered with sleep paralysis since I was a child. Through all of my years of dealing with this, I have had some truly horrific experiences. However, the one I had a couple of days ago has been the worst one yet. I woke up not feeling the greatest. I was up a few hours, and after not feeling much better, I decided to lay back down and try to nap it off. I was turned on my side, facing away from our bedroom door on the far side of mine and my husband's king-sized bed. I felt my body relax, and I fell asleep rather quickly. Next thing I remember is slowly opening my eyes and seeing our bedroom wall and the door that leads to our bathroom, as the bathroom door was closed. I then tried to move and couldn't. As I've been through this many times, I was already mentally telling myself I was in sleep paralysis and I needed to focus on trying to move a little, such as wiggling my fingers, a tip I learned online. However, I'm already feeling scared and I can feel my heart racing. I then hear the sound of our bedroom door open and close behind me, as our bedroom door makes a very loud and distinct popping noise. I immediately thought it was my husband coming in to check on me, and thought he'd be able to get me to snap out of this horror. That thought quickly vanished as I heard heavy stomping running around the bed until they stopped directly in front of me, and I see a very large and tall black figure standing in front of our bathroom door. This is the same figure I encounter in almost all of my sleep paralysis experiences. I can never make out any features. Before I can register any other thoughts, the large figure lunges at me. I feel the heavy weight of this thing on my body, and it feels like it's crushing me, especially in my ribs. As previously mentioned, I'm still laid on my side with both of my arms pulled up, and my hands are tucked under my pillow. By now, I've closed my eyes, and I'm trying so desperately to move. That's when I felt teeth burying into my ribs. I don't know how to truly describe the awful feeling. It's an intense feeling of pressure, pain, and almost a tickling sensation, and it's one of the worst things I've ever felt. At this point, I'm trying to thrash away.
and trying to scream, but I'm still completely paralyzed and I feel like I have no air left in me, and I never am able to make a sound. I can literally feel this thing's mouth opening and closing in different spots along the side of my ribs. At this point, I'm mentally screaming and pleading to snap out of it. Next thing I know, I'm straight up in bed. My heart is racing. I'm broke out in a cold sweat and I can still feel tingles in my ribs on my left side. After my eyes dart around the room and I find it to be completely empty, I lift up my shirt to inspect my side. The skin is not broken, but the whole left side of my rib cage is bright red. I've done a good amount of research on sleep paralysis and I understand the scientific explanation for it, but waking up with physical marks from these experiences is brand new to me. I have a ton of anxiety when it's bedtime ever since this experience. I have truly come to understand no sleep. No one was surprised when Eddie's, a small, greasy burger joint that had only opened a year prior in my town, was said to be closing down permanently within a couple of days. In the weeks leading up to the announcement, a multitude of allegations were sent flying in the direction of its owner, Eddie, ranging from claims of embezzling to accusations of unfaithfulness, which left him divorced. It was only a matter of time before Eddie pulled the plug. I thought it a shame, though. Despite my less than favorable opinions of the guy, the burgers in which he served were the best in town. So, for old time's sake, I decided to pay the joint one last visit before its passing. The door chime rang a familiar ding as I entered into the barren burger place. I could hear the hissing of grills from far in the back as I approached the counter. I stood there in uncomfortable silence for a few seconds, before I heard a familiar, hoarse voice call to me from out of view. "Who's there?" Eddie croaked out in a low-pitched tone, his voice sounding strained and choked as if he had just been sobbing. A customer. Sorry. Is it not open today?" I asked, fully prepared to turn myself around and walk back out, before Eddie shuffled into view. He had seen better days. Eye bags sagged his face down, and an unkempt stubble was sprinkled across his jawline. He wore a stained apron, with a sweaty wife-beater underneath. It was clear he had been crying, as his eyes were red, and he was shoveling dribbling mucus off his face with a gloved hand. He cleared his throat before speaking. Yeah, it's open. What can I get you?" I was hesitant in responding. In my mind, I was contemplating whether to just call it a day and apologize for bothering him, or to let my gluttony get the best of me. I soon made up my mind. "Yeah, can I get a chicken filet burger and a side of crinkled fries? Oh, and a drink of Pepsi, too." Eddie didn't appear to fully register my order at first, as it seemed he was zoning out while staring off into the distance. From the kitchen, I began to hear faint shuffling and a muffled voice intertwined with the hissing of what I presumed was the cooker. Eddie seemed to take notice and thus responded abruptly. "Okay, got it. Just take a seat and I'll be right there with your order. And don't mind the noises. Those are just the moving guys, packing up all my furniture," he told me with a shaky tone. His eyes locked on me while he cracked a nervous smile. At the time, I decided to give the guy a pass for his odd behavior. I mean, his entire life was basically over. Who can blame him for being slightly unstable? Eddie returned to the kitchen as I found a seat and began to scroll mindlessly on my phone for the next 5 minutes. Throughout those 5 minutes, I could hear Eddie in the back whispering and slamming objects. I assumed he was assisting the moving guys and tuned it out. That's when my nose picked up on a smell, rotten and sulfurous. It attacked my nostrils and made my eyes water from how bad it smelt. I thought it was the scent of rotten meat or out-of-date vegetables that had drifted its way from the back, but I soon found that the smell was doing more than just revolting me. It was making my head dizzy and my vision steadily blurry. At that point, I just couldn't champion through it any longer. as whatever was in the air was choking my lungs and making my throat begin to burn. I pushed my chair back with a screech and began stumbling my way to the door when I heard Eddie begin shouting, "Here it comes! This is all your fault!" he wailed, his voice undeniably distraught and haggard. I was far too desperate for air to acknowledge his words in that moment, as I sprung the door open and exited onto the sidewalk into the cold December air. It didn't remain cold, however, as a wave of heat from behind blasted me off my feet and into the street. My head collided with the icy tarmac as everything suddenly went black. My memory from that point remains hazy, but from what I can remember, red and orange bled into the darkness as I slowly came to, flat on my back surrounded by passerbyers, ears ringing. I could see Eddie's was no more, as a violent inferno laid claim to the establishment. Windows shattered as its foundation shook. The front room was in complete ruin, flames bellowing from where I once sat, before I again fell unconscious. Upon walking in the hospital and being questioned by the police, I learned what had happened. A murder-suicide. Eddie had bought canisters of hydrogen sulfide and was in the process of filling the building with it when I just happened to enter. The hissing I heard was not that of the cooker or fryer. Hell, there wasn't even any cooking appliances in the kitchen to make such noises as, unbeknownst to me, the kitchen had been stripped clean a day prior. Instead, what I heard was the sound of gas leaking. Thankfully, by the time Eddie had begun to flick alive a lighter, I had already taken one step out of the door, foiling his attempt at taking me with him by a hair as he ignited the flammable gas. But it remains a murder-suicide, as despite my survival, me and Eddie weren't the only ones in there at the time. A woman was there too, Eddie's mistress, as I found out. She had been invited over and had been restrained and gagged by him by the time I entered. The muffled noises I had heard had been hers as she struggled to escape from her bindings, to which she could not, and thus she perished alongside Eddie. It's been a year since then, and as funny as it may sound, I do now hold a slight irrational fear of fast food restaurants. I mean, I was only a second away from being immolated, and I didn't even know it. So now, whenever I'm in a McDonald's or any fast food joint at that, I always make sure that the hissing I hear from the kitchen are just that of the grills and fryers, and not that of the final act of a man on the end of his line. I saw a therapist for 8 years. Let's call him Dr. P. He came highly recommended. People said he was sharp, analytical, didn't sugarcoat things. That sounded like exactly what I needed. At first, I admired him. He had a way of making me feel like he understood me completely, like he could see through my thoughts better than I could myself. His approach was firm, sometimes dismissive, but he framed it as challenging my thinking. I figured he knew what he was doing. But as the years went on, something felt off. It wasn't any one thing, it was little moments. Times when I left his office feeling more uncertain, more dependent on his approval than when I walked in. He questioned my memories often. If I recalled something a certain way, he would shake his head and say, "That's not how it happened." He had this way of planting doubt, making me wonder if my own thoughts were unreliable. He contradicted me about things I was sure of, delayed diagnosis, shifting explanations, making me feel like I was misinterpreting my own experiences. And then there was the phone call. I had been venting about my stress, how I always felt on edge, like I was waiting for something bad to happen. I told him I'd been checking my phone constantly, expecting bad news even when there was no reason to. He gave me a strange look, then he smiled. "Funny you say that," he said, "because you missed a call earlier." I froze. I hadn't told him that. I pulled out my phone instinctively, heart pounding. There was a missed call, unknown number, no notification, just sitting there in my call log. I hadn't heard it ring. I looked back up at him. He just watched me, smiling slightly. I stammered something about spam calls, but my skin was crawling. How did he know? Just something to think about, he said. That night, I woke up to my phone ringing, no caller ID. I answered without thinking. Silence. Then, in a voice I swear was his, "You need to learn to sit with discomfort." The line clicked dead. I didn't sleep after that. I tried to tell myself I had imagined it, a stress-induced hallucination. Maybe I had dreamed the whole thing. But then I started noticing other things. Small details that shifted, conversations we'd had that he remembered differently, but only in ways that made me question myself. Once I swore I had told him about a dream I'd had, but when I brought it up later, he smirked and said, "You never told me that." Another time, I referenced a childhood memory he had once dismissed as distorted. He leaned forward and said, "But what if it was real?" It was like he was rewriting my past. I started recording our sessions, not for legal reasons, just for my sanity. I needed to hear what was real, but when I played them back, I swear some things were missing. Moments where I knew I had reacted, long silences instead, or strange audio glitches, like something was cutting parts out, and then something that made my blood run cold. One night while reviewing a recording, I heard myself speaking, except I didn't remember saying those words. A full minute of audio where I calmly said, "I trust you. You're the only one who understands me." I repeated it several times. I never said that. I would never say that. I left therapy soon after, but it didn't end there. When I told him I was taking a break, his whole demeanor changed. He wasn't cold anymore. He smiled, acted friendly. Too friendly. "Oh, of course," he said. "Just remember, I don't provide therapy notes. But if your new psychologist needs anything, they can always call me." That night, I unplugged my Alexa, turned off my phone. I didn't want to hear from him ever again, but thinking about him was impossible to stop because he knew too much. Not just about my traumas, my childhood, my fears. He knew my patterns. He knew the way I second-guess myself, the way I latch on to certain thoughts, the way I look for meaning in things that shouldn't mean anything. And now, as I sit here typing this, I wonder, did he know exactly what he was doing? Did he know that even after I left, his words would stick in my brain like a splinter, that I'd replay them over and over, long after I stopped seeing him? Did he know he'd live rent-free in my head long after I stopped paying him? Because I think he did. And just now, as I wrote that last sentence, my phone lit up. No notification, no ringtone, just a missed call. Unknown number. I think he's still watching. And this time, I'm afraid to answer. I'd been living in the old Victorian for 6 months when I first noticed the flies. They congregated in the corner of the study, a fist-sized stain on the faded Persian carpet that seemed to pulse with them. No matter how many times I sprayed insecticide or laid traps, they returned, droning, persistent, their bodies glinting like obsidian beads in the sunlight. The previous owner had warned me the house had quirks, but this felt deliberate. As though the stain was so delicious to them that they couldn't help but gather there. One sweltering July afternoon, I snapped, "Screw it, I'll just replace it." I mumbled as I tore the carpet up with a crowbar. Sweat dripped down my neck as I removed the culprit section of the carpet. Beneath the moth-eaten fabric was a patch of warped hardwood covered in maggots. Its edges blackened as if scorched. "What the?" I said to myself in disgust.
A single floorboard sat slightly raised like a crooked tooth. I pried it loose with the crowbar, half expecting to find human remains underneath, but instead there, in the hollow beneath, lay a book. It wasn't like the gothic grimoires from movies. This was small, kind of like those pocket Bibles you find in hotel rooms. It was bound in cracked suede, the color of dried blood, and its pages were yellowed and brittle. The symbols inside weren't Latin. They squirmed, shifting under my gaze like centipedes. Yet somehow I understood them. A chant whispered in my mind, sweet and coaxing. "Speak me, and I'll make the flies go away." I laughed, a nervous, breathy sound. What harm could it do? That night, with a bottle of bourbon as my courage, I knelt over the floorboard hollow and recited the words aloud. The air turned syrupy, smelling of wet soil and rotting fruit. Then came the voice, smooth as oil, amused. Ah, a pragmatist. The man who materialized before me was ordinary, mid-30s, unshaven, dressed in a rumpled linen shirt and slacks. His eyes were the only oddity, pale green flecked with gold, like sunlight through a swamp. He gestured to the stain on the floor. "Flies, right? Nasty business. Let's fix that." A snap of his fingers and the insects crumpled to ash. What are you?" I stammered. "A problem solver," he said, grinning. "Call me Baz. And you, my friend, just earned yourself a favor." Over the next week, Baz became a fixture. He fixed the leaking roof, unclogged the septic tank, even brewed a mean cup of coffee. He joked about modern life, lamented the paperwork of his job, and never once mentioned demons or souls. To be honest, I actually kind of enjoyed his company, but after a few more days, I grew suspicious of his helpfulness, eventually driving me to ask what he wanted in return. "Seriously though, Baz, why are you doing all of this?" He waved me off. "Consider it a housewarming gift, but if you're feeling generous, a little signature wouldn't hurt." He produced a simple receipt, no different from one you'd get from a convenience store. "You see, I'm somewhat of a handyman, and all I need is a signature right here at the bottom. Standard stuff, acknowledgement of services rendered." I should have read it, but the flies were gone. The house was warm, finally mine. I scribbled my name. The moment the ink dried, Baz's skin split. His body erupted into a mass of writhing maggots, eyes boiling into pus-yellow orbs. Wings, translucent, veined, sprouted from his back, buzzing with the sound of 1,000 flies. The voice that emerged was a chorus of screams. "Souls are so much sweeter when given, not taken," Beelzebub crooned, a clawed hand pressing over my chest. Coldness spread, my breath frosting in the air. "Don't look so grim. You'll live a long, happy life until I come to collect." The flies flickered and he vanished, leaving the stench of sulfur. I tried to burn the grimoire. It wouldn't catch fire. Now, when I wake up at 3 a.m., I hear him laughing in the walls, a sound like broken glass and wings. The flies are back too, but now they follow me around. It's been 2 years since the last time I saw Baz, and I pray it was all just a bad dream. But just as I start to drift off to sleep, I hear a buzzing next to my ear. I hate flies. I never understood why some people leave their doors slightly open. Maybe it's carelessness. Maybe it's some weird kind of trust in the world. Or maybe, just maybe, it's a trap. I work as a bike courier in a big city. I mostly deliver food, but sometimes it's small packages or documents. Usually it's simple. Show up, knock, hand over the package, leave. But last week I got an order that still keeps me up at night.
It was late, almost 10 p.m. when the app sent me to an older apartment complex. The building was run down, graffiti on the walls, flickering hallway lights. I climbed the stairs to apartment 4B, where I was supposed to deliver the package. The door was already open. Not fully, just a crack. Just enough to see that the light was on inside. I hate when customers do this. So I knocked and called out, "Hello? Delivery for you." No answer. I called out again, louder this time. Nothing. I thought about just leaving, but then I noticed something strange. Right next to the door, on the floor, was a pair of shoes, perfectly aligned as if someone had placed them with a ruler and a spirit level. I don't know why, but that unsettled me more than the open door. A weird feeling crept into my stomach. I should have just left, but instead I stepped closer and knocked again, this time directly on the door. It slowly swung open. The apartment was unsettlingly sterile. No decorations, no personal belongings. The furniture was old and worn, but everything was perfectly arranged. The walls were bare, no pictures, no shelves, and directly across from the door in the hallway stood a camera on a tripod. The lens was pointed at me. I felt my neck tense up. "Hello?" My voice sounded too loud, too foreign. Nothing. I thought about just setting the package down and getting the hell out of there. Then I heard it, a faint scraping sound from somewhere inside the apartment. Someone was in there. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but my feet didn't move. I strained to listen. The sound came from the bedroom, and then I noticed something even more disturbing. The apartment didn't smell like anything. No perfume, no food, no human scent. Just sterile, empty air. The scraping got louder. I took a step back, my eyes darting around the room, and that's when I saw it. The bathroom door was slightly ajar. Through the tiny gap, I could see an eye. Someone was standing there completely still, watching me. My breath caught in my throat. Then, a sharp creak behind me. I spun around. The apartment door, which I had left open, was now shut. I didn't think. I grabbed the handle, yanked it open, and ran. I bolted down the stairs, heart pounding, head spinning. I didn't stop until I was on my bike, pedaling away as fast as I could. Only when I was a few blocks away did I dare to look back. In the window of apartment B, a figure stood motionless, staring down at me. I never reported it to the police. I wouldn't even know what to say. But ever since that night, I feel like someone's watching me. Always. I could write a few books about all the strange and unusual, hard to imagine, I can't make this stuff up things I've encountered as an ER nurse, especially as a night shift nurse, but the book writing will have to wait for another time. The story I'm about to share took place April 17th, 2021, exactly 5 months from the date my mama passed from COVID. Side note. I also lost my best friend and my daddy all within a 9-month period due to COVID, so to say the last couple of years have been a real struggle would be an understatement. I digress. So, I'm on shift when I'm asked by another nurse to attempt an IV on one of her patients. I enter the room, introduce myself, and this patient that I have never taken care of or spoken to before says to me, "You have a wonderful aura about you." And before I have a chance to respond, she goes on to say, "And your mother is always with you." I instantly get chills, but I try to hide my WTF reaction and continue with the task at hand. When I touch the patient's arm to verify her wristband, she grabs my hand and looks me directly in my eyes and proceeds to tell me very detailed things about my mama that only I would know. I was beyond emotional and shook by everything she is telling me. So much so I had to excuse myself. I leave the room and run to the bathroom crying uncontrollably. I do my best to get it together when the lights in bathroom start flickering on and off for about 2 minutes. I literally just about peed myself, but I get it together and ask if there was just an issue with the lights anywhere else. Nope. Okay. No shocker there. I somehow get it together and go back to the room and apologize for previously running out so abruptly. The patient apologizes to me for upsetting me. I assure her that I am not at all upset. I just was not expecting anything like that, but I was absolutely thankful she was willing to share her gift with me, and much needed. I took a deep breath and I continue completing the initial task of placing an IV. I continue about the rest of shift without too much chaos. After I settle down from my shift, I call my sister-in-law and tell her about my night. I explain to her all the details of my experience. After my story, she tells me her son, my nephew, has something to tell me. He gets on the phone and shares his story. Now, around the same time this is going on with me at work, my nephew tells me he was having trouble sleeping. He couldn't really get comfortable, so he sat up on the side of the couch, and at that moment he says, "I seen Grandma. She was just standing there. It was her. I know it was." I comfort him and reassure him I believe him, and there was nothing to be afraid of. I then tell him Grandma was busy making her rounds letting us know she's okay, and is still watching over us, and that she loves us. I admit I did freak out a little at first, but more anything, I felt comforted in having that experience. I know my mama's just saying, "Hey, I'm okay, and I'm still with you." Now, I don't know how everyone else feels about spirits, mediums, or whatever, but I'm a believer. Thanks to those that took the time to read. Living 5 miles from Florida's Atlantic coast means salt air bleeds into everything. The sun-bleached siding of our house peeling like sunburned skin, the tangled mangroves framing the tidal creek behind our property, their roots clutching at briny mud like arthritic fingers. Even the ice cubes in our freezer taste faintly of the ocean, as if the sea had seeped into the tap water while we weren't looking. Dad's 27-foot center console, the salty Serenity, might as well be a fourth family member. Her hull is pocked with barnacle scars, her vinyl seats cracked like desert earth, but Dad polishes her twice a week with the devotion of a priest tending an altar. Come June, when the pavement starts sweating by 9 a.m., leaving the backyard asphalt shimmering like a mirage, our weekend routines shift. No more strolling Cocoa Beach at sunset, the sand cool and sugared between our toes. No more road trips to Georgia's mountains where the air smells of pine resin instead of decayed jellyfish. Just the Serenity cutting through Mosquito Lagoon's tea-dark water. Her twin outboards growling as Dad grins into the wind like a kid gripping a roller coaster bar. His baseball cap flipped backwards so the brim doesn't snap off in the gale. That Friday in July clung to us like wet gauze. The kind they'd press over a wound to staunch bleeding. Humidity hung pregnant over the intercoastal, thickening the air until dragonflies moved through it like swimmers fighting a riptide. The dock's wooden planks wept beads of condensation, and the rope's line sagged, limp as dead eels. Cicadas screamed in the palmettos, their drone rising and falling like a theremin's whine. Mom hovered in the kitchen doorway, her knuckles white around a ginger ale can. Her seasick armor, she called it, though we all knew the cure wasn't working today. the aluminum dented under her grip, droplets sliding down the sides to pool on the linoleum. She'd worn that same wilted smile when Dad announced the trip, her eyes tracking the Serenity's keys as they jingled in his hand. "Y'all go," she said, too quickly, her voice fraying at the edges. "I'll defrost the conch fritters for when you're back." The freezer hummed in agreement, exhaling a plume of frost as she opened it. Dad didn't need persuading. He was already halfway to the dock, his flip-flops slapping against the warped boards, shouting over his shoulder about a new sandbar he'd spotted near the Spoil Islands. "Gonna be glassy out there." Glassy meant flat water, which meant he'd open the throttle wide, let the boat fly until the bow lifted and the world blurred into seagrass and sky, the horizon line trembling like a plucked guitar string. I hesitated, watching Mom press the cold can to her forehead, her eyelids fluttering as condensation trickled down her temple. She shooed me off with a flick of her dish towel, a faded thing patterned with lobsters and anchor knots, but not before I caught the way her gaze snagged on the horizon. Not wary, not hungry, as if she were staring at a ghost ship only she could see, its sails full of the same wind that used to fill her lungs when she'd raced Dad to the channel markers, back when her stomach didn't turn at the smell of diesel and low tide. The salty Serenity sliced into the bay, her cooler packed with Dad's lime-flavored seltzers, cans slick with condensation, their tabs hissing like tiny airlocks, and my mason jar of lemonade, still pulpy with rind the way Mom insists on making it, the bitterness clinging to the back of the throat like a secret. Mosquito Lagoon hummed with July's feverish energy. Jet skis zigzagged like water striders, their wakes crisscrossing into lace, while toddlers shrieked as mullet leapt silver arcs over their inflatable rafts, their scales catching the light like flung nickels. From Sharky's shack, its roof patched with license plates and fish nets sagging with plastic crabs, the tinny thump of Zac Brown Band covers drifted across the water, the chorus of Knee Deep, whirring through the guttural croak of bullfrogs in the sawgrass. Dad docked at their warped pier with a captain's flourish, the Serenity's hull kissing the pillings with a groan, and tossed the rope to a sunburned teenager whose shoulders blistered tomato red beneath peeling tattoos of anchor ink. The kid nodded like they'd rehearsed this 100 times, his bare feet gripping the splintered wood with the ease of someone who'd never known shoes. Time dissolved. We ate blackened mahi tacos that burned our tongues, the charred edges crumbling into our laps, their heat cut by dollops of mango salsa, so bright it tasted like summer itself. We laughed as pelicans dive-bombed for our discarded lime wedges, their beaks snapping shut with a sound like castanets, wings grazing the water's surface as if testing its temperature. The sun melted us into the vinyl seats, the material sticking to our thighs like warm glue, until dusk arrived unannounced. The horizon bled tangerine and violet, the water reflecting the sky's fire like spilled gasoline, iridescent and dangerous. Dad raised his seltzer in salute, the aluminum crumpled in his fist, condensation dripping onto his wristwatch. "Two nights that outshine days," he said, his voice roughened by salt and sun, and I clinked my lemonade against his can, the glass ringing below. I didn't yet notice how his toast sounded like a warning, how his eyes lingered a beat too long on the darkening east, where the first stars pricked through the bruise-colored sky. Darkness fell with the finality of a theater curtain, the last daylight snuffed out behind the Spoil Islands. Dad queued up his Night Cruisin' playlist, Springsteen's Growl, Seeger's Gravel Road Rasp, that one CCR song he swears every boat needs, and cranked the volume until the bass vibrated in my molars, the speakers buzzing like hornets in a jar. We glided into the unlit stretch beyond the channel markers, where the lagoon widens into a black mirror, the mangroves reduced to jagged cutouts against the moonless sky. The Serenity's running lights painted emerald ripples on the water, their glow dissolving inches below the surface, as if the lagoon drank the light whole. The air turned crisp, carrying the sweetness of night-blooming jasmine, thick as syrup, tangled with something sharper, metallic, like a penny held on a tongue. It clung to the back of the throat, a taste that wasn't quite a taste, as the boat pushed farther into the void, the only sound the churn of the engines and the occasional slap of a mullet fleeing our wake. We passed near a lighthouse, a skeletal sentinel perched on Ponce Inlet's crumbling jetty, its iron ribs exposed where storms had gnawed through limestone flesh. Its beams sliced through the dark every 10 seconds, a staccato swish-swish that let the foam around us in a stark, clinical white, bleaching the color from Dad's face and my trembling hands. Shadows leapt and contorted in its glare, seaweed became grasping fingers, drifting logs arched like the spines of drowned creatures. The light's pulse throbbed in time with my heartbeat, each pass leaving after images burned into my retinas. I gripped the console, the fiberglass edge biting into my palm. "That thing's straight out of a Stephen King novel," I said too loud, my voice cracking like the gulls screeching overhead. Dad smirked, his face half lit by the GPS screen's ghostly green glow, the other half drowned in shadow. "Built in 1887, he said as if reciting a psalm. "Back when this inlet ate ships for breakfast." He adjusted his grip on the wheel, the leather wrap creaking. "Your great-granddad used to supply the keepers. Said they'd trade whiskey for snapper, fresh snapper. Not that freezer-burnt crap." He nudged me, his calloused hand rough on my shoulder, the salt-stiffened fabric of his shirt scraping my neck. "Relax, kid. Only ghosts out here are the ones we bring with us." His laugh was a dry thing, lost to the growl of the engine, but his thumb tapped the throttle twice, quick and restless. The beam swept over us again. For a heartbeat, the lighthouse's brickwork seemed to ripple, its mortar oozing black as crude oil. Rivulets crawling downward like veins. Then darkness swallowed it whole, leaving only the aftertaste of that image, a wet, glistening rot. I blinked, but the tower stood inert again, its cracks and fissures frozen in the brief glare. The air smelled different here, the usual brine undercut by a dankness, like the inside of a storm drain after a flood. Dad killed the engine. The salty Serenity's hum died abruptly, leaving a vacuum of sound so thick I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, the click-click of cooling metal from the outboards. The boat swayed, creaking like an old floorboard, as waves lapped at the hull with wet, open-mouthed kisses. My skin prickled, goose flesh rising despite the humidity. I couldn't stop staring at the lighthouse. Its beam carved the dark into fragments, each pass illuminating the tower's peeling paint, its rusted railing clawing at the sky. It looked less like a guide now, and more like a bone jutting from a grave, something the earth had tried to bury that couldn't quite keep down. Dad rummaged in the cooler for another seltzer, the crack hiss of the tab deafening. "Trust the process," he muttered, though I couldn't tell if he was talking to me or the night itself. Maybe that's why I didn't notice the sound at first. Not over Springsteen's growl bleeding from the speakers, not over the Serenity's hull slapping the waves like a restless heartbeat. Then it came again, a scream, not the distant whoop of a drunk tourist, or the theatrical shriek of a gull, but a raw, guttural sound, the kind that shreds vocal cords, that belongs to animals caught in steel traps. It cut through the baseline sharp as a fillet knife. "Dad, kill the music." I lunged for the stereo, slapping at the volume knob. My palm slipped on its sweat, slick plastic. He flinched, his sunburned face slack with confusion, the pink peeling skin around his eyes crinkling like tissue paper. The speakers went silent. The quiet that followed was suffocating, a wool blanket pressed over the world, smothering even the lap of waves against the hull. "Someone's out there," I whispered. My throat tightened, every hair on my arms standing rigid as porcupine quills. Dad's grin from earlier had vanished. He gripped the wheel, his knuckles bleached white as barnacle shells, as the scream came again, closer this time. Or maybe the water carried it sharper, honed by the lagoon's curved throat. A woman's voice, fraying into a sob, skated across the black water. My eyes found the island, a jagged smudge in the moonlight, half swallowed by mist that coiled like smoke from a doused fire. No boats, no lights, just that ragged silhouette, its shoreline clawed by currents that could capsize a kayak in seconds, that could drag you down to where the crabs pick bones clean. We didn't move, didn't breathe. The Serenity rocked gently, mocking the stillness, her hull creaking like a taunt. I counted the seconds. 10, 20, 40, nothing. The lagoon stretched empty, a black sheet ironed flat, its surface oily and unbroken. No life jacket bobbed in the swells. No hands broke the surface, fingers splayed like starfish. Only the island, hunched and silent, a place where the water itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting to exhale its secrets. "Help!" The cry tore through the night, brittle and fractured, the vowels splintering. Dad fumbled for the spotlight, its beam quaking as he swept it over the water, the light catching the iridescent swirl of bait fish, fleeing some unseen predator. The island loomed, all jagged coral teeth and spindly sea grape trees. Their leaves glistened like knife edges in the stark white glare. "Where are you?" we shouted in unison, our voices thin against the vastness, swallowed by the dark as if the lagoon had no bottom, no end. "Being followed," the reply screamed. "Followed?" My mind snagged on the word. "Are you on the island?" Dad barked, louder now, the spotlight jerking across the shore, illuminating skeletal driftwood and shadows that twitched like living things. Her answer was a scream, a serrated, sustained note that raised the flesh on my neck, that left my eardrums throbbing. "Yes." Dad didn't hesitate. The engine roared to life, a feral sound that scattered the quiet, the sudden violence of its sending a cormorant bursting from the reeds in a panic of wings. The Serenity lurched forward, bow slamming into waves as we charged the island, the hull shuddering like it might splinter. The cliffs reared up, pitted limestone glowing bone white in the spotlight, pock marks gaping like eye sockets. Dad anchored 20 yards out, the chain grating against rock as breakers hissed, hungry, against the hull, their form glowing faintly with bioluminescent algae, tiny blue sparks dying as they struck the boat. Up close, the island was a feral thing. Seaweed clung to its rocks like matted hair, reeking of rot and brine. The trees leaned at cruel angles, roots exposed like tendons, their bark sloughing off in leprous patches. No footprints marked the narrow beach, no torn fabric fluttered in the branches, just wind hissing through sawgrass, a low, wet sound, like the island itself was breathing. We pulled on the boots Dad had stashed in the Serenity's compartment, stiff rubber reeking of mildew, soles treadless as dolphin skin. Climbing out shirtless, the rocks bit into my palms, sharp as crab claws, Well, the boots slipped on LG slick stone, each step a gamble. Dad's flashlight beam juddered ahead, a frail yellow circle that deepened the darkness around us, the shadows pooling like spilled ink. "Call out," he demanded, his voice cracking. The beam swept over gnarled trunks, over tide pools, glinting like 1,000 watching eyes, their surfaces trembling with the scuttle of translucent shrimp. No one answered. The chill that crept up my spine wasn't the night's doing. It slithered, serpentine between my ribs. "She could be injured," I said, the words crumbling as they left my lips, dissolving like sand in a receding wave. Or trapped. Dad's jaw tightened, the tendon flickering like a fishing line under strain. He swung the flashlight beam inland, its light fraying at the edges as it cut through undergrowth, exposing spider webs strung between sea grape leaves, their silk glinting like nooses. We moved in tandem, boots crunching over shells and driftwood, shouting hello into the void. Each call dissolved into the wind unanswered, the island drinking our voices whole. The ground squelched beneath us, sodded with tidal muck that reeked of sulfur and spoiled eggs. Deeper in, the air turned cloying, salt rot and wet limestone, the stench of something decaying beneath the soil, something too large to name. Mangroves crowded us, their roots knuckling up from the ground like buried skeletons, the bark sloughing off in papery strips. "Can you hear us?" Dad bellowed. The cliffs threw his voice back, warped and watery as if the island itself were taunting us, mocking our futility. Above, night herons croaked their disapproval, wings snapping through the canopy like wet canvas tearing. The sea hissed, a relentless audience to our search, its rhythm syncopated with the ragged tempo of our breathing. Then, a guttural, choked scream, not distant, close, human, but strangled, half swallowed, as if the mouth that made it were stuffed with kelp. The sound hit me like live wire to the ribs, my muscles seizing. Dad froze, the flashlight trembling in his grip, the beam skittering over roots that now looked like coiled snakes. No words passed between us. We ran. The island fought us. Sawgrass lashed my forearms, drawing blood that welled back in the moonlight. Sand spurs clung to my jeans, their barbs needle sharp, and my boots skidded on moss-slick rocks, each misstep threatening to twist my ankle. Dad's flashlight beam juddered wildly, carving grotesque shadows from the trees. A hunched figure here, a reaching hand there, all vanishing as the light swept past. My lungs burned, salt and iron coating my tongue. The scream looped in my skull, primal, wrong, propelling me forward, even as the terrain turned jagged, cruel, the ground buckling into fissures choked with sea wrack. I stumbled onto the eastern shore, heaving for air, the beam flitting over tide pools alive with scuttling crabs, over boulders crusted with barnacles that yearned like tiny mouths. Nothing. No crumpled form in the surf, no footprints in the muck, just the moon staring down, cold and dispassionate, and the silence, that silence. It pressed against my eardrums, thick and smug, as if the island had swallowed the woman whole, and now licked its lips, sated. Dad caught up, sweat gleaming on his temples like mercury, his chest heaving. He opened his mouth to curse, to rationalize, but no sound came. The flashlight's beam shrank, dimming, as if the darkness itself were leeching its power. The batteries drained into the hungry earth. We stood gasping, the screams echo still thrashing in our skulls. Had we imagined this whole thing? The thought slithered, cold and unwelcome around us. The mangroves swayed, through the air hung motionless, their roots creaking like arthritic joints. My flashlight trembled as I swung it toward the shore, the plastic casing creaking in my white-knuckled grip. The beam carved a trembling path through the dark, scattering shadows like roaches fleeing a struck match. The light caught on strands of seaweed dangling from mangrove branches. Their tendrils swaying through the air hung utterly still. And there, where the surf gnawed at the rocks, foam hissing between jagged teeth, it stood. Not human, not animal, a thing of angles and voids, its silhouette a mockery of anatomy, as if a sculptor had assembled bones at random and called it done. Moonlight glazed its emaciated frame, ribs like scythes curving inward, joints knotted and inverted, legs spiraled as if wrung by giant hands. Its skin, if it was skin, glistened wetly, reflecting the beam in oily streaks, the surface rippling like mercury disturbed by a fingertip. The head lolled backward, neck tendons straining like ship's rigging, as it stared into the moon's glare with lidless eyes, pupilless voids that swallowed the light whole. Then slowly, wrongly, it pivoted toward us. The movement was liquid, boneless, its spine undulating like a sea whip caught in a riptide. The flashlight caught its face, a collapsed star of features, eyes like pooled mercury swirling with refracted moonlight, a mouth too small, too precise, a razor-cut slit that peeled open, cartilage crackling like crumpled cellophane as it spoke. "You found me." The voice was a flawless mimicry of the woman's, her panic, her pitch, but warped, as if played through waterlogged speakers. It didn't resonate. It slithered, bypassing the ears to coil directly in the gut, cold and invasive as a swallowed eel. My knees buckled. Dad's grip locked onto my bicep, fingers vice tight, his nails biting crescents into my skin. Run. No hesitation, no questions. We fled, boots skidding on kelp-slimed rocks, the thing's cries chasing us, sharpening with each step. "Help me," it wailed, each syllable fraying at the edges now, unraveling into something guttural, wetter, the sound of a throat filling with seawater. "Help me." The words splintered, layered with clicks and hisses, a chorus of corrupted voices overlapping, as if a dozen throats had been fused and torn apart. My spine seized, a primal recognition, older than language. This wasn't fear. This was prey knowledge. The hare's certainty that the fox's teeth are already at its neck, that the chase is just ritual. We didn't look back, didn't dare. The island's undergrowth tore at our clothes, thorns biting into wrists, sand spurs embedding in our ankles like fishhooks. Dad's breath sawed in his throat, raw and rhythmic, each gasp flavored with salt and copper. The Serenity's running lights glowed ahead, bobbing on the black water like a mirage, the boat's hull groaning as waves slammed it against the anchor. Behind us, the cries mutated. Less words now, more vibration, a subsonic hum that made my molars ache and my vision blur. I risked one glance. The thing stood at the tree line, its body contorted into a crouch, arms elongated, fingers splayed like mangrove roots, tips tapering into hooked spines. It didn't pursue, just watched. Head cocked at an impossible angle, as if savoring the taste of our terror. Its mouth stretched into a crescent slit that might have been a smile, or a promise. We spilled into the salty serenity like men fleeing a grenade blast, limbs tangling, boots scuffing the deck's non-slip tread raw. Dad clawed at the anchor line, his fingers slipping on the wet rope, the fibers groaning as if the sea itself fought to keep us tethered. When the anchor finally broke free, its surface caked in black sludge that reeked of low-tide rot, the clumps dripping like concealed blood, strands of seagrass tangled in the flukes like hair. Dad jammed the throttle forward. The engine screamed, a feral sound that drowned the island's silence. The RPM needle trembling in the red as foam boiled beneath the stern. Water churned behind us. The water glowed faintly with bioluminescent algae, a ghostly trail that pulsed as we raced toward open water. The blue-green sparks swirling into shapes that might have been faces or hands. I gripped the gunwale, refusing to look back, but the thing's voice pursued us, crisp as a gunshot across the waves, its timbre flawless, inhumanly precise. "Come back," it shrieked, its tone now slick, almost musical, a lullaby wrapped in razor wire. "I need help." The words slithered into my ears, stripped of their earlier desperation, each vowel polished to a predatory gleam. This wasn't a plea, it was a performance, a pantomime of distress laced with a giddy, venomous edge, the sound of a child's music box cranked too fast, its melody warping into dissonance. What we encountered that night defies logic. If you are reading this, if you are skimming Florida's barrier islands at dusk, cocktails in hand, laughter spilling over the rails like something the night can't wait to devour, heed this. When the wind carries a cry from some lonely spit of sand, when your gut knots at the too perfect pitch of that help me, do not answer. Steer clear, flood the engine. Pray the current drags you anywhere else. Pray harder. Because whatever wears a human voice like ill-fitting skin, whatever peels back the night to show you teeth masquerading as a smile, it isn't lost. It doesn't want help. It wants you. Alive. Bleeding. Afraid. I didn't always have the ability to lucid dream. When I was younger, I used to do all these rituals while awake to try and encourage my awareness of reality. I'd hold my hands out in front of me and count how many fingers were on each one. I'd look at the time and ask myself if it made sense. I'd observe my surroundings and check the books I stacked in a specific pattern were all in order. I even took to drinking strange teas brewed from exotic leaves I'd purchased online, even if the taste made it difficult to finish. Nevertheless, it was only when I got tired of trying and abandoned this phase that I began to experience consciousness in my dreams. At the beginning, I was elated to have unlocked this superpower. I'd compulsively record the events in my previously neglected dream journal, detailing every path I chose, person I chose to see, and place I visited. I'd conclude each entry with a paragraph of lines, the words "Tonight I'll lucid dream again" written over and over to manifest more. When I obsessed over it, however, it wouldn't happen. It was only when I forgot about it that I'd stop what I was doing, sensing some strangeness around me, count my fingers and find 6 on one hand. One of my favorite dreams, over a year ago now, I was at work in the cafe as always when I got a strange compulsion to look at my hands. It was a terrible shift. Everything had been going wrong and each customer seemed to be looking at me. As I suspected, my hands were completely deformed before my eyes. I let out an exhale in a mixture of amusement at the sight and relief that I was in a dream again. As soon as I had figured it out, I halted my breath and composed myself. I'd long since learned to conceal my awareness from the characters in my head. I had no reason to believe anything bad would happen if I said aloud that I was asleep.
but there was an instinctive fear within me of letting anything find out. After my strange display of checking my hands and sighing, my colleague, Eloise, gave me a tense look. I didn't like the way she looked at me. Her eyes met mine and her expression changed, her head tilting forward slightly so that she was looking at me from the corner of her eye. "Andrea?" she drawled out. Nothing, I exclaimed, waving my hands frantically before she'd even said anything. None of this matters anyway. She didn't seem to like that, opening her mouth to say something, but I shut my eyes and began to spin around, just as I'd willed it to. The room was different when I opened my eyes. No more strange customers, no colleagues, just me and the ex-boyfriend I'd been madly obsessed with. For my own dignity, I'll call him something similar, like Miles. My fanaticism over a relationship that ended isn't something I like to share, but in my defense, our one-sided relationship was something I only ever planned to keep in my dreams. Miles was a frequent visitor of my lucid dreams. At my request, of course. In this dream, I served him a coffee and whispered that I was a fan of his work and music. I did my best to be respectful and secretive as to not blow his cover in public, even though we were completely alone. In my dreams, he'd always become the famous singer he'd dreamed of being himself. It seemed to make sense in the storyline I'd like to create. He was as gracious as ever, expressing his thanks and then offering me to join him for a drink, as though he'd forgotten me and we were strangers again. "I can't," I said, smiling at him with as much charm as I could muster. "I'm still working." He looked around the cafe and motioned to the lack of customers, allowing me to admire the flawless beauty of his side profile. "I don't see any customers," he said, a mischievous tone to his voice as he rested his chin in his hands. A little caught off guard, I looked around also. "Right, yeah," I mumbled. "I didn't think you'd be aware of that." "You didn't think I'd know we're alone?" he said, tilting his head. I sat down opposite him, swooning. No, I mean, I don't know," I said, fumbling over my words. What I'd meant to say was that I didn't think he'd be as aware of our surroundings within the dream as I was. After all, he was merely a character created by me. How was I to know he transcended the logic of dreams? The situations and the rules I produced seemed to occasionally flicker out of my control. I held out a hand. "My name's Andrea." "That's a beautiful name." We proceeded to have a lovely conversation over coffee that we never seemed to drink, before he invited me to ditch my work and head out with him. My memory of the dream became foggy after we left, but I recall seeing a few old friends out in town that I smugly ignored in favor of gazing only at Miles. At some points, his hair and clothes seemed to change a little, much to my frustration, but I knew the dream was simply becoming unstable and that I was waking up soon. Whenever I noticed, I'd reach up to adjust his hair, muttering to myself that he wasn't holding together. He'd flush at my touch and smile like I was doing something romantic for him. Knowing I had very little time left, I began to rush us home to get out of the public eye. Alone, I remember that he kissed me, that amongst the fog of a collapsing dream, it was the last and yet most vivid, intense moment. A kiss within a dream was my favorite feeling. Every sense, every cell in my body seemed hyper-tuned to the moment. There was a warmness in my chest and a softness to his lips that reality just couldn't replicate. Not that it ever would. I remember awakening from these types of dreams with a euphoria that had me snuggling back into my duvet, trying to pull the dream back to me. I'd roll out of bed and think about different frames of the movie I'd made, reliving the feeling of him looking at me. With my morning coffee, I'd fill my dream journal with the story. I tried to recall the start of the dream before I'd become lucid. I'd been at work, doing my job as always. So what had tipped me off that it was a dream? The shift was going badly, sure, but that happened in reality every now and then. So why had something felt so wrong? The only thing that stood out to me was Eloise's face. She'd given me an odd look, and there was something about her face that was unnatural and wrong. But it was only once the cover was blown,
once I'd counted my fingers, that I realized she wasn't right. It was an entire month after that before I became lucid again. During the next time, I was walking around a shopping center with a few friends. Old friends again. I seemed to revisit the past often within my subconscious. We stopped by a fountain when things escalated in our conversation. I don't remember what we were talking about, the group hollering angrily about something that felt important in the moment, but it was when Lydia addressed me that I realized. "Don't you have any remorse, Andrea?" was what she asked me, outraged. Time seemed to slow to a stop, gears in my head shuddering to a rusty halt. "Oh," I said, and I looked at my hands, the only living things in my fabricated surroundings. I had far too many fingers. I laughed freely. I was once again standing in the midst of my own creation, like a mad inventor. I turned around to survey the place, but when I looked back at Lydia, my joy was sapped away. Her face had changed. It was still her, but her hair had thinned out and turned dull. Her jaw was unnaturally wide, like the blood and fat from her face had drained, and her skin had become vacuum-packed to her bones. "Don't do that," she said hauntingly. She began to slowly shake her head. I felt myself frowning, confused by this tonal shift. I wasn't sure what it was, but everything was frightening all of a sudden, dread weighing down on me like a weighted blanket. I turned to my other old friends who stood, dazed, in my peripheral. When I tried to look at them directly, however, they were gone. I told myself I had no reason to be afraid. This was my dream after all. I closed my eyes and snapped my fingers in her unsettling face to make her disappear, but she wouldn't. When I opened my eyes, she still stood before me, her eyes sinking into her increasingly gray face. "You're not Lydia," I said slowly. When I'd said it, I meant that she simply wasn't real, but she started smiling. It was as though she agreed with me. She tilted her head to the side the same way Eloise had in my cafe dream. That's right, she wasn't Lydia at all, but perhaps she was something else entirely. I closed my eyes, panicking a little. I simply kept them shut as I gathered myself. This was my dream, my creation. I was in control here, so how could it possibly turn into a nightmare? I willed her to be gone, for someone nice to be with me instead, but when I opened my eyes again, she was still there. I snapped my eyes back shut instantly, so only an imprint of her figure flashed behind my eyelids. For a single frame, I'd seen a ghastly grin below wide black eyes, one that stretched from ear to ear and arced unnaturally low. No, I told myself. I wouldn't subject myself to this while fully lucid. It wasn't fair of my own brain to do this to me, knowing I was aware of myself. So I squeezed, scrunched my face up, and shook my head over and over and over. And when I awoke, I was in my bed. This was my method. When I'd realized I was dreaming within a nightmare before, this was my way of waking myself up. But I'd never had a dream become something terrifying while I was aware of it like that. Climbing out of bed in the pitch black, I padded across the curtains and opened them to try and figure out the time, where I was greeted by the blinding streetlights and black sky. I looked down at the fabric of the curtain in my hand. I couldn't really feel it, and I wasn't sure why I would look outside to check the time instead of just checking my phone. I hadn't had to dodge the tangle of wires that usually blocked my side of the bed either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Of course I was still asleep. I smiled. I hadn't lost my chance to have a nice dream and gazed down the street. It was unnaturally foggy outside, and I didn't like that, but it didn't seem to change when I tried to make it sunny. When I took in the stretching emptiness of the street, a face with a chilling smile flashed into my memory, and I stiffly turned to look at my bedroom door. It was cloaked in darkness, so much that I could barely make out the frame of it. That familiar horror set into my core, paralyzing me to the spot. I didn't want to look at the door. Was it open?
I wanted nothing more than to turn away from it, but something within me screamed warnings to not look out the window either. That same fear, the one I'd felt when I looked at Lydia as the thing, had me holding my breath. I closed my eyes, the only thing I could do to escape. It was here. I felt its presence. I knew my own brain well enough that I could feel when something was amiss. It was what had allowed me to begin lucid dreaming in the first place, after all. With my sight taken away, I could only wait in silence for something to make a sound or touch me. I tensed, anticipating something brushing against me. I expected it so fiercely that I was beginning to force it. Yes, someone's here. Someone's holding my hand, I was telling myself. Miles? I said quietly. That's you, isn't it? Miles' hand squeezed mine in response and I opened my eyes. I was still in the dark room, but now he was there with me. He was wearing the cap he often wore, back when we were first together, and he was smiling down at me. What is it? He asked, rubbing his thumb soothingly over the back of my hand. Nothing, I stammered. I thought something was here, something horrible. He shrugged. Just me? He said, leaning down to kiss my forehead. This time he didn't feel like some celebrity that I dreamed up or some other perfect version of Miles that he would be playing. It really felt like him, and as though he knew exactly what was going on in my head. I pulled him towards me and breathed in his chalky violet smell, as comforting and fresh as ever. I miss you, I said. He stroked my hair and sighed. I miss you too. He breathed onto the top of my head. Where have you been, chick? Something was ringing in the distance, irritating me. Right here, I said. I'll always be right here, waiting for you. When I looked up, he wasn't wearing his hat anymore. His hair was wet. Aren't you going to answer that? He said. I gave him a puzzled look and listened out for the phone, afraid of who it could be. The ringing. It was my morning alarm. I was relieved it wasn't that dreaded phone call again, but my morning alarm wasn't what I wanted to hear either. I love you, I said, and I kissed him softly. I'd never been so furious at my alarm as I was that morning, turning it off and shutting my eyes immediately to try and will Miles back to me. But a demented smile was all I could see, forcing me to let go and allow myself to wake up. When I got out of bed, the first thing I did was count my fingers. 10, as there should be. Although in that dream I'd wanted nothing more than to be out of it, being in reality meant I could no longer have Miles, and the weight of that had my eyes watery as I made my coffee and got ready for work. It was on the drive to work that my phone really did ring. I knew better than to answer an unknown number, so I let it ring. My choice was further justified when the number tried me 3 more times. I had 10 fingers when Eloise said good morning to me, and 10 fingers when I stopped for lunch. What's on your mind today? She asked me, sliding up beside me. I analyzed her face for a second, looking for anything to cross-examine when I encountered her at night. Nothing really, I said. I just haven't been sleeping well. I thought so, Eloise said, humming thoughtfully. You look exhausted. Thanks, I muttered with a half-hearted laugh. Seriously though, she reiterated. Have some caffeine or something. I'm not saying this to be mean, but I've been cleaning up after you all morning. I shot her a look of bewilderment. I had no recollection of being such a mess behind the counter all morning. I had the urge to double-check I was really awake. Oh, I'm sorry, I said. I didn't even realize. That's okay. I'm sorry to criticize you, it's just that... Eloise paused to check no one would overhear her. Mallory's been watching you. With an exaggerated roll of my eyes, I started picking at my nails. I'm sure she has, I grumbled. She's been looking for an excuse to fire me. Don't be silly, Eloise exclaimed, giving me a light tap in the arm. You know she can't fire you anyway. You're invincible here. She might just have a chat with you if you get another order wrong. I held up a hand. Whoa, 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 I said. What do you mean invincible? Eloise leaned back from me, her shoulders dropping. She opened her mouth and faltered. I began to piece together that she'd said something precarious before she even elaborated. I just mean with everything, she said quietly. She wouldn't do that to you. Mallory, my mother's childhood friend, was talking enthusiastically to a customer on the other side of the cafe, unaware of her coworker's discussion of her. I knew she had given me this job to help me out, but I didn't realize I was such a hinder to her business, and that I'd left her trapped here with me. I'd already cost her customers by showing my face here. Now I was making a mess of the job, too. Eloise had left me to my thoughts at some point, catching on to the fact that she'd almost broached something dangerous. She busied herself with polishing and wrapping cutlery, as though that was an urgent task calling her attention. When I left work, I snuck out to avoid a talk with Mallory. I hope she didn't figure out that I could hear her calling out to me as I walked out with my headphones on. I couldn't avoid her stern lecture forever, but at least for today. I knocked out by midnight, but nothing I dreamt about that following night stuck in my memory long enough to be of note. I only know that I woke up feeling more tired than ever, afraid and paranoid that something had smiled at me again that night. For a month or so, I was unable to keep up with the films my brain showed me. I'd simply be an audience member to the display my subconscious was able to come up with. If I ever managed to get a hold of myself, to realize I was dreaming, the cycle would begin. The cycle, as I referred to it, was this torturous phenomena in which my dreams and my reality began to blur together. One of the most notable occurrences of the cycle was after a particularly troubling nightmare. I was with Miles, this time of my brain's own doing and not my lucid actions. We were on a boat together, the pair of us soaking wet after swimming in our clothes. We were laughing away, enjoying each other's company and the view of the sun dipping into the sea when he started shivering. Unaware that I was asleep, I began to swarm around him, wrapping him in my jacket and rubbing his arms to try and warm him up. He shut his eyes and seemed to go a little limp, slumped over in the boat, but his teeth continued to chatter. "Miles?" I shook him, but he gave no response. I couldn't begin to explain why, but in my dream state, I figured he was past the point of no return. He was too cold to ever recover. His lips were blue, his lashes seemed to be glued shut with ice. His cheeks were gaunt and his clothes hung off him like a scarecrow. Overhead, a gull began to dive at him, like he was a floating carcass ripe for the picking. Although I did my best to swat it away, it wouldn't relent, even trying to take chunks out of me. Infuriated, I decided to solve the problem, gently pushing Miles backwards. He slid off the boat like a rag as though his clothes were empty, teeth still chattering as he was submerged. When I started crying, the gull landed on the boat, where Miles had been sitting previously. It started clawing at me with a disgusting scream, so I started swinging the oar of the boat at it. It dodged me again and again, deafening me with its wounded yowling. At last I managed to hit it, sending it with a splatter to the bottom of the boat. There it lay in pieces, black eyes flickering around and beak quivering as it let out little bird-like chortles. Its eyes made me sick with terror. It was like there was something else in there, some parasite living alongside the bird that had now taken over its autonomy. That all too familiar fear of something else being present turned me lucid. I was asleep and I hadn't pushed Miles. This was just a nightmare. The bird got louder and louder with its pained screeches. Whatever it was, I stamped it out with an unbridled rage, and awoke with a gasp that hurt my chest. I was drenched in sweat, so much so that I considered the possibility that I'd pissed myself. The discomfort grew, and my chest kept hurting as I lay in bed, surrounded by the dark, so I tried to roll over in bed, but when I turned over, I stopped dead. There, in the dark, was a girl. She mirrored my position exactly. one hand over her head and the other under her chin, but she had large black eyes and a tiny mouth and nose, like her head wasn't fully developed. Gradually she began to open her mouth, where a black void laid within. It opened wider, beginning to distort her eyes, and my heart pounded so loud I was sure I couldn't possibly be asleep. Unable to move, I did the only thing I could think to do and shut my eyes, squeezing tight. I held strong for 10 seconds, and when I let go and looked, she was still there. So I tried again. I knew this would work. It always did, so I just kept squeezing, checking, then squeezing. After my 4th attempt, I opened my eyes to a bright room. With an uncontrolled sob, I snagged my phone from where it was plugged on the floor and checked the time. It was 8:43 a.m., meaning I was going to be late for work. I ran to work, sweating and trying to tie my hair up, but when I arrived, there was only Eloise and Mallory in the cafe, sitting around a table. There was a third seat for me, so I had a feeling I was in some deep stuff. When I sat down, they were mid-conversation. Mallory spared me a quick glance and then let out a groan, motioning her hand at me. "You see what I mean?" she said, pinching the bridge of her nose. Eloise shook her head disapprovingly. "I know, I've been telling her," she said. I looked between them, confused. Before I realized I was sat there in my pajamas, no shoes on and likely yesterday's mascara smeared across my face. "Please just give me another shot," I begged Mallory. "I can be a valuable employee to you, I swear. You can fire me if I'm useless, okay? You don't need to keep me here just because you feel bad, but let me prove myself, please." "Did you run here?" was all Mallory said. "Yes, I stammered, wiping sweat from my forehead with shame, but then I stopped. The cafe was 13 miles from my house, and I had run here. No way in hell could I have done that. I checked my phone, 8:43 a.m. I counted my fingers. When I woke up, the little girl was there again, so I forced myself awake, 8:43 a.m. I wouldn't do it again. I wouldn't rush to work. This was a dream, after all. I sat up in bed and looked around. Nothing felt off. 10 fingers. But I wouldn't believe it. I wrapped my arms around myself and listened to the silence in my apartment. Any minute now, my brain would summon something. I waited, but nothing came. It was only when I stopped waiting that there was a noise in the other room and the fear hit me. I had been trying to summon something, but nothing would come, so whatever was there now was no creation of mine. "Wake up, please," I said out loud. "Wake up, wake up." The noise in the other room had initially been a single tap, but it escalated into a scratching that seemed to scurry across the floor, towards my bedroom door. I shut my eyes. "Miles?" I called out. When I called out to him, the instance that followed was the first time I ever heard the thing speak to me. The sound was gravelly and echoed in my head like it was speaking right into my ear. There were layers of higher, whistling octaves and deep bass tones reciting the words, "He's gone." Some weeks after this particular cycle, I decided it was time to call him. He hadn't heard from me in over a year, but I had reached my wit's end. I'd spent my waking hours meditating, writing, and medicating, but I knew there would be no end to my nightmares if I didn't get some closure. I listened to it ring with shaky hands. I had no idea how he would react, but I only prayed it wasn't anger. I was the one who left him, so what right did I have to seek closure? "Hello?" came his voice, his soothing, safe voice from the other end. "Miles, hey," I said, my voice wobbling in response. "I'm so sorry to bother you. I know it's been a long time, and I know I shouldn't be doing this, but there's something I really want to talk to you about." I stumbled over my words as I spoke, unsure of what to even say now that I had the chance to say it. The line went silent for a little while. "Is everything all right?" he finally said. My vision blurred with tears at the goodness of his heart to even ask.
Well, yes, sort of, I stammered. I just really need to speak to you, in person. He went quiet again. Just as I began to get antsy, he replied, Okay, he said. Do you want me to come over? Yes, please, thank you. I was practically wailing. Thank you, thank you. Don't thank me, he said sharply. I'll listen to what you have to say, but this won't happen again. I started nodding frantically, as if he could see me. That's fine, that's fine. Don't expect anything, Drea, he said. You left me, remember? No, I know. I began, but the phone started beeping in my ear. I pulled it away to see that there was someone else calling me. Hang on. I picked up and readied myself to start yelling at the unknown number to leave me alone, to go to hell, whatever curses and insults I could come up with, but I stopped short. Andrea? It was Miles' mother. I'd recognized that voice anywhere, after all the hours I'd listened to it scream at me. Hello? I whispered. I got up from my bed and looked out the window as though expecting Miles to show up already and save me from whatever his mother was about to tell me. Have you heard from Miles? She asked. Yes, I mumbled. I just spoke to him. Was he driving to you? I swallowed dryly, shielding my eyes with my hand. I couldn't answer her. I stared into the palm of my hand. Andrea, answer me, she began, her voice getting louder. Did you tell him to drive to your house? So what if I did? He's been killed, Andrea. My son is lying on a slate, freezing cold and full of water because you insisted on him coming to see you in these weather conditions. He drowned slowly, painfully because of you. I hung up the phone. 8 fingers on my hand. Miles was fine, I told myself. This isn't real. Nothing that feels this bad is ever real. When I woke up from that one, I was in a hospital bed. One hand held by my mother, and the other by Miles. I broke my hand free of his and counted. No good. I squeezed my eyes shut again and again. Wake me up, I whispered, staring at the white ceiling. Miles took my hand again. Why? He asked. His hand was freezing cold. His eyes looked darker than they usually were, and I had to close my eyes and look away from him. I trusted him up here in my head, more than anything. No matter how many times I stabbed him, pushed him, strangled him, he'd never be the one to hurt me. So what had changed now? Why now had the parasite begun to change the way he looked at me? The next time I looked at him, water seemed to be streaming from his mouth. He started coughing. I'm sorry, I breathed out. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He tried to speak to me, but no sound would come out aside from choked gargling. His eyes were bloodshot, neck veins bulging. I continued desperately. I never would have left you there if I'd known there was a chance. I cried out. Please believe me. I didn't want you to die. He can't hear you, sweetheart. My mother said softly from beside me. Black hair fell to the floor from Miles' head in a clump as he convulsed, blood dripping from his nose that had become disfigured by his own nails clawing at his neck and face. He has to, I exclaimed, thrashing free of her grip. It's not too late, Miles. I wish every day it had been me left behind in that car. There were many times that I poured my heart out to him, that I was sorry, that I wanted to die in his place, but he never seemed to get the chance to hear me. At 8:43 a.m., after a long night of keeping awake, dosed up on coffee and cocaine, I got in my car and drove. Every now and then I'd catch glimpses of him in my mirrors. I'd remember the times we laughed, the times we sang at the top of our lungs. Each one reflected back at me. I remembered the last time, our big fight. He'd been yelling. He'd knocked my coffee out of my hands, splashing it across my lap and across the seat. I'd screamed back at him, glazed over with rage and masked by the dark. He'd missed the car coming around the bend on the narrow road. I was angry when I grabbed that wheel. I remember that very well.
I pulled up at the bend and stared down the ditch over the dashboard. In that moment, in the last few minutes that I questioned myself, my phone rang. I never picked up these anonymous calls. Knew it would only be by someone trying to hurt me. But for some reason, in my current state of mind, I answered. I didn't even get a chance to speak before the voice on the other end said the word I'd grown used to hearing. Murderer. When I put my foot down and aimed it for the lake, I only hoped I wouldn't dream when I was dead. The drive down to the lake was longer than I remember the fall being. The car banging every rock as the ground fell away. One rock in particular jostled me so hard that I lunged forward and hit my head on the wheel. Something crawled down my forehead, so fast that it wasn't long before it reached my eyes and I saw blood. By the time I hit the water, I'd almost changed my mind, but the cold rushing in sobered me up and set me in my decision. Just as I dreamed it, I unfastened my seatbelt and crawled over to the passenger seat, exactly where I'd been that night, where I'd turned to see him bleeding out and completely motionless. Alive. It was when the cold water rose to my neck that I looked in my rearview mirror and saw it. The thing that my brain hadn't invited in was watching me sink with its black eyes, but I didn't have the strength to even be afraid of it anymore. Water filled my lungs and rattled me from the inside out. The pain was welcome, every nerve in my body reacting like electricity, but my physical reaction was to start madly clawing at the window, at the door, at myself, at anything. In the flurry of bubbles and the sound of my own muffled voice screaming, I saw in the bleary line of sight the number of fingers on my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
When I was 10 years old, I drowned in a lake. I was gone for 8 minutes. No pulse, no breathing. The doctor said it was a miracle I survived without brain damage, let alone survived at all. My parents called it divine intervention. They were religious, after all. But I wasn't the same after that day. Not just because of the flashbacks or the fact that I stopped going near water entirely. Hell, I couldn't even shower for weeks after... I know, gross, but something else was wrong. I stopped sleeping completely. At first, the doctors thought it was trauma. My body was flooded with adrenaline, making rest impossible. They ran tests, kept me overnight in sleep studies, even put electrodes on my head to monitor brain activity. But the results just confused them. My brain acted like it was sleeping. It cycled through REM patterns. My body entered the rhythms of someone in deep sleep, but I was awake, fully aware of every passing second, every movement around me. I should have been exhausted, delirious, unable to function, but I wasn't. I never felt tired. I never needed sleep. It should have been a real gift. That's what people told me when I got older. Imagine all the time you have now, they said. No wasted hours. And think of all the hobbies. But they don't understand. They don't know what happens when a person is awake for too long because we're not supposed to be. Because there are things in this world that only come out when we sleep. And if you stop sleeping, they notice. At first, it was small things. I'd see flickers in my peripheral vision, shadows that disappeared when I turned my head. I thought it was just exhaustion manifesting in weird ways, except I never felt exhausted. Then the whispers came. I'd hear them at night, murmuring just below the threshold of comprehension. If I turned on the lights, the voices stopped. If I played music, they slipped beneath the sound waves. No one else heard them. No one else understood what was happening because, well, it was just so inconceivable. I mean, you see it in horror movies, but those are just movies. Then they started getting closer. One night when I was 16, I woke up to find a man standing at the foot of my bed. This was the first time I had seen them. He was tall and thin, dressed in a black suit that looked soaked through, as if he had just climbed out of a lake. His face was wrong. Not distorted, not monstrous, just wrong. Like something had copied a human face but got the details slightly off. His lips were too thin, his nose too sharp, too long, his skin too smooth. But his eyes weren't there at all, just two hollow voids, darker than the rest of the room. I wanted to scream, to move, to do something, but my body was locked in place. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Minutes, hours. I didn't blink. He didn't blink. He didn't even breathe. And then just as the sun began creeping through the blinds, he vanished, like I wasn't even worth his time, like he was just checking on me, watching over me, making sure I was safe. After that, I saw them everywhere. A woman in the reflection of my bathroom mirror when I got up in the middle of the night, watching me with her mouth stretched too wide, like she was screaming in silence. A child sitting on the floor of my room at 3 a.m., smiling as he looked at a toy car dripping in water. A thing, a shape I can't even describe because it was wrong in ways my brain couldn't comprehend, perched on my ceiling, its head crooked like a broken marionette. They never moved when I looked at them directly, just watched. One night when I was 18, I got brave, or stupid enough to whisper, "What do you want?" The man in the soaked suit smiled, slow, knowing, "You're not supposed to be here." I didn't know what he meant. I didn't want to know, but I do know this. Every night, people all over the world close their eyes and sleep peacefully, unaware that something watches over them, keeping them safe. Because something does. And I think I was supposed to die in that lake. I think whatever governs the space between wakefulness and sleep, the thing that lets people drift into unconsciousness safely, I think it missed me that day. I don't think I was supposed to come back, and now I'm stuck, awake in a world where I was never meant to stay. Because sleep isn't just rest, it's protection. And when you stay awake too long, they start to notice. They realize you can see them. And now, after 20 years of sleepless nights, the whispers have changed. Not a warning, not a threat, just a fact. Time's up. I don't move. I don't breathe. Because for the first time since I was 16 years old, they moved. The man in the suit tilts his head just slightly. The woman in the mirror curls her too wide mouth into a smile. The child on my floor stops smiling. And the thing on my ceiling climbs down. They were never watching over me. They were waiting. And now I fully understand. I wasn't supposed to come back that day. And tonight, I won't.
I've been homeless for a little over a year now. Ruby, my 97 Honda Accord, has been my only constant through it all. When I lost my apartment, my job, and most of my friends, she was still there. She's old, yeah, and probably not worth much to anyone else, but to me, she's everything. She's the only thing keeping me off the streets. The only thing keeping me alive. I've grown attached to Ruby in ways I never thought possible. Maybe that sounds weird, but when you spend this much time with something, depending on it day in and day out, you start to feel like it's a part of you. Or maybe you're a part of it. But lately, I don't know how to explain it. Something's been happening, something that doesn't feel right. It started small. At first, I noticed faint impressions on my skin in the morning, patterns from the fabric of the seat. That made sense. I've been sleeping in the driver's seat most nights, curled up in ways that can't be good for my body. But then the marks started getting deeper. Like, too deep. Not just surface level indentations, but grooves in my skin that didn't go away for hours. Then one morning I woke up and realized I couldn't move my arm. It was stuck to the seat. Like, actually stuck. I tried pulling it free and it felt wrong. My skin didn't just lift off, it stretched. It was like peeling off a band-aid, except it wasn't adhesive. It was me. There was this awful, wet, tearing sound as I yanked myself loose. My arm stung all day, and when I looked back at the seat, I saw this faint pink patch left behind. I told myself it was just friction. Heat, sweat, pressure. It had to be something like that, but it's been happening more and more. Every time I wake up, there's something new. A part of my leg fused to the upholstery. The side of my face stuck to the headrest. I've started keeping a bottle of water nearby just to pour over myself when it happens. The water seems to help loosen the bond, but it doesn't stop it from happening again. And it's not just the sticking. It's more than that. The other night I noticed something strange about my left thigh. The skin felt thicker, rubbery. When I pressed into it, it didn't feel like flesh anymore. It felt like vinyl, like the seat beneath me. I've been wearing jeans most days, so I didn't even notice it at first. But when I rolled up the fabric to look, I almost threw up. The skin on my thigh wasn't skin anymore. It was the same dull gray as Ruby's seats. The same texture, the same stitching. I sat there for hours staring at it, rubbing at it, scratching until my nails broke the skin, but nothing changed. It didn't bleed, it didn't hurt. It was just there. Like it had always been a part of me. Every day it's worse. I can feel Ruby on me, in me, even when I'm not touching her. When I'm out of the car, walking to a gas station for food, or trying to find a quiet spot to park, I feel this pull, like she's calling me back. Like I'm leaving something behind when I step away. A few days ago, I woke up and felt something pressing into my chest. When I sat up, I realized it wasn't just pressure, it was connected. The seatbelt had fused into my skin. I could see the faint outline of it stretching under my shirt, digging into me like roots. I tried to pull it free, but it wouldn't budge. I had to take a knife to it, cutting the belt where it met the buckle, and even then, I couldn't get the pieces out of me. They're still there now, buried beneath my skin. I don't know how to describe what's happening to me. My body doesn't feel like my body anymore. My joints ache in ways they shouldn't. My skin feels foreign, like it's hardening in places, softening in others. I can feel Ruby every time I move, this deep, stretching sensation, like we're tethered together. I've stopped trying to sleep outside the car. The last time I did, my legs gave out the second I stepped onto the pavement. It felt like I was being torn in half, like parts of me were still inside Ruby, refusing to let go. I had to drag myself back into the seat, and the moment I sat down, the pain vanished. I can't leave her. I don't mean that figuratively. I physically can't. Every time I try, my body fights me. My legs buckle, my chest tightens. Even thinking about leaving sends this wave of nausea through me, like I'm betraying something important, something alive. I've started finding pieces of myself inside the car. Little patches of skin on the seats, flecks of hair woven into the fabric. The steering wheel has this faint, oily shine now, and when I touch it, I feel something. Warmth, pulsing, like it's alive too. I know what's happening. I just don't want to admit it. Ruby's eating me. She's breaking me down piece by piece, pulling me into her. I can feel her growing stronger every day, and I can feel myself disappearing. I'm scared. I don't know how much longer I have before there's nothing left of me but a stain on the seat. But the truth is, part of me doesn't even care anymore, because for the first time in my life, I don't feel alone. Ruby's taking care of me, in her own way, and as much as I hate to admit it, I don't think I could live without her. Or maybe I should say, I don't think she'll let me. When I was a girl, I was afraid of the ocean. My father had always told me to stay away from the sea, and that alone would have been enough to make me wary. But one night after I'd been sent to a friend's for a sleepover, my father came to pick me up early and told me that my mother had drowned. The wariness that had been curled inside me thrashed at this so violently that I thought I'd drown in my dry room I was stood in. My mother had been an odd woman. She wasn't a bad parent, but it was clear that she'd fallen out of love with my father, and so I often heard strange, muffled arguments through the walls at night. None of the snippets that I could catch really made sense. She would complain how she wanted to return to the sea, as if it wasn't right there on our doorstep. I heard a confusingly intense plea for my father to give my mother a coat, even though she cared little for fashion, and had always had the odd ability to shrug off the cold even when the winds were bitingly cold. When we returned home, the place looked ransacked, but seeing the state my father was in, I didn't question it. In fact, I didn't ask him any questions about that night at all. There had always been an odd distance between my father and I, but the loss of my mother made it worse. I became panicky at any mention of the ocean, a horrible fate when you live a 20-minute walk from the shore. My father took to regularly going out to sea, a change that horrified me even more than it confused me. He'd never been much of a fisherman, but suddenly his friend would call him about a sighting of some potential catch, and he'd be off. I was told I wasn't allowed on these trips. I could think of nothing worse than joining him anyway. I wanted to move far away when I left home, but moving is expensive, and I actually ended up a little closer to the sea. I hated it at first, but I'd left then I never would have met Sam. Sam loved the ocean even more than I hated it. We met at the pub, and even though his job was just renting small boats to tourists and taking them on little jaunts along the coast, he seemed so enchanted by the sea. He knew myths and legends aplenty, and had told me 3 before our first meeting ended. It was hard not to love his enthusiasm. Being around Sam slowly changed how I felt about the ocean. Sam never actually tried to change my mind. He acknowledged that the seas could certainly be tragic, and my mother's death was tragic, but his attitude was so different than that of either of my parents. My mother had clearly wanted to spend more time at sea, but something had kept her away. And on the other extreme there was my father, who, even when he had decided he did want to start heading out on fishing trips, he did so with a bizarrely intense determination that had no joy in it. "Maybe he's fishing for the wrong prey," Sam suggested when I expressed my confusion about the situation. We were both a little drunk when this conversation occurred, and right away I could see Sam regretting his words. He'd always been polite with my father, but never quite seemed to actually like him. "What do you mean?" "It's nothing, I'm sorry." I pressed further, though, and eventually Sam told me, "Look, it might not even be true, but I heard rumors that the big catch that your father heads out to hunt is a seal." "A seal? What?" I didn't know what I'd been expecting, but it wasn't this. "Why would he?" I asked. "I don't know, but that's what Ben alerts him to, sightings of seals. Ben says your father pays him, but maybe he was making stuff up." I didn't really know what to do with this information, and our conversation moved on to other things. It wasn't until the next morning that I decided that I needed to know the truth about what my father was doing. Ben confirmed the seal story when I told him in the pub a few nights later. He had no answers as to why my father would possibly want to hunt for seals, but he had no reason to lie to me either. More importantly, he was more than happy to offer the exact same seal alerting services to me as he did my father, just as long as I was equally willing to pay. Later that night, I asked Sam to teach me how to use one of his boats. He was surprised, but more than happy to take me out after work the next day. I told him almost truthfully that I wanted to try to get rid of my fear of the open water. I was shaking the next day, but even when Sam asked if I'd changed my mind, I pushed forwards. That first session was only 10 minutes long, and I returned to the shore dizzy with fear but asking if I could go again sometime. The first text I got from Ben, I couldn't do anything about because all of the little boats were currently being rented. The second I was at work for, and didn't even see until hours later. The
third time was a charm, though, and I borrowed keys for one of the boats and headed out towards the cold, dark sea. If I hadn't missed one of those 2 earlier texts, then my whole life would be different. But instead I took the boat out in the direction that Ben recommended, and soon enough I saw another boat in front of me. The sound of the shot alarmed me. I hadn't really thought about how my father would be hunting a seal, but I suppose I'd assumed he'd be using a net. As he pulled the seal's corpse onto his boat, I got closer until I was close enough to see the knife in his hand. Carving away at the creature he'd hunted, I screamed. My father hadn't noticed me until the scream. I don't know if the sound of the gunshot had temporarily deafened him, or if he was just so manically focused on the task in front of him that everything else had faded away, but either way, my scream drew his attention. "Stay away," he yelled. I was close enough now to see that he was covered in blood, and had been partway through skinning the seal when I'd interrupted him. I stood up. It wasn't a seal in the boat. It had been a seal when he'd shot it. I was sure of that. I'd seen a seal being pulled onto the boat, but the partially skinned thing lying dead by his feet wasn't a seal anymore. It was my mother. He'd killed my mother. Sam had told me a legend about a selkie on our first date. Beautiful shapeshifters who can turn from their human form to that of a seal by pulling back on the seal skin they've shed. They love for the sea, but sometimes in myths, a selkie's lover will hide the seal skin away so that the selkie is doomed to remain on land. The myths Sam told me never said what a child of a selkie would be like, but seeing my father there, the skin of a seal in his hand and the corpse of a human by his feet, I didn't care. I moved my small boat close enough to the other that the sides scraped loudly together and tore my life jacket off as I ran at my father. His knife was still in my mother's skin, and he failed to free it before I sent us both over the side of the boat. I unbuckled my father's life jacket and tore it off him as we thrashed in the water, and then I drove. I've had no reason to believe that I could swim. I'd never had lessons or practice, but something I knew that I could do this. I had my father's neck in my crook of my right arm, and even despite his panicked flailing and massive drag factor, I was still making progress. My legs kicked forcefully, and I could feel my father getting weaker. I'd never felt stronger. I continued to descend, even after he'd stopped moving, and when I finally returned to the surface, I was alone. I climbed into my father's boat and gently stroked my mother's cheek. Her seal skin was partially attached to her, and I knew that nobody could find her like that. With the taste of bile behind my teeth, I held the knife that was still stuck in her and cut the coat loose. I couldn't bring her back with me, but that was okay. Burying her on land would have felt like a betrayal, knowing what I know now. We weren't too close to the shore, and it was well and truly dark now. Nobody would come looking for my father until tomorrow at the earliest, and when they did, what would they find? The seas are dangerous after all, and sometimes people get hurt. It could be a problem that Ben knew that he texted us both about the seal the night before my father's death, but I wasn't sure he'd say anything. Even if he did, hunting seals can be dangerous. An accident would be far more believable narrative than an unarmed woman who'd barely been to sea successfully finding and killing someone like my father. The knife we'd both used to skin my mother was thrown into the sea with her body. I kept the seal skin with me, though I was too afraid to drape it around my shoulders. Would it be able to turn me, as it could turn her? Was I ready for either answer to that question? Either way, I wanted it with me. It was the only thing I had that felt like it had ever truly belonged to her. Back at home, I dried the skin and hid it away at the back of my wardrobe, uncomfortably reminded how my father would have hidden it from her all those years ago. I remember how much of a mess our home looked when I was brought home from the sleepover all those years ago. I realized how desperately my mother must have searched and how well my father must have hidden her skin from her. I walked into the bathroom and turned on the bath taps. The sound of the water was calming, and when it was finally deep enough, I climbed in. It felt too small, though, and I understood why my mother had felt out of place here. When I was a girl, I was afraid of the ocean. Today, it feels like home. In the daytime, it's just an empty lot. Nothing but a rich collection of dirt, weeds, and tall grasses that stretch all the way to the trees. But every now and then, when the moon is just right, and when the air is so cold it hurts to breathe, the house appears at night. It's always the same, a dark 19th century Victorian mansion, complete with spires and enormous windows. The kind of place you would never see out here in the boonies. I had trouble believing it was real the first time. One of my college mates played a prank and gave me a cookie, which was a potent edible. I was up all night at home, waiting for the unexpected high to pass. That's when I first noticed the house. Fully built, standing some odd 30 yards away. It was quite an experience, seeing a magical haunted mansion while thoroughly tripping. I thought it was just the THC playing tricks on me, but by the time I sobered up around 4 a.m., the house was still there. It was too real to be a hallucination, and too vivid to be a trick of the light. I took pictures on my phone from the living room, bathroom, and even the balcony. The house was a real structure, a real, creepy, pitch-black looking abode that gave an indisputable bad vibe, and then as soon as dawn broke, it faded away. Over breakfast, I explained to my grandma what I had seen, and even showed her photos, but she waved away all my nonsense. "Ain't been anything there for 60 years, she would say. "Don't conjure what isn't." I brought it up a few more times, but Grandma would always shut it down. "We're the only ones that live on this road, Robert. Don't be ridiculous. Are you on drugs?" Maybe I was just on drugs. The house didn't reappear any night after that, so I went back to focusing on school. The whole reason I moved out to live with Grandma was because her place was only an hour-long bus ride to college. But then came another evening when I stayed up late finishing an essay. When I went to grab some juice from the fridge, I saw it peering from the large kitchen window. The house. It was back. This time it appeared much more alive than before. A glowing fuchsia color shined out from its innards, and there appeared to be movement behind its windows. I knew I wasn't tripping again because I was writing my schoolwork. I was sober AF. Closing my laptop, I excitedly unboxed some binoculars. That's how I saw the shadows inside. It was way too dark to make out anything past silhouettes, but I definitely saw the tops of heads and shoulders pass by the windows and settle in various spots in the house. They moved with a casual, low-key energy, as if everyone was worn out, but still awake. Restless. Who were these people, and how were they inside this place? Then my attention turned to the trees ruffling behind the house, where a tall figure emerged from the woods. An immediate knot tied itself in my stomach. I had never seen anything like this person. He wore a velvet-looking frock above an embroidered vest and waist-high trousers, which were all somehow tailor-made to fit his 8-foot-long arms and legs. He moved like some anthropoid stick bug, shuffling and ambling, often using one of his long arms as another leg. Eventually, this bizarre 19th century aristocrat spider hunched over the door, took a glance at me and raised his arm. I wanted to turn away, but I couldn't. I was frozen. The figure's hollow eyes, even from that distance, felt like they were staring directly at me.
His skeletal fingers made the come hither motion. He recognized my fascination. He knew I was being drawn to the house. He knew I was watching. He knew I wanted a deeper peek. The next morning, my grandma handed me a letter in a brown envelope with no return address. She said it must have come from my parents. I opened the letter and knew right away that it didn't. There was only a single piece of parchment inside, withered and worn. In this black ink, only 2 words were written in very old cursive. You're invited. Where did you get this letter? Where do you think? My grandma poured herself coffee. The mailbox. Who dropped it off? Who do you think? My grandma burnt her lips on the coffee. The mailman. The mailman? You saw him? Jesus Christ, Robert. Yes, the mailman. He comes every morning round 8 when there's mail. How do you think mail works? Are you on drugs? Full disclosure. Back with my parents, I did go through a phase where I was smoking a lot of pot. They told my grandma there would be 0 tolerance if I was ever caught blazing. They threatened with military school, community service, etc. So I've been careful only to blaze on the school grounds, never near Grandma's. No, Grandma, I was just wondering about the letter is all. Nothing else to wonder about. Now eat your breakfast. That night, after Grams went to bed, I played some Civ 6 to pass the time, eagerly awaiting midnight. Every 10 minutes, I'd check to see if that empty lot sprouted anything, but it stayed empty. By about 12:30 a.m., the house still hadn't arrived and I was disappointed. In the last-ditch effort, I put on several layers and brought one of my secret blunts with me. The first night I'd seen the mansion when I was accidentally high, so I figured it couldn't hurt to smoke a little now and see what would happen. After quietly closing the front door, I walked several feet away to make sure the light in Grandma's room was still off. It was. She was sleeping. With utmost secrecy, I brought the blunt and lighter to my lips. When a chill wind snuffed out the flame, my fingers went cold, my stomach formed a knot. The house had returned, and this time it was standing closer than ever before. Barely 3 car lengths separated my grandma's place from its front doors. It's like it was presenting itself. I walked toward it, driven by an impulse I couldn't explain. The air was thick, almost electric. I just had to take a peek. The normally untamed weeds and bushes were now suddenly pruned and lining a cobblestone path toward the house. I walked along the polished granite pieces until I reached the first wooden step. My heart slowed. The shadows inside seemed to shift, like something was moving toward the door. I inched backward ever so slightly, keeping my eyes on the knob. A figure, tall and thin like the one I'd seen before, stepped behind the frosted glass. Within moments, the front door swung open and his strange limbs came clambering beneath the wooden frame. The second I made eye contact, I met the strangest, most disarming smile I've ever seen in my entire life. For a moment, it felt like I had known this man for a long time, like this guy was the uncle I used to visit each year. Only I knew that couldn't be true. The smile had some kind of aura, something that emanated a fake nostalgia. I couldn't really put it in words when it was happening, but I am telling you now in retrospect. This guy had a powerful charm in between his gleaming teeth. My boy, my lad, it would appear as though you have accepted my invitation. Yes, indeed. The 19th century aristocrat spidered over to me at a somewhat alarming speed. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Reginald Bedingfield Hollows, Esquire, the proprietor of this fine estate. His left hand effortlessly brushing the ceiling of the awning high above us. And you, my lad, simply must come inside. We have been dying to meet you. The demand is insatiable, my good boy. Inching away, I responded in a hushed tone. Who's been dying to meet me? Your friends, inside the house. He tried to follow my gaze. They all know you, dear lad. They've been watching you for a long time. Come in, come in. I could hear faint voices coming from deeper inside. It did kind of sound like a low-key house party. Somebody was delicately playing the piano. Can I think about it? Think about it. Reginald laughed, a perfectly pitched, high society laugh. What's there to think about, my boy? You've already accepted by arriving at my doorstep. You want to come in. My stomach was tensing up into some kind of triple knot. I was finding it hard to walk backwards. In fact, it would be quite rude not to come in. Quite rude indeed. Reginald's smile slowly dissipated. Especially after all the effort we put in. Today was going to be your night, Robert. They're all going to be so disappointed. How did he know my name? Like some kind of flexible instinct, he scooped his head down low to meet my line of sight. His teeth beamed at me like a glossy shimmer. You want to come in, Robert. We both know that. It'll be fun. Although I could feel my stomach contort itself further, an immense feeling of trust also breezed through my chest. It's like this was the 500th time I've met Reginald. It'll be fun? Righteous, Robert. A fete in your honor. A feast, a dance. The staring quartet has been practicing for ages. Again, that feeling of trust. I went from being merely tipsy to fully drunk on Reginald's nostalgia magic. His arm lightly rested on my back, guiding me through the front doors. I entered the house. The air was cold, freezing, in fact. I could see my breath in the dim light. The flickering purple glow came from several gaslit sconces on the ceiling. The walls seemed to stretch and warp, like the house. Seen what's behind those purple-lit windows? There's no escaping. The house never lets you go. I've had loads of time trapped in this house where nothing changes. I don't get hungry. I don't get sleepy. The police can't see the house, and they've blocked me for calling them too many times with my wild stories. My phone has been permanently stuck at 23% battery for God knows how long. Time doesn't seem to change here. Only warping corridors and college kids who all say the same thing. I came out here to live with Grandma. It was only an hour-long bus ride to school. Across one of the ever-shifting hallways, I once discovered a painting of my grandma wearing the same kind of aristocratic clothing as Reginald. She stared out with the same passive face, those same disinterested eyes. I've typed this story out on my phone, searching for help. I wish I could tell you where to look, but I have no idea where I am. The windows stretch away from me. If you ever see a mansion that only appears at night, and you come across a tall, spidery man that looks like Reginald, tell him that you are inviting me, Robert, to come inside. I believe there might be some kind of magic in the use of invitation. Some kind of sanctuary. At least, I hope so. It's my only chance of escape. If someone who reads this does find a way to free me from this limbo, I promise you my everlasting thanks. As a bonus, I'll give you this joint that never seems to run out.
I recently turned 40 and I've had a pretty interesting life. Married, 4 kids, and a stable career. Unfortunately, during a checkup, I was told I was overweight. Wanting to live to see my grandkids, I decided I'd do something about it. Every day after work, I traveled to a local nature trail. There, I tried to walk at least a mile before going home. Between the serene sights of the forest and listening to music, it became a peaceful stroll I looked forward to every day. After changing some eating habits, I was relieved to see the weight come off, but I wasn't finished. After losing 20 pounds, I didn't plan on stopping. One day after work, I once again planned to go walk. This time, however, I noticed something different. A little ways down from the usual wooded path I took was yet another trail. I hadn't noticed it before, but maybe it was new. I didn't see any signs or human activity, but I figured why not? A change of scenery might be nice every once in a while. So I put in my earbuds and began my trek. As I started, I couldn't help but notice a few things. The usual trail had signs pointing you in the right direction and a wooden track to walk on. This one was only a grassy path surrounded by thick woods. It was odd, but I shrugged and kept going. With the oldies blaring in my ears, I was able to go over a mile. Now drenched in sweat and having a feeling of accomplishment, I was heading home with my head held high. While walking back, I failed to notice how deep I went, as the trail looked exactly the same. Getting tired, I was hoping that I'd see the end soon, but it just kept going, showing no signs of an exit. Looking up at the sky, I could see it was getting late. Feeling concerned, I pulled out my phone to call my wife and check in. Much to my chagrin, I had absolutely no cell service. With no other choice, I had to keep pushing forward. I walked and walked till I was out of breath, but still no exit. I'd sit on the ground trying to catch my breath and figure out an explanation. I definitely don't remember walking this far. Did I take another path? No, that was impossible. The entire trail was a straight line. Maybe I got carried away and lost in my tunes. Perhaps I had a burst of energy and went farther than expected. So I stood back up and continued my trek back. I noticed the moon starting to become visible, giving the sky a dark blue glow. It wouldn't be long until nightfall, and I definitely didn't want to be out here. I prayed that I'd see civilization again soon. After what seemed like an hour, I was still out here. I was so tired, and the path showed no signs of changing. Where the heck was I? Why was this happening? I know I didn't walk that far. I'm almost 300 pounds. Under normal circumstances, I could have called for help, but not only did my phone have no service, it was now dead, the battery completely drained. It's safe to say I was beginning to panic. Here I am, lost in the woods, and now it's pitch black dark. I couldn't hear anything. I didn't see anyone. This was getting scary. But even though things were looking bad, cooler heads always prevail, so I glanced over at the woods next to me and got an idea. Since this path wouldn't end, maybe the forest would lead to an exit. So I left the trail and started pushing through the thick brush. I could feel the briars sticking into my flesh and twigs cracking beneath my feet. I was so tired, praying that I was close to getting out of here. I wanted to go home and get something to drink, as well as explain myself to the wife. Just thinking about it gave me a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, I soon broke through the thick shrubbery. What I saw before me was the same path I had started on, the same path I had walked for hours. I was back on it, now panicking like never before. I ran through the trees once again. I don't know how, but maybe I got turned around while having to snap branches. Perhaps I just went in a big circle. Regardless, I was getting desperate. As I began yelling at the top of my lungs, screaming out, hoping that someone would hear me. I hollered until I was out of breath. I didn't hear anything in reply. I fell to my knees, feeling completely defeated. Something wasn't right. I don't know where I was, but it wasn't a nature trail. It felt like I was an ant trying to find my way out of a maze, like someone was toying with me. This was still Earth, right? Not some gateway to hell. My breathing got harder, this time out of sheer terror. I started to hyperventilate, swearing the woods were closing in around me. I wanted to see my wife again, my children, even my grouchy boss. I didn't want to die out here. I stood up once more and slapped myself to fight the panic. I had to make it out. There was no other option, so I ran. I ran and didn't stop, tearing through the thorns and vines, ignoring every sting. My heart was beating so fast, but I wasn't stopping until I found a way out. As the adrenaline flowed, I forgot how exhausted I was. I kept coming back onto that godforsaken trail, but I wasn't giving up. I closed my eyes and kept running, not letting even death knock me down. After what seemed like forever, I ran into something hard. So hard that I let out a yell and hit the ground. As I opened my eyes, I was met with a ticked-off policeman. He let out a pained groan before shining his flashlight in my face. As our eyes met, his jaw dropped. He quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and called for backup. The officer explained to me that I had been missing, and my wife had called for help. When he told me how long I'd been gone, I nearly fainted. The man said that I had vanished 4 days straight, and that my family was worried sick. He said that search parties had been formed and signs were hung up. He told me they had started to lose hope before I ran into him. Back at the station, I was reunited with my beautiful family. I hugged my kids so tight and gave my wife the biggest kiss. With tears in their eyes, they begged for an explanation. When I told them what happened, I could tell they didn't believe me. But seeing my cut-up legs and sweat-soaked clothes was a pretty good argument. The police would even give me a breathalyzer test to see if I was drunk. When it came back negative, everyone was confused. Since my explanation wasn't winning them over, I decided to show them the trail. The next day, my wife and 2 officers followed me to the path. I knew I wasn't crazy or a drunk, and they were about to find out. But as we arrived, I want you to guess what happened. The path wasn't there, instead only thick woods. The breath left my lungs. I absolutely couldn't believe it. Where did it go? It was right here yesterday. What was going on? While I stood speechless, my wife and the cops gave me an odd look. My wife told me that I must have been tired, that my job was getting to me. She said I needed to take some time off and relax. But I shook my head and persisted. This couldn't be happening. What happened to me? Where had I gone for all that time? Nothing made sense. I was brought home and told to rest. Everyone gave me sympathetic looks. As time went on, things went back to normal, but I'd never forget. Something strange happened in those woods, and I never got any answers. One thing was for sure. I ended up joining a gym like a normal person. I know what the title sounds like, but I can assure you that I am not a teenage boy freaking out about puberty. I truly am in a position where I can't shave. Not just my face, but everywhere. My arms, chest, legs, even the hair on my head. It's changing and I can't stop it. This has gotten so far out of hand that I figured I may as well look online in case anyone might know anything about my condition. I was born with very pale hair, not quite albino, but very light all the same. My skin and hair both have always had very little pigment. My hair is almost white and my eyebrows and eyelashes are nearly invisible. Most days, if I go out without sunscreen, chances are I'll come home colored like a tomato from sunburns. In fact, I was even bullied throughout my childhood because of my appearance. I had a hard time making friends because my parents insisted I stay inside most days. Well, if I'm being truthful, I was bullied because I was a sickly-looking kid with a lisp who liked anime, but my appearance and fragile skin definitely did not help me. I got used to it, of course, and it doesn't bother me anymore now that I'm an adult, but a few weeks ago, I noticed that the hair on my face was darker than usual. I normally keep myself clean-shaven, but sometimes I'll forget to shave for a day or two. When I looked in the mirror, I saw a 5 o'clock shadow, which was far, far darker than it usually was. It was still only stubble, but it was unusual enough for me to notice. I shaved it off with no issue and forgot about it until the next week. Normally, I live by somewhat of a schedule. I need to shave maybe once every 2 or 3 days, but after I started noticing the darker stubble, that time began to shrink. I needed to shave every 2 days, then every day, then twice daily. It got to the point where I thought about growing a beard just to be done with it, but I didn't want to give up. I went to my doctor and explained my situation to her. She at first assured me it was likely nothing, but she recommended I keep a track of how many times I needed to shave for 1 week. I did as she asked. The final tally for that week was 24 times. She said I might have something called hypertrichosis. I googled it later because her explanation went over my head. What I can gather is that it's a condition caused by either cancer, medication, or metabolic disorders that causes abnormal hair growth. She prescribed me this hair removal cream that smells like burnt rubber and garbage. I meant to use it on my face twice a week, but that's meant to keep the hair off. And it hasn't been working at all. It removes my own hair, the light blonde colored hair, but the dark hair stays on. It's spreading too. At first it was just my face, but now my arms and legs are growing darker hairs too. I decided, screw the cream. I'm just gonna go back to shaving it off. It had gotten so long that I had a short black beard and hairy arms, but when I tried to shave again, it bled. My hair bled. Thick orange-red liquid dripped off the ends of the hair, and it hurt too. The skin of my face ached and itched. I finished the painful process and showered to wash the substance off of me. Exhausted, I went to bed. The next morning, it had all grown back even longer than the night before. Spiky, almost chitin-like follicles protruded out of the skin on my face, arms, legs, and chest. And that's when the itching started. Horrible, non-stop itching everywhere the hair was. I went back to the doctors, but they had no idea what to do, other than giving me an anti-itch cream. Luckily, that's helped enough to allow me to sleep most nights. But my hair hasn't stopped growing. I was looking at myself in the mirror earlier today. The hair must be about 2 inches long, but when I looked closer, I almost vomited into the sink. They're segmented. They protrude out of my skin, and after about 3/4 of an inch, they have a clear joint where they bend like spider legs. I'm heading back to the doctor's today. Any outside advice is welcome. I have a sinking feeling that time may be of the essence here. The itching is getting worse, and to my horror and disgust, I think they're starting to move.